You sure about that?
Okay, there we are.
Have you got us?
and a feast of motorsport action. Now the Legends Championship are about to head out on track. We're just down here in the pit lane, as you can see, about to get going. But just before I went into the paddock to catch up and interview some of the drivers. Right, we're down here in the Legends Championship paddock. I'm here with Nathan and poleman Si. Nathan, take it away.
At the end of the day, it's very difficult to get away here, as you know. It's all about the drafts, particularly the wind today. So, it is what it is. You start with the front, you start with the back. So, it's nice to of course it is, isn't it?
Cars on track then, ready for our first race. Welcome once again to Donington Park on this windy yet sunny Saturday morning, getting ready for race number 1 of this packed weekend. The big rigs will be out later on, the British Truck Racing Championship, but we start with the Pocket Rockets, the Legends cars in association with MRF Tyres, lining up for the first of no fewer than 6 races this weekend. It'll be a 10-lap first heat. The grid for this race decided by ballot. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action from the commentary box this weekend. Alongside me is regular Legends racer Nathan Anthony.
Yeah, good afternoon, or good morning I should say.
Great to have Nathan alongside us. Normally races the Legend Sevan, as it's known, the first for Van's car, but he's joining us in the commentary box this weekend.
Yeah, my seat is a totally different one this time. We're no steering wheel in front of me this time, so let's see how these boys get on today.
So we'll have a look at the grid for race number 1 then, starting from pole position. This grid, as we say, decided by ballot. Number 83, Si Haraway, is on pole. He had 3 wins on the season opening weekend at Croft at the beginning of July, and alongside him number 43 of Jonty Norman. Number 4, John Mickle, will be on the inside of the second row in the chrome liveried car, and he only has to take the green flag in this race to break the all-time record for Legends races completed. 607th race he is going to start here to break the record of the legendary Peter Morton.
Certainly is a big figures that John's actually put together. I'm just looking at these cars now. They're going to be talked to by the clerk of the course through their receiver. They're a little bit mixed up at the moment. They need to bunch up slightly. They'll be weaving to warm the tyres. Brakes will be applied now by the left foot to try and get some heat into the brakes. I should imagine that it will settle down slightly. The back markers need to pull up a little bit.
Well, the grid draw has placed a lot of very strong names towards the front of this pack. Look out for the blue and yellow car on the inside of row 4. That's Jack Parker, the current championship leader. Reigning champion Miles Rudman is a little further back in 12th place on the grid. The black car with the yellow roof you can see there, but it's Si Haraway, number 83, looking for win number 4 of the season, who is on pole. Jonty Norman in the number 43 alongside him, about to go racing here at Donington Park in the sunshine, waiting for the yowl from these Yamaha Superbike engines, 1250cc these cars. They keep formation up towards the grid, waiting for the green light to come on. It does so, and away they go in a super start, moving down the outside there. That's the number 14 of Dan Clark, the ex-superkart racer. Could he take the lead here? They go 3 and 4 abreast down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Si Haraway on the inside, Dan Clark on the outside. They file their way through. 66 Stephen Whiteleg in the red car there. Good to see him back after a year out of racing as they charge down towards the Craner curves. And it's Si Haraway who has just held his lead. Dan Clark up into second place, and it's side by side the third between John Mickle, breaking the record for starts in Legends in the UK, and former champion Robin Fountain in the 31.
Yeah, the party is definitely starting in this one. Looks like the front runners have got away slightly. I see Bill Reaver stuck in the on the third row of the grid there. That's probably the first time for him he's had that sort of position. Let's see.
Si Haraway still just about setting the pace as they headed out of our sight there up towards McLean's. The black car still leads the way as they charge through the tricky double apex right-hander of Coppice Corner.
Daniel Clark was quick in qualifying this morning. He's not too much experience beyond the Legend Wall, but he's obviously got to grips with it quite quickly.
Of course, his wife Elby also racing in the championship this season with him, the former supercar racers. But it's Haraway who leads the way, 3 wins and a second place on opening weekend at Croft. A bit of contact there. Jack Parker clipping at the back of the 23. That was the number 23 car of Connor Mills, the ex-single-seater racer, as they yowl their way across the stripe for the first time. It's Haraway who led the way by 0.8 of a second from Clark. Till this battle further back, there's the reigning champion, number 1, Miles Rudman, running out onto the grass along with, yes, Connor Mills there just ahead of him. I think everybody is around the first lap okay. It's 23 car field. LB Clark at the back, the leaders heading down towards the old hairpin for the second time. The first 3 have broken away slightly.
We'll have to watch some of the track limits, as some of them running a little bit too wide. Could cause some problems later on.
So you can get penalised for track limits if you get more than a couple of offences. You get the black and white warning flag first of all, then you can get a time penalty added to your race time. So it's Haraway who leads the way ahead of Clark. John Mickle is in 3rd place. 4th is Connor Mills. He started well ahead of Robin Fountain, and championship leader Jack Parker, who had 2 wins on opening day at Croft, rounding out the top 6 as they cross the line on the first lap. They may be short races, but they are very spectacular. You'll see the cars bump drafting each other, NASCAR style, down the straights. That's what we've got here.
For a pass here, so just watch this curve here, not to run it too much and get penalised.
Yes, Dan Clark at the inside there into the chicane takes the lead as they complete the second lap. Haraway goes down to 2nd. They head up towards Redgate for the 3rd time. John Mickle in 3rd, then it's Parker. Here comes Miles Rudman attacking Robin Fountain. In behind them is, I think that's Paul Simmons in the 51 car, and a spectacular rollover here at the chicane at Donington a few years ago.
Well, I remember that well. Connor's dropped back slightly. I don't know what's happened to him. He was running full at one point. He's actually dropped back down now, so he needs to up his game a little bit there.
Miles Rudman making a move for 5th place on the inside of Robin Fountain. Behind them, I think that's Stephen Whiteleg, possibly the red number 66 car. That looks like everybody still running at the moment with 2 laps completed. Bill Reed, number treble 3, has dropped to the tail end of the field. Still Dan Clark looking for his first Legends win, who leads the way from Haraway. Mickle is in there as well.
Clark's running quite good pace. He seems to be quite comfortable at the front. He doesn't seem to be doing much wrong, leading the way quite comfortably. John will hold back, I should think, and then at some point they try and bump draft. They try and make to get in this
Talking
position.
of bump drafting here, 83 Cy Haraway trying it down the exhibition straight into the Robert chicane. Miles Rudman at the inside takes Jack Parker for 4th place. But it's Dan Clark still with the lead. 3 laps completed, just 1/10 of a second in it to Cy Haraway, who's having a look as they go into Redgate. Clark a little bit squirrely on the entry there. It's still Haraway in the Pro 24 race shop car, the former Formula 2 stock car racer on near Bristol in 2nd place. Here comes Robin Fountain, the red and white car there. Won the championship 20 years ago, would you believe? Back in the year 2000. He's side by side with the current championship leader, Jack Parker. Behind them, Simmons, Mills, Whiteleg and Will Gibson, number 57, rounding out the top 10.
We need to get Rubman. Rubman needs to try and get on the back with John. He's so too far back at the moment. Someone needs to give him a push to try and get to the front. So we can get Parker to get on the back of Rubman. We might be able to see that gap close.
So we've got problems at McLean's corner. Is that? I think that might be Rars Rudman that's gone off. No, there's Rudman going through. Who's that that's had a spin? I think that might be Jack Parker. We'll see as he comes through up towards Coppice here. We don't currently have our camera at McLean's working.
I would imagine Parker's tried to get on the back of Rubman, and he timed it incorrectly, and he's turned himself round. It's a bit of a shame because Rubman needs that person behind him to get that push back up to John. But if these 3 keep fighting as they are, Rubman will close up.
Cy Haraway has just retaken the lead. Here comes Clark back up the inside as they go into Redgate. Retakes it under braking. Good move by Dan Clark. As the pack charges across the start-finish line. Here come the leaders down towards the Crater curve. John Mickle just keeping pace with the 2 leaders at the moment. It's Rudman in 4th place. It was Parker who has had the spin. We'll have a look at the timing screen.
Back down in 18th place.
Yes, 18th now.
Yeah, not good.
He had a spin at McLean's. Apologies, we haven't got our camera at McLean's working at the moment, so we didn't quite get a close-on shot of that.
Parker could do without it. He's actually leading the championship, so he needs to try and get back up to get some sort of decent points finish.
Yes, he's 60 points ahead of John Mickle at the moment. It's 200 points for a win in UK National Legends Championships in association with MRF Tyres. There go the leaders.
See, Will Gibson's back. He's in 7th place now. He's a good peddler, this Gibson. He'll be pushing forward to try and get some more points up there. And I see Schlupp's up to 9th as well. That's a good effort by Schlupp.
It's Mike Schlupp, the Sussex-based businessman, teammate of John Mickle. He's currently there in 3rd in the chrome-liveried number 4 car. Britain's most successful Legends racer ever, and he's going to be dashing down to Vauxhall Stadium in Ipswich tonight to race in the Superstocks on the short ovals as well. There's a short oval series for these cars. Miles Rudman's won that a couple of times. So we're switching to the circuit. Harroway has a look there on the inside at Redgate. I don't think he's quite going to get through. We're on lap 6 now, so we've just gone past halfway in this first heat of the weekend for the Legends. They have 2 heats and a final on each day. The second heat will be a reverse of the grid from this heat number 1, with rookies and guest drivers starting at the back. Of course, a couple of sideways there. Clark very sideways. Good save.
Gives him a chance to catch up. The Mickle needs to now really try and get in the back and try and do a bump draft down the main straight there to try and get some perhaps into 2nd position.
We'll have to wait and see when they come up towards Coppice corner here and see if positions will change. Dan Clark was way sideways there into the old hairpin. He's still ahead as they go into Coppice corner. There's Miles Rudman now on his own in 4th. Will Gibson's coming through well. He's up into 5th position.
Yeah, he come up in the last lap and he managed to get some position. He was 7th, back up to 5th.
Here come the leaders down the exhibition.
Here goes John.
Then.
John's going to make a move. John might make a move here. He's watching.
You're living every move of this race, aren't you, Nathan?
Yeah,
you want to be out there.
What we need out there is a van.
Yeah, we normally see the Legends Sedan, as it's known, not sedan. That's Nathan from First for Vans competes in. As here come your leaders down into Redgate for the 7th time. It's still Dan Clark looking for his first Legends win, chased by Cy Harroway. 3rd place is still John Mickle. They are clear of Miles Rudman to the tune of 3 seconds now. Then we've got Will Gibson. He's going well.
Dan Clark's got to have a good drive down through Craners there and not make the same mistake as what he did. And he's done it again. That's going to cause a problem.
Should take up drifting, Dan Clark, not Legends racing. He was completely sideways there into the old hairpin.
He's under pressure. Big pressure. 2
of the fastest drivers in the field. The top 2 in the well, not the top 2 in the championship. Cy Harroway only 5th. Apologies. Jack Parker, where's he back up to?
Who's that?
Somebody off at the old hairpin. We'll pick that up in a moment. Parker's back up to 16th. Shows how evenly matched these cars are as they swing their way into Coppice corner. Will Gibson just ahead of Paul Simmons in the black and orange car. There's Whiteleg Fountain. 9th place is Connor Mills, chased by Mike Schlupp. And then
Whiteleg's having a good race. He was back on form. He did great at Croft, but he's back on form now.
So it will be just a couple of laps to go this time. The 3 leaders still line astern down into the Roberts chicane. Still your leader is Dan Clark. Miles Rudman just cutting on the curb there.
Race. He's behind Gibson. He could probably give him a good run for his money.
John Mickle is lurking though. I've seen John Mickle win from almost a lap down here at Donington in Legends in the past.
John might pull something out of the bag on the last lap on the hairpin. It might turn nasty.
They say that the worst position to be in Legends is leading going into the Roberts chicane for the last time, because you know somebody will bump draft you. Here's a midfield battle. 35 Neil Shenton, the ex-Formula 1 stock car racer, chased by Nick Bridgman in the 68 car. This is the battle for 11. Jack Parker's in that group as well. And there's Gerard McCosh, one of our Scottish Legends guest drivers.
Every time he's raced, he's carried that pig with him.
Yes, the pig mascot on the back of his car you caught a glimpse of. Apparently it's called Napoleon, that pig.
Parker's trying to get his way back up.
He's past Nick Bridgman. He's up into, I think that's 12th place now as the leaders head through Coppice. Rudman is 4th, Gibson closing in 5th, then Simmons.
Quite wide there.
There's Robin Fountain. Try and work out who the car that had that off at the old hairpin was. We think it was no, it wasn't LB Clark. She'd already dropped out in the number 15 car. It may have been Connor Hughes, number 40, who had that spin. Son of Paul Hughes, champion.
Simmons might pull something out of the bag.
Here they come.
Back of Gibson.
Down into the chicane then. 2 groups of 3 now. Miles Rudman is being caught here by Will Gibson in number 57. After his gravel visiting exploits a couple of years ago, he picked up the nickname Mr. Plough, would you believe? No gravel ploughing today.
I think the worst position to be in is probably Daniel Clark, because on the last lap, John will definitely try and pull something out the bag going into the hairpin.
We're on the penultimate lap of the race now. Possibly the car we lost down there was James Hall Morton. He hasn't come through yet, so the number 32
struggling a little
car.
bit in qualifying this morning. He wasn't in his normal form. He was struggling to get the heat into the tyres apparently. Fresh tyres, but not working for him.
Son of Peter Morton, of course, one of the most successful Legends races of all. There's Gerard McCosh with the pink pig mascot on the back of his car. Also races a vintage Bentley on the circuits, would you believe? Great character is Gerard.
You normally see him in sandals and can't miss him.
Number 99 we caught a glimpse of there with the green livery. That's Chris Needham. He'll be sharing the car with Gareth Sheridan, who races that in tomorrow's races. He's currently 15th, just ahead of Stephen McGill, one of our Scottish visitors. Here come the leaders, coming down towards the chicane for the penultimate time. It's still Dan Clark.
He's got a slight... Here goes John.
Here's John Mickle, yes, has a look.
Not quite there.
Harroway to the inside. He's going to squeeze down the inside. Look at this from Cy Harroway. He came from a long way back
John
there.
Will come back from there as well.
And he's into the lead now, looking for win number
Good move
4
by Harroway.
for the season. Yes,
Clean,
Clark back up the
clean.
inside. And now John Mickle's making his move. This is where John Mickle can judge it. He unleashes his finishing move, if you like, just at
Clark's
the right time.
He's back in front now. He's pulled it back.
Here they come to the Craner curves, and all the time they haven't noticed these three behind are closing. Look at Will Gibson go in the 57. He's up to 4th. He's got ahead of the reigning champion.
He's got to keep his feet clean through here, is Clark. He's
spit sideways again on the entry.
He's losing exit speed.
Here comes Will Gibson attacking Mickle. Mickle's having to defend. He might lose his chance here. Rudman's still in this as well. This is Legends racing at its best here at Donington Park. We wait for them to come up towards McLean's corner. Who's going to come into our sight with the lead? It is
Clark's
still
in front.
Dan Clark in the white car from Cy Harroway in black. In the chrome car, it's Mickle still in 3rd
Miles
place.
has got Clive Simmons.
Here they come then, round
He's
Coppice
just got to
corner.
keep this tight as he goes into the last hairpin as damage, so they can't nip up the inside. Got to really cover that well, but get the exit at the same time.
Here they come. We're on the last lap now. It's checkered flag this time, out of Coppice corner, down towards the Robert chicane to the final time. It could be any one of 6 that can win this indeed. Mickle round the outside of Harroway. Here he goes. He's going to go for the last bend lunge into the chicane. Clark covers the inside. Cy Harroway up the outside. They could finish through right here. Harroway over the gravel. Who's it going to be at the line? It's going to be Dan Clark just on the line. Dan Clark, there's a spinner at the chicane in the background, Stephen Whiteleg, but I got that as Clark on the timing screen from Will Gibson came through into 2nd place. How did he get through there?
I think
that was terrific stuff.
The other one went through the gravel there. He had to come back, otherwise he'd lose position anyway.
Well, John Mickle and Miles Rudman, the big loser there was Cy Harroway. He ended up 6th. He went over the gravel at the chicane, just trying a little bit too hard. He was a bit too late on the brakes. And Dan Clark takes what I think is his first UK National Legends victory. So Clark the winner ahead of Will Gibson by 0.3 of a second. 3rd goes to John Mickle. 4th it's Miles Rudman. 5th Paul Simmons, and Cy Harroway in 6th. They were covered by 0.69 seconds at the line.
Right, this is where I'm going to have to run down. I'm going to try and do some driver interviews in the Park Ferme, so
great stuff.
We'll get on.
Thank you very much to regular racer Nathan Anthony for his input during that race. Rest of the top 10, Connor Mills in 7th, Robin Fountain was 8th, Mike Schlupp 9th, Jack Parker coming back from a spin to take 10th. There's your results confirmed then. The win going to Dan Clark. From Will Gibson, John Mickle in 3rd, Rudman taking 4th, 5th goes to Paul Simmons, 6th is Cy Harroway, covered by 0.69 of a second, then further back Connor Mills heading the next group ahead of Robin Fountain, Mike Schlupp and Jack Parker rounding out the first 10. That was Legends racing at its very, very best. And well done Daniel Clark, the man from Newcastle, who takes his first win since moving up from supercars racing. How did he hold those slides through the hairpin there? Hopefully we'll hear from Daniel Clark in the paddock shortly with Ian Waterhouse. And we'll be getting ready for race number 2 in a short while, which will be for the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Association Championship.
Jack Parker, right here, the championship leader. That hasn't gone well for him so far today. 11th number 35, Shenton. 18th McGill is 12. 69 for Gosh in 13th place. In 14th number 33rd. 86 Critchlow. 43 Norman. 40 Hughes. 68 Whitney in 18th. 19th is 32 Paul Morton, who was getting a black and white flag in there. 66 Whiteleg crept across the line, and the 333 car of Rish, which was the change of number, he was down with 67 in Bill Reed, but he was running the 333, and I think he's the one that had been in the middle of the pack at McLean's earlier on. Sadly, there's no finish for Chris Needham in the gravel there at the end.
So shortly, hopefully, we will hear from our race winner, Daniel Clark, down in the paddock with Ian Waterhouse. But very enjoyable racing from the Legends. 2 more races to come from them today and 3 more tomorrow as well. Of course, it's a reverse of that grid for race number 2 later on. Then in a short while we'll have our first truck race of the weekend coming up before the lunch break. We'll also have Mazda MX-5 racing for you today, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, and also the Max-5 Championship as well. The spoilt for choice with Mazdas this weekend. Our next race is coming up just after midday, which is the first of our truck races across this weekend.
Based on those points from memory in reverse order. Excellent. Why not? It's always been done like that. Spice it up because it's not exciting. Oh no. They're perfect.
No, I mean, it's just relentless action from start to finish. Legends kind of always have been like that. That was just the intention when they were first designed, and when it was first designed as a championship, and it's just the game momentum, if anything, season on season. So the small matter of Chris Needham's car that will need to be stretched out from the gravel track. He's okay, and I think back in the car now, so he can see it as the 4x4 rescue unit attaches the towing strop. And there's also the need for some sweeping at Roberts as well, because a number of cars, not least Cy Haraway, have brought gravel onto the track from the tracks around the circuit. So exactly that, sweeping. The exit of Robert, and probably other places too, as the entry for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship is ready to go, parked up on the Melbourne Loop. They will be in qualifying action very, very shortly, so a 15-minute qualifying session for those cars, and then it's back to races to the end of the day. Trucks before lunch, and then Legends, Masters of both kinds, more trucks, another Legends race, and 61 Enduro, all to happen before this evening. One of the cars we lost in that race, that is the Christina car reappearing to my side, that's inside of the Melbourne Loop, so that will take a pretty quick exit to the paddock there. On the flatbed, the recording action be parked back up again. We look forward to the BRSCC Mazda Championship. We've already seen the Max-5, well this is known as the Mazda MX-5 Championship. A number of races to look forward to for these cars, both today and tomorrow. It's their second event, very much a mental 2020 season. A late change of venue from the originally scheduled Anglesey in North Wales, but because the decision was made at the Welsh government level, that means that meeting couldn't take place at all. But Donington's always a favourite, with drivers from all around the country regularly being the scene of many title deciders and memorable moments through the last few years. Already been a couple of rounds at Cadwell Park 2 weeks ago. That provided exceptional action with the early pace setters in the bid for the championship being Joe Wigan. Joe's car should be looking for it. Runs with number 41. Joe's from Hunsdon. Has a Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. They are all powered by the same spec of 1600cc engine. There's going to be 3 15-minute races once we get to the race portion of the weekend, but I'll remind you that this is a qualifying session to set the first grid. The Jones car definitely one to look out for. And then the other driver setting the pace at least early on after only a couple of races so far was Samuel Smith in his car. So a couple of drivers that aren't many that will need to look out for within this category. Now about to head out onto the track for the first time this season, definitely. Maybe even longer than that for those involved. One or two experiencing Donington for the first time. You couldn't really get better conditions than this. Temperature reasonable but not uncomfortable. The tyres will favour the cooler conditions, certainly. They tend to perform well when the ambient temperature is nice and low. So Joe Wigan, as I mentioned, Oliver Allwood, somebody else to keep your eyes peeled for as well. But Wigan won both of his races as well.
Try and get an interview with Dan at the moment. He's just going to go through the restriction to scrutineering purposes. Get him as he comes out the other side. Dan, well done.
Thank you very much.
First win.
Yeah, feels good.
Great effort.
Yeah.
Had you under pressure though, didn't they?
Yeah, I looked at my mirror on the last chicane and everybody just spread out behind us.
Yeah.
It's like, where do I go? So,
I noticed as you come through Craners and you come down to the, just come on, go up the hill there, you were sliding quite a lot going up
yeah,
there. So.
the crosswind, it caught us up a couple of laps, but the car, other than that, the car was perfect.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, thank you to Willie Greaves for helping us with the setup. It's just unreal compared to last year.
Right.
So yeah, pretty good. Right, thank you very much.
So what's the plan for the next race? Same again?
Just can't put fuel in. Leave it alone. Yeah, that's kind of what I like. It's just work done and they're brilliant. Like, yeah.
Great effort, you. Great effort, team.
Thank you very much.
Everyone's really pleased.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done.
See you at the next one, hopefully.
Okay. You get Will.
The Grand Prix circuit, and that's where the British Saloon Car Championship was last time out on another NSV circuit. It was a time of year actually. Start of the month, and just for next week they were in Kent. This is back in the northwest of England, in Cheshire. car parked up in the pit lane now. You can look at cars still one. Everybody else goes in each way, nothing to say. This is Will Blackwell Chambers. Between Saloon Car Championship, a very affordable way to go and play racing. A little bit of a drop on the 40 standard from the road car, with a free clutch. They're all running on 8-volt tyres
and he managed to take the lead on the last corner, the last lap, in both places. He did not make it good rules to go off this
I hope you enjoyed our first action from this race day at Donington Park with the British Truck Racing Championship. The big rigs are coming up fairly shortly, but earlier on down in the paddock, our interviewer Ian Waterhouse caught up with a few of the drivers.
I'm here with Martin Gibson. Now Martin, third on the grid. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, very happy. We had trouble in practice, but Sasha's team really sorted the truck out and got me something I could really drive.
Now, what are these like to drive? You're going to be thundering down to Redgate, the first corner here at Donington. Do you get nervous? Is it a bit tense out there?
Yeah, I think you have to get nervous, otherwise it's not fun. But no, once you've been in it for a while, it actually feels like a car, to be honest. Just do the same thing, yeah.
Look, you're third on the grid. Eyes on the top prize today?
Definitely, always eyes on the top prize.
The best of luck, Martin Gibson. Thank you very much. So Dave Jenkins, second on the grid. What can you do from there?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tough weekend. It's going to be a long weekend. The reverse grid format's going to really throw some curveballs in. Brilliant pace in qualifying. Tiny little bit unlucky, really. My first lap, the very first lap of qualifying, would have been quick enough for pole position, and we lost that for a track limits infringement at McLean's, of all places at McLean's. So there was no, it's on the outside of the circuit there. There's not even an advantage gain from that. If it had been a cut at the old hairpin or a cut at the chicane, you could have said, you know, that's to gain an advantage. So it was just a little bit of a mistake on my part, pushing too hard on the tyres. They were fresh tyres, but they just weren't quite up to temperature, and I got to the apex and just mistimed the exit a smidge.
So what you're saying is you've got the pace to win. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely, yeah, 100%. We've got the pace.
And Donington Park obviously suits your driving. Then, do you like it?
Yeah, Donington's a great place. It's local to me. We've normally got a huge amount of support here. I'm sure we're going to have it online this weekend. It's where my truck racing career started, or my truck racing experience started here back in 1984, as I came as a small boy to support my dad. And then one of my very first races was here, and yeah, we've been winning races here ever since. So going to try and repeat that this weekend.
So we'll keep a sharp eye on you, Dave Jenkins. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear from a couple of our truck racers there then. They're out for their first race very shortly, and if you have not seen truck racing before, ladies and gents, you really have got a treat coming up. It was here at Donington Park back in 1984, the first ever British truck race meeting was held, and it's garnered one of the biggest crowds Donington has had in its whole history. Back then it was standard road trucks. They literally drove into the paddock, unhitched their trailers and went out racing, a mixture of regular truckers and some celebrity guest drivers as well, some of whom went on to take up the sport on a regular basis, the likes of Steve Parrish and Barry Sheen from the world of motorcycle racing being some of the most notable. And the sport has quite honestly ballooned from there. There's now a European Championship which is successful and has visited Donington in past years, and now of course we have the British Championship, which will have its first race of 2020. This delayed start to the season is coming up in just a few minutes' time. We've got no fewer than 18 trucks across 2 classes that are going to be racing today, and one man who knows plenty more about truck racing than I do, joining us in the box, the man they call Pointy, and I'd love to know why, is Rob Clark. Pointy,
hi, yeah. Well, thank you very much for Dave there. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd say a lot more. It sounds like you've got your head in the history books there with a lot of the background of the sport. Yeah, definitely a late start to the season this year with obviously everything that's been going on, but it's still nice as we look out now over the viewing areas to see some spectators making their way in for the weekend's activities, whether not holding them back so far today.
Yes, it would have been the Convoy in the Park festival this weekend. Sadly, because of the current situation, a lot of the side shows and other activities, the truck show that we normally have, not able to take place. We do have a full programme of truck racing, and it's run slightly differently this year. Normally we'd see separate races for the two different divisions.
Yeah, split divisions for the past couple of years, which has been the new norm essentially, but in previous years before that, when the numbers were slightly lower, they would mix the grids. So essentially we'll be starting with the Division 1, the slightly faster, higher paced trucks, a lot of them slightly newer as well, starting at the beginning of the grid, setting off with a bit of a head start. Of course, as you may know, it's a rolling start with the trucks, and then bringing up the rear will be the Division 2 trucks, which will then obviously get in the way of Division 1 as they have to battle through the grid to retake the front of the pack.
That's assuming they catch them up to lap them, of course.
Indeed.
Slightly less powerful trucks towards the back of the field. The man who's set pole position for race number 1 is the reigning champion, going for his 5th consecutive title, flying Ryan Smith in his MAN. Most of the field in Division 1 are MANs, and alongside him will be the similar truck of number 69, David Jenkins. They've been great rivals on track over the last few seasons. Second row, great qualifying effort by Martin Gibson with his MAN, the number 11 truck, and alongside him will be Mr. Truck Racing, the 10-time British champion, Stuart Oliver.
And one-time European.
Yes, and one-time European champion as well. He really is the authority when it comes to truck racing. Looking at the Division 2 grid, which will start a short distance behind Division 1, so effectively got 2 races in one here. It is the man going for a 3rd straight Division 2 title, Luke Garrett, the West Country based driver in his MAN, will start alongside the similar machine, the yellow truck of Stephen Powell, and they're on their way to the grid now, and what a great sight these big rigs look.
Yes, starting at 4.5 tons overall weight. We've got race-tuned chassis built from the ground up, only now using the engines and cabs from road-going vehicles, obviously specially designed for the circuit. And we can see a lot of new liveries this year as well. Again, we've got in number 1, Ryan Smith, and the Taylor-sponsored truck there with the new white and blue. Next to him, Jenkins with his Hiab that he took on last year as well.
Yes, the Hiab crane sponsorship on the 69 truck there on the outside of the front row, also backed by Digraph Transports.
And another Hiab sponsored vehicle, and new to the season this year, Mr. Tom O'Donnell from MV Commercial in the number 86, is that?
Yes, Tom O'Rourke in the 86 truck.
O'Rourke, sorry,
yes.
my apologies.
He's the man behind MV Commercial. The man behind MV Commercial, and he's in the ex-Shane Brereton, Ryan Smith prepared MAN. Shane, the ex-hot rod racer, now competes in the European Championship. And at the back of Division 1, number 95, Ricky Collett, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire. His trucks were busy on the roads of the Midlands near my residence recently, hauling some giant oxygen tanks.
Yes, you were saying about that earlier on. Yes, a lot of haulage. Well, obviously, when you've got a race truck, it's usually handy to have some haulage mechanics knocking around the place, isn't it?
Yeah, many of these drivers connected with the road haulage industry in some way. Pace truck in position. This will be a 15-minute race, the first of 5 races across the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, and I believe the championship's got a couple of new sponsors this year as well.
Yes, we've got Track Vision or Vision Track, I think. Always get that one wrong. We're all still learning the names of the new sponsors this year, and of course, returning main sponsor for the championship this year is of course GT Tyres. A lot of the trucks are now actually having GT Tyres on them. It was brought in about 2 years ago when they started using the GT Tyres, and they've become very popular among both the divisions.
Let's give you the full grid then before they move off on their rolling start. The front row is number 1, Ryan Smith, the reigning Division 1 champion, alongside 69 of David Jenkins. Second row, number 11, Martin Gibson, and number 7, Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo VNL, about to move away, the green flag being waved at the back of the grid there. Third row is number 18 of John Newell, returned to the championship a couple of years ago after several years away. Alongside him, number 81, Mark Taylor, his second full season in the championship, started off as a sponsor of Ryan Smith, the reigning champion. Fourth row, number 89, Simon Reed with his Iveco Stralis, the boss of Reed Freight, based not far from Donington in Stoke-on-Trent, and alongside him 86, Tom O'Rourke. Completing the Division 1 trucks is number 95 of Ricky Collett. Then the gap to the Division 2 trucks you can see there in the background, about to move away. 42, Luke Garrett heads them, alongside number 3, the man from just down the road from Brands Hatch in Kent, Stephen Powell.
Shout out, Powell.
On the second row of Division 2, we have number 68, Craig Reed, brother of Simon. Alongside him is number 46, a newcomer, Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the championship, son of Tony Smith, who raced for several years. Then on the 9th row of the grid, effectively overall, we've got number 5, Adam Bint with his Volvo White, and number 10, Craig Evans. 10th row, number 16, Brad Smith. Yes, we've got 2 Bradley Smiths out there, so one's Bradley and one's Brad.
3 Smiths in the race altogether, which is very confusing.
And number 6 of John Powell is on the 4th row of Division 2, and at the back is the veteran campaigner, as he is now, number 99, Paddy Mack. aka Paul McCumsky. Good to see Paddy Mack, who's been racing trucks, I think since the late 1980s, if I remember rightly.
And he has got some experience.
He has made it out as well. He had a few problems in qualifying earlier on. I think he had some electrical problems, but he is there on the grid. Fine sight they make as the pace truck leads them down to the old hairpin. They'll be unleashed for a rolling start over a 15-minute duration. There's that lovely bonneted Volvo of Stuart Oliver on row 2, the Volvo VNL. There's the Division 2 grid, headed by Luke Garrett.
Not a huge distance between the two of them, obviously, with the lights going off for Division 1 slightly sooner. It's interesting usually from experience to see how quickly the Division 1 trucks actually catch up, although a couple of the trucks in Division 2, Luke Garrett especially, actually very close to the pack of Division 1 last year, I noticed. Very, very quick truck indeed, that is.
Heading up towards McLean's corner, we can see there the Division 1 trucks. Behind the pace truck, Ricky Collett, veteran campaigner in the number 95 at the back of that group. Had a lot of engine problems with that truck last season, so deserves better fortune this year. But can anyone stop Flying Ryan Smith in the number 1, 4 championships in a row, and he's made no secret that he's going for Stuart Oliver's record.
Indeed, yes. I mean, every year he says he's not coming back the next year, so I'm still waiting to see whether he sticks to that at some point.
Before retirements to Frank Sinatra and all that.
Yes.
Keep an eye on young Bradley Smith in 46 as well, the youngest man on the grid at just 20 years of age. He's not even old enough to have an HGV licence.
He certainly looks like he's had a hard life. I've met him down in the paddock earlier on just to put a face to the name, and yeah, seems quite excited. A bit of a fun fact about him: he hasn't had any practice on this track whatsoever. Qualifying was actually his first time out on Donington circuit, so it'll be interesting to see how he takes it on in a racing situation.
Here they come down to the chicane, then the pace truck will peel off momentarily into the pit lane, and we will be ready to rumble with the heavyweights of UK motorsport. 12 and 13 litre engines in these race trucks.
1,000 horsepower, 600 newton metres of torque, unbelievable amounts of grunt.
Here comes a treat coming up for you then, race fans. The pace truck is pulling into the pit lane. 15 minutes of truck racing about to get underway here at Donington Park.
Go, the lights are out.
And here we go, and already sideways in there, Ricky Collett got the power down a little bit too sharply there as they head down towards the first corner at Redgate. It's going to be Ryan Smith in the number 1 who has the lead. David Jenkins tucks in behind. Martin Gibson in his MAN side by side with his team leader Stuart Oliver in the number 7. Meantime, Division 2 about to get underway further back. We're just heading past our commentary position now. Luke Garrett has led them off as Division 1 heads down the Craner curves. Here comes Division 2 down towards Redgate. We've got 2 races in 1, as we say.
Slightly wide and cutting in at the last minute. We've then followed by Powell and Reed. Reed and Bint, little tussle there. Reed up the inside. Force has been slightly wide, and Smith is gone off a little bit there over the rumbles.
Yeah, Yes, that was Bradley Smith, our newcomer, qualified well in 4th in the division. He's run wide at the first corner and dropped back. Meantime, Division 1 are up at Coppice Corner. Having a look on the inside there was David Jenkins. Didn't quite manage to get through. It's Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, the two very similar MANs. Stuart Oliver in 3rd place, ahead of his teammate Martin Gibson. Then John Newell, number 18, is in 5th position. And up in 6th, that looks to me like the 86 of Tom O'Rourke possibly in there in 6th place. Coming down towards the chicane for the first time. 42 into Division 2. There's Luke Garrett as the Division 1 leaders cross the line. Smith leads Jenkins by half a second at the line. Down towards Redgate come Division 1. Mark Taylor is the man in 6th place, number 81. From sponsor to driver he's gone over the last couple of years. He's challenging John Newell there for 5th place as they go through Redgate.
Yes, Mark, quite new to the championship. Obviously, he's got 1 year under his belt. He had a lot of lessons from Ryan Smith. They were teammates last year. Yeah, still a good connection with the two teams there, of course, this year too.
The Division 2 truck's about 20 seconds back on Division 1 at the moment. It is Luke Garrett leading them ahead of Stephen Powell. Craig Reed in 3rd place in his Iveco. Then Adam Bint and John Powell round out the first 5 in Division 2. We see them at the top of the Craner curves through Hollywood and down towards the Craners. Division 1 already well ahead in this first race of the season for the trucks. They've been anticipating this for so long. They couldn't wait to get out there and play. It is Ryan Smith who continues to lead. Jenkins on his tail. These two have had such a rivalry over the last few seasons.
So there's some very interesting races, especially in the rain when we get a bit of wetness on some of the circuits. We see some quite interesting challenges.
Truck running a bit wide there. Oh, and Mark Taylor got sideways. That's why Simon Reed ran right onto the grass there. They've dropped back a couple of spots. Reed ahead of Tom O'Rourke there. Still your leader is Ryan Smith from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver in 3rd, Gibson 4th, Newell 5th. Here comes Stuart Oliver having a look maybe for 2nd place there in the first corner at Redgate. No, thinks better of it. Bob's back in behind David Jenkins. Still John Newell holding off Mark Taylor there, the number 81. 7th behind them it's Reed. Here's Division 2 heading down the exhibition straight, and Craig Reed in the 2nd of the Ivecos on the attack on the back of the yellow peril of Stephen Powell. It's just down the road from Brands Hatch Circuit to Stephen for 2nd place. These are the overall leaders. Division 1 at the bottom of the circuit at the Old Hairpin. It's still Luke Garrett, the man from the West Country, who leads Division 2, looking for his 3rd straight title in the division this year. Did there used to be a rule that Division 2's champion had to move up to Division 1 the next season, or have I imagined that?
I don't know. do I look like someone
that's problems? Paddy Mack has gone off at the chicane. That's at the exit of the Robert chicane.
He's trying to reverse it back out at the moment. Fingers crossed he can get it going. Of course, the last thing we need now in the heat of the race is a yellow flag. Fingers crossed he can get himself either to safety or back on the go. It looks like he's moving again now, Paddy Mack, making his way off the track, I believe.
I think that's what he's done there. He's got a wheel onto the curve, coming out of the chicane and hit the tyres. So Paul
just
McCumsky,
in time for Division 1 to come back down now into the Robert chicane.
Yeah, Paul McCumsky looks like could be out of the race there. As through comes flying Ryan Smith. He's increased his lead a little over David Jenkins, 0.682 of a second the lead margin that time through, with just over 10 minutes of the race to go. So we're up to around 1/3 distance just about. Stuart Oliver still putting David Jenkins under pressure, only 0.3 of a second between those two at the line. Fastest lap of the race for Ryan Smith that time through, 1:26.913. Down to the Old Hairpin they come. Still leading the way in Division 2, it is Luke Garrett. He's pulled ahead of Stephen Powell. They come out of the chicane. Craig Reed still 3rd in Division 2. Adam Bint is in 4th place in the Volvo White Aerodyne. And they're well clear of the rest of the pack. It's John Powell 5th in Division 2 ahead of newcomer Bradley Smith. Number 16, Brad Smith, didn't complete a lap. We've lost him somewhere, number 16. Didn't see where he's gone. Very experienced Division 2 driver, the man from Leicester on his local circuit, but hasn't completed a lap in this one. I think we may have lost somebody else as well. That's Paddy Mack, of course, went off at the end of the previous lap.
I'm not to confuse with Bradley Smith, still holding his own not too badly at the back. Not too badly at the back of the Division 2. back with Division 1 now, though. A definite pack of 4 at the front there, with Smith, Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, and of course Martin Gibson there. We see an interesting line from Jenkins and Stuart Oliver there.
Yes, nose to tail through the chicane. Oliver is determined to try and get second place away from Jenks here. This is allowing Ryan Smith to increase his lead slightly. He took away another 10th on that lap, 0.7 of a second here, but the fastest lap of the race.
Trouble there. Reed goes off, I think.
That was Simon Reed going straight on at Redgate into the gravel. Hopefully he can get out from there. But Martin Gibson has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 26.7.
Always interesting to see that, isn't it? That you can be not first place, but still be pulling the fastest laps. Hopefully we'll see some movement up the pack from Martin Gibson.
Well, of course, the harder the top 3 fight each other, Gibson's in a little bit of clear air there, and he's able to get the hammer down a little. This man's certainly getting the hammer down. Luke Garrett in the number 42, still leading Division 2 in his MAN, ahead of Stephen Powell in the yellow peril.
Yes, pulling a very good gap there is Luke Garrett. Of course, a very, very quick truck. He's running a Renault engine now.
Father Ross Garrett, a successful truck racer for many years. Great loss to the sport, very sadly.
Always remembered, of course, in the livery on Luke Garrett's truck. Shout out to the Garrett crew, by the way. I promised I'd do that for them this morning.
There's Bradley Smith, the number 46, number used by his father Tony. Used to race a Sisu finished built machine several years ago.
Good old Sisus.
Yes, Jokke Kallio and I think Harry Lestaren were the most successful Sisu drivers in the European Championship, the Finnish team. So here come the leaders down towards Redgate once again. It is still Smith from Jenkins, and Jenkins has closed back up again.
Very close.
On that lap. He's on the rear bumper of Ryan Smith's MAN. We've got 7.5 minutes to go, so we're at half distance in our first truck race of the season here at Donington Park. There's a definite pack of 6 in there. Simon Reed, of course, having dropped back to 9th overall after that excursion into the Redgate gravel. Leaders into the old hairpin once again. Ryan Smith is being reeled in here by Jenks, Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson. A little bit of dust being kicked up there. And there is Simon Reed. Is he heading for the pit lane? He's been caught by the Division 2 leaders here, including his brother Craig. Has Simon Reed pulled in? Yes, he has. He's pulled into the pit lane. So problems for Simon. I can hear his truck was passing our commentary position, so Simon Reed may have damaged the truck there when he went off at Redgate.
Or of course had an issue before he went off in the first place. Not something you want to be driving 100 miles an hour if the steering's not on point.
Yes, could be a brake issue there perhaps, with the water-cooled brakes on these trucks. There is Simon Reed's truck in the pit lane. We'll try and get info on what the problem is from down there, but it looks as though Simon, yes, could well be out of the race. Mentioning 100 miles an hour, these trucks are limited by electronic speed governors to 100 miles an hour as Gibson passes Oliver there, passing his team lead
around the outside, cuts back in front of Stuart Oliver now, and Newell's looking for a spot as well down the side.
Has Stuart Oliver got a problem here, the number 7? He seems to be slowing. Yeah, he's got 2 trucks on the back of him. There's
holds off Mark. Mark's up the inside. We've got a bit of contact now. Newell straight on the tail as well. But no, Mark takes the position away from Stuart Oliver.
And he's taken Gibson as well. Gibson ran wide going into Redgate. He's lost 3 places because John Newell has come through as well. Mark Taylor's up into 3rd position. Oliver is 4th. I thought Oliver had a problem. Maybe he missed a gear coming
quite
out
possibly
of the chicane.
Brilliant driving by Mark Taylor there, though, to take that opportunity to move up.
Definitely, yes. The man from Nottinghamshire, Sutton in Ashfield, in the Taylor's haulage truck. And Luke Garrett's been reeled in as well. Stephen Powell and Craig Reed in the red Iveco.
Craig Reed hot on the heels.
Family honour now with Simon seemingly out of the race. We've lost John Powell into the pits as well. The number 6 has pulled off. So we've lost a couple of trucks in this one. It's still Ryan Smith with the lead, pulling away now from David Jenkins in 2nd place, definitely. Mark Taylor heading that scrap for 3rd. Mentioning the electronic limiters there, they're all checked by tachograph as well by the officials. They cannot exceed 100 miles an hour, and also they cannot omit any black smoke.
Indeed, yes. A few years ago, the FIA actually brought in smoke boxes. The British were a little slower to uptake the clean smoke, but it has made quite a difference to a lot of the Division 2 trucks, which of course did used to produce a little bit more smog than the upper classes.
Yes, I remember Adam Bint's truck in particular was one that has now been
yes,
rectified.
Indeed.
His Volvo White Aerodyne. He's further back. Where is he at the moment in Division 2? He's in 6th place in class, so he's lost some ground. Still leading Division 2 is Garrett. 69 David Jenkins still in second, but Mark Taylor trying to reel him in. Ryan Smith has pulled away now to the tune of 3.6 seconds, so he's got this race in the bag, barring any disaster, I would say. Taylor under pressure from Stuart Oliver, then it's Gibson Newell. Here's the Division 2 battle. Stephen Powell is having to defend from Craig Reed.
Slowing him down a bit there, having to concentrate on holding Craig Reed back instead of catching up with Luke.
Next in Division 2, in fourth in the category, is now Bradley Smith, number 46. Craig Evans up to fifth, though whether Adam Bint has had a problem here. John Powell, I think, has got going again. He pulled into the pits earlier on. He's shown on the timing screen as having made a pit stop. So he may have got going again. We've, of course, lost Paul McCumsky and Brad Smith, number 16, both out of the race.
Makes it easier for us to differentiate the Smiths, of course. That's getting rather confusing this morning.
Speaking of Bradley Smith, here he is, the number 46, being lapped by race leader Ryan Smith, no relation.
Gracefully accepting the overtake, of course. We have had issues in the past of the Div 2s holding their own a little bit with the Div 1s trying to get past them.
Well, it's usually because they're busy having their own race and they don't notice the Division 1s are behind them until it's a bit too late. But there we see Bradley Smith has pulled aside, lets the quicker trucks through to lap him. Enjoying his first ever British truck race, the youngest man on the grid. Normally the elder statesman of the grid is, of course, gentleman Jim Bennett with his faithful Seddon Atkinson. Sadly, not here this weekend.
Fantastic following for Jim Bennett as well. A much-loved character in the paddock. It's a shame he's not here this year.
Hopefully we'll see him out at subsequent rounds. Not here this weekend.
Another name I saw on the entry list originally was Ollie James was supposed to be joining us with his Freightliner.
Oh, the Bagheera Freightliner, yes.
Yes, seems to have dropped off the list at last minute, I think.
Never mind that, because we have a challenge for the lead.
Here we go.
In Division 2, Stephen Powell at the inside into the chicane.
Looking good.
He takes
Can he
the
make
lead.
it stick? Yes, easy peasy.
Good stuff there from the Dines Drainage Contractors sponsored MAN. Takes the lead from Luke Garrett in the 42, and moving up as well is Craig Reed in his Iveco. Has Garrett got a problem here?
Dropping back, but still holding his own there from Craig Reed. But Craig looking for the inside there.
His last lap time was about 3 seconds off his regular pace, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Just 2 minutes left on the clock now, so we'll be looking at a maximum of 2 laps remaining.
Not long to go now indeed. Through the chicane come the Division 1 leaders, and John Newell makes a move on Stuart Oliver there. Gibson's already gone through, so Oliver maybe has got an issue with the Volvo because he's down to 6 now. He's lost 2 places on that lap. Mark Taylor going great guns up there in 3rd place ahead of Gibson's MAN. Further back in 7th, it's Tom O'Rourke coming across the line now ahead of Ricky Collett. That completes the Division 1 field with Simon Reed out of the race. Division 2 still led by Stephen Powell.
Certainly left it till the last minute to do that overtake. Undertake, rather.
Wait and see if Luke Garrett's got anything in the tank and he can fight back. Incidentally, after this race we will have a lunch break of about, I'd say, half an hour or so before we get underway with our next race. Meantime, look at Craig Reed go down the exhibition straight, nearly onto the grass. Can he take the Division 2 lead here with
has he got the pace to make it stick?
No, he hasn't. Stephen Powell hangs on around the outside line in the HGV Direct MAN. Luke Garrett's down into 3rd place now. I wonder if he's developing an issue with his MAN.
Looking for the space on the straight though.
They lean on each
other. Does he manage it round? No, Powell takes it back round Redgate.
Stephen Powell hangs on in front. The man from Kent ahead of Craig Reed, the fairly local man from Stoke-on-Trent. Down towards the Craner curves they come. Wait to see where the Division 1 leaders are. They're just going across the line, I can tell you, to start their last lap now. So Smith's already gone through. 2nd it is David Jenkins, 3.5 seconds down. Mark Taylor still in 3rd place. There's Gibson and John Newell now in 5th.
Be interesting to hear the stories in the paddock of what actually happened halfway through that race in the Division 1 and what happened with Stuart Oliver's truck. I know he had a split disc brake earlier on, which certainly slowed him down in qualifying. Ryan Smith well ahead of the pack now. I think it's a sealed deal with regards to that, very much like his last championship.
The checkered flag this time through for Flying Ryan. There's a truck we haven't seen yet, Craig Evans in the number 10 MAN. He's running in 13th place ahead of John Powell, who did rejoin after making a pit visit with a problem earlier on.
Last place is better than a DNF, definitely.
We've lost Adam Bint somewhere as well. The Volvo White is out of it, so we've got 14 trucks left running out of the 18 that started. It's going to be a win for the man from Mansfield, Fly-In Ryan Smith, round Coppice for the last time. He's well clear by about 3.5 seconds of the number 69, David Jenkins. There could be a challenge on for third. Taylor and Gibson together there out of Coppice corner. We look at the Division 1 runners further back, but here comes Ryan Smith just easing it home into the chicane for the last time.
Did I see there that Craig Green has taken Steve Powell there?
We'll pick up Division 2 in a moment. Division 1, the checkered flag is out. Ryan Smith takes the win. David Jenkins second, and Martin Gibson.
Martin Gibson! Oh my goodness
chicane,
me!
Goodness me!
Comes off on Roberts, gives up to Mark Taylor now, which is a third place, I do believe, on the very last corner.
Taylor takes third from Gibson. Oliver fifth. Newell sixth. Meantime, we'll pick up Division 2 hopefully in a moment. The battle is still on between Craig Reed and Stephen Powell as the lower Division 1 runners come through. Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett across the line. There is Bradley Smith. He's a lap down. So we'll wait and see Division 2 coming through. Here they are at
Steve
Coppice.
Powell back
ahead. This is a great fight between.
We've got Powell, Reed, about a second behind is Luke Garrett, looking for a space, but still
Garrett, I think
quite a
there's
distance
something wrong with there's something wrong with the left rear, I think, on Luke Garrett's truck. Whether he's got a tyre going down, I'm not sure. But meantime, the leaders are coming down to the chicane for the final time. Here they come. Craig Reed on the inside. Could he steal
bit of a tussle? He's looking for something there coming through Roberts. Will he be able to make a bit of magic? No. Steve Powell pulling nicely forward there. Good job of the chicane. And it's, yes, nicely spread out. Oh, bit of an issue there with Garrett still taking up the third. And we've got Steve Powell, Craig Reed and Luke Garrett. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely fantastic at length to the race there for Division 2.
Yeah, there was something wrong with the left rear corner on Luke Garrett's truck. I saw it sliding through Coppice. I wonder if he's got a tyre going down.
Quite possibly.
But Stephen Powell it is who takes the win in Division 2. Craig Reed second. Garrett takes third. Bradley Smith, a lap down, is fourth, and Craig Evans fifth. John Powell, the final finisher. We lost Simon Reed into the pit lane, and we've got out on circuit. We lost Adam Bint, also Paul McCumsky and Brad Smith.
Fantastic.
Well, congratulations to flying Ryan Smith and Superman Steve Powell for their victories there. There's the result confirmed. 3.25 seconds in it between Ryan Smith and David Jenkins at the flag. And well done, Mark Taylor, a fine third place ahead of Martin Gibson.
Very good, yes. There'll be a lot of celebrations in the paddock this lunchtime in the Taylor tent, I'm sure.
Martin Gibson fourth. He went wide out of the chicane for the last time, lost a challenge for third place. Stuart Oliver fifth. John Newell taking sixth, then Tom O'Rourke, not in the Navistar International this weekend. He's in the MAN. Ricky Collett eighth. Stephen Powell, the Division 2 winner, ninth overall. You can see the gap there, a minute off the race lead, and Craig Reed rounding out the top 10.
Steve Powell will be very happy with that result, first race out of the season. Unfortunately not joined by his washyard man this weekend, who's probably holding the fort back down at Brands Hatch. Shout out to the girls there.
Yes, fair play to all the teams who support the drivers. There's plenty of mechanics and backup teams in the pits. I must say thank you to all our volunteer marshals here at Donington.
No marshals, no racing.
Yeah, we could not go racing without the Orange Army, so thank you very much to all of them. We'll hopefully hear from our race winners in both divisions fairly shortly, Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell. For now, we head into the lunch break. We'll be underway and racing again in about, I think, half an hour's time, which will be the second race for the Legends. Thanks to Rob Pointy Clark for joining me here in the box. Hopefully hear some more
just
from him
Pointy will be fine. Honestly, Dave, I appreciate it. It's fine.
No problem at all. Hopefully hear more from him a little later on.
Whether you like it or not.
It doesn't take a lot to kind of knock the geometry of these things out, so they stand up to a lot of abuse throughout the race. The prime setup goes quite quickly after 1 or 2 knocks. So they're all great. It's always good around Donington, but I'm delighted to look at the calendar, look at the training model, and see more further races, one more today. And if you have plans tomorrow as well, then please tell me that that's changed your mind. 3 races to look forward to for the headline event, the British Truck Racing Championship. Their first races of the year. And we all know the reasons why, but it is great to have them back.
Really is, and they're just lining up on the hairpin there, where they'll be rid of that kind of almost extra spot there, because then it's a bit more challenging, isn't it? In fairness. been sort of recovered from around the circuit. We've got this Infinity and Smith in the 16 truck at the end there as well. But hopefully we'll get that sorted. They'll be back out a little bit later, 2 o'clock they are due, race number 5 in the programme. And that does take us into our lunch break now, which I would envisage is going to be short, sadly. Apologies to the Mike George Army, who's doing an incredible job out there for recovery and medical crew and everybody else. So thank you again for all the work that they're doing. But we do go into our lunch break. 10 past 1, the Legends are due to start for their second of 3 races today. Then we go into the BARC Mad Rowing 5 Championship. The trucks are then back out again for race number 5. Race number 6 is the Max 5 Championship, followed by the Legends with their grand final, the 12-lap final instead of the usual 10 laps. And then we go into the incredible 3-hour C1 series, which I am really looking forward to. But I think that's it for everybody to grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, please do. It's sort of about half a little bit expected, and that's because one or two difficulties earlier in the day. Yeah, make sure you can be trackside for 10 past 1 for the first of 6 more races to come this afternoon.
Well, welcome back, mate. That was exciting, wasn't it, Steve? Division 2 winner, congratulations.
Yeah, no.
Talk us through your race.
Had a really good race, yeah. Luke got the jump on me on the start and then stayed with him, and then he just lost a bit of rear end traction, so I was just wheeling him in a bit, but I was wary of Craig as well, because it was a really good race, actually. It's lovely to be back. It
was great to watch. It was fantastic to watch. What's it like to drive around Donington one of these when you've got these guys trying to get past you?
It's my favourite circuit. I love Donington, and we usually go quite well here. So, but to start off with a win's fantastic. Luke's usually got a bit the better of us, so to beat him as well and keep Craig behind. So very happy with the start.
Man. Good man. And look, race 2. In fact, there's a lot of races, isn't there? You got race 2 a little bit later. What's the plan for that one?
It'll be totally different because it's reverse grid. And there's a fair bit of pace out there with all of them. So it depends on your start, really. Your reverse grid. If you have a good start, you've got half a chance of getting back up there. So yeah, looking forward to it really. Just hope the traffic's kind.
Fantastic. Let's go get some lunch.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Division 2 winner there. I was going to go and find this man over here. If you just come round to me, I'll show you. This lorry here, your Division 1 race winner, Ryan Smith. I've been promised that Nathan is going to go grab him for us. Let's see if I can find where Ryan is. Nathan's run off, isn't he? Let's find... we spoke to this man before, didn't we? Hello.
You're right.
How did your race go?
Yeah, it was good for first time back.
For how long out has it been?
First time last year here at Donington, and it's my second time here. But what's been going off this year, first time outing, I've enjoyed it.
That's what I like to. But you've got plenty of races left, haven't you?
Yeah.
What's the plan for race 2?
Don't know yet. Take it as it comes. I think that's all we can do.
Fantastic. We're going to try and find Ryan. You don't know where he is, mate.
He's just over there.
Is he? Would you mind? Ryan Smith. Oh, Ryan Smith. Thank you, Nathan.
Hi, Nate.
Ryan. It's Ryan.
On the right, the yellow.
On the right. Let's grab him, shall we?
Here he is. Hello, sir.
Ryan, congratulations. There you go. Well, how does that feel?
Yeah, pretty good. Good start to the weekend. Didn't get off to the best of starts really. The truck has been misbehaving, but 50% there, so another 50% to go, and we should have a good weekend. But everybody's competitive. The weather's good here at Donington, especially what's gone on throughout the year. So delighted to get the first win under the belt, and let's get on to the second.
Race 2. Reverse grid, isn't it? Going to be interesting.
Well, I always class it like the pressure's off because the first one's out the way. I can sit back, watch all the commotion in front of me, pick them off one by one, and hopefully get onto the podium. So, it don't always work like that, but we'll give it as best shot. A few more alterations to the truck now, get it to where we need to be, and happy days.
Lovely, lovely. Congratulations. Enjoy race 2.
Thank you, sir.
We'll keep a sharp eye on you. That is your Division 1 race winner. Let's just pan back and have a look at these trucks. So remember, in total, there will be, about another 5 races of these trucks still to go. I'm going to let you enjoy the view here as these guys just head off for a little bit of lunch. Hello everybody, welcome back to Donington Park. As you can see, I've come up to the assembly area here and it's time for race 2 of the Legends Championship here. Let's have a little chat here, shall we? James Hall-Morton, good afternoon. So how are you feeling ahead of race 2?
After the first race, we were a bit unlucky getting taken out, but the car feels good, the road's clear ahead. I just hope the boys behind me have the sensible head on going into turn 1 and eyes forward and crack on.
That's what I like to hear, eyes forward, crack on. Donington suit your driving style?
I love Donington, mint track, it just don't like me. It's my cursed track, it's proper cursed.
We're going to find out, aren't we, in about 10 laps? We're going to find out whether it's still cursed.
Fingers crossed, luck's going to change this year.
Yeah, I can see ahead, all I can see is a safety car ahead, so yeah, you'll be fine. Best of luck out there.
Thank you, cheers.
Cheers. Let's go talk to kind of 40 Margaret Hill here. Let's have a little, this is, number 40 Hughes, a quiet looking car. Best of luck out here, we're about to head out, yeah?
Cheers.
Good, best of luck, take it home, we're going to move out of the way. Listen to this. Of the Legends Championship. I'm going to head back to your commentator, David Goddard.
The sun's still shining here on a breezy but dry Donington Park. Heat number 2 on track for the UK National Legends in association with MRF Tyres. This grid largely a reverse of the grid we saw for heat number 1 earlier on. So it's James Hall-Morton, number 32, in pole position. 57 of Will Gibson, second in race 1, will start alongside him. Second row, Connor Hughes.
You see we've got James Hall-Morton on the front row there. He's just made it out actually due to having to change the link arms on the back because they were the wrong ones fitted, the wrong length. Probably why he struggled in the first round.
Saw him have a couple of moments in race 1. Second row, Connor Hughes alongside number 18, one of our Scottish visitors, Steve McGill. On row 3, it's Neil Shenton in the 35 car, Nick Bridgman in the blue number 68. Fourth row is Miles Rudman, so quite well up for him. And number 3, Mike Schlupp. As we say, the first 9 rows reversed from race 1. So Cy Harraway starts 18th. He was on pole earlier on. The rookie graded drivers, LB Clark, Chris Needham and Andy Bird, our newcomer this weekend, starts further back on the grid. And guest drivers John Critchlow and Gerard McCosh from the Scottish Legends Series based at Knockhill start at the very back. We should have 23 cars out there all together. Race 1 winner Daniel Clark starts 13th. This will be another 10-lap race for the UK National Legends cars.
Let's see what sort of start Gibbo is going to get off the front. I should imagine he'll be trying to get away as soon as possible.
He's had a few wins over the last couple of seasons. James Hall-Morton, I think, has taken just 1 win in his career so far. Miles Rudman well up on the grid, the reigning champion, the man from Birmingham.
Just see on this sheet as well that Gareth Sheridan in the 99, that was the old car that was driven by Ben Powell. And that was a quick machine driven by Ben back in the day. But he's new to the series, new to the car, so let's see how he gets on this.
It's Chris Needham in the car today. Gareth, I'm told, is racing that car tomorrow.
Oh, it's Needham in
share the car across the weekend. Chris Needham, another ex-supercar racer, done a bit of F3 Cup as well, is out in this one a little further back on the grid.
Need to bunch up a little bit.
It's the black and green car. So they weave to warm their tyres then. The BMW pace car leads them round. James Hall-Morton, the maroon and silver car on the inside. The black and blue car of 57, Will Gibson, alongside him, ready to resume racing after the lunch break here at Donington Park. 10 laps for heat number 2 for the Legends cars. The power comes on and away they go. Just listen to the yowl of these Yamaha Superbike engines from these pocket rockets.
James come on the inside here if he's lucky. Come on, James.
Not quite, it is Will Gibson who's just got the edge into the first corner. Mike Schlupp in the almost camouflage livery car making a move there around the outside in number 3. Gerard McCosh at the back in the maroon number 69 car. But it's Will Gibson who leads. James Hall-Morton in second place. Third, it is the number 40 of Connor Hughes. His dad Paul was one of the first champions in Legends in the UK, but he loses third place there, got a bit of a twitch on, runs wide, through goes Miles Rudman. Paul Simmons in the 51 is in 5th position. There's LB Clark at the back in the number 15 machine.
Rudman did a nice move there, it was clean and tidy, but it was nice and clean.
Waiting them to head up into the Schwantz curve, named after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz, then up into McLean's. Oh, somebody wide going off there. Pick up who that was, just going wide onto the grass if we can.
Too many black cars, you can't really see which side.
Yeah, there's a lot of them the same colour. Miles Rudman is the one to watch here, though, I reckon. Chasing James Hall Morton now, try and bump draft him down the straight for second place. So one car run wide at McClay's. That may well have been Connor Hughes. I can't see him in the leading group.
Hall Morton's under pressure from Rudman going into the corner there.
Yeah, through the chicane, it's Gibson from James Hall Morton. Third is Miles Rudman. He's gained 4 places already. Paul Simmons up into
a bit of action there.
Fourth. Bit of a sort out there towards the back. They've all kept it going though. Just looking down the order, it was Connor Hughes who we saw have that off at the back of the field.
Daniel Clark not finding it so easy coming from the back. He's up to 8th.
There's one car that didn't take the start. I'm just looking to try and work out who that
James
is.
has gone through to the lead. James has had a blinder coming down.
Really has, yes. Good move, James Hall Morton. But Miles Rudman now fighting his way to the inside to try and take the lead as they'll head towards Schwantz curve any moment. Who's going to come out of this lead? I think it will be Miles Rudman who will come out with the lead. Indeed it is, the black car with the yellow roof. Incidentally, apologies for not having our camera at McLean's. That camera has unfortunately broken down.
James is back down to 3rd. He's in a good effort. He's obviously got those Lincoln sorted out now. He's in a much stronger position.
Gibson fighting back though as they come down the exhibition straight this time. Paul Simmons in 4th place, starting to bottle up now in this bump drafting order, almost NASCAR style. Who's this coming into the picture? Connor Mills in the number 23, the car with the blue wings there. He's in 5th place.
Paul Simmons blew an oil cooler in the last race on the last lap, so he was lucky not to do an engine any sooner than he'd done an engine in the last race.
Dan Clark's on the move again. He's up into 6th position, but the man who's done the fastest lap is number 13, Jack Parker, who's down in 11th place at the moment. Remember, he had a spin in race 1 and only managed to finish 10th, so he's got to make up for lost points in this one if he wants to keep his championship lead. Down the Craner curves they come. This is lap 3 into the old hairpin. There's confirmation of that fastest lap, 122.145 for Jack Parker, the West Midlands base driver.
It's great to see that James is really holding his own up there with the front runners.
Can he hang on for at least a podium place here? Confirmation there, we've seen 13th. It is Chris Needham, wheel of the number 99 car today, as the leaders up out of McLean's climb up through Coppice. Rudman under pressure from Will Gibson, places a couple of times already. Hall Morton still 3rd ahead of Simmons. Then it's Connor Mills in the blue car, Daniel Clark and Stephen McGill going well. The Scotsman in 7th place. Stephen Whiteleg had a spin at the end of race 1, is there in 8th. There's Mike Schlupp and John Mickle coming through from towards the back of the grid, is there in 10th position.
Gibbo's doing a bit of a bump draft there. He doesn't want to rub Gibbo. He's stopped back there, but he's pushing.
Paul Simmons has just taken James Hall Morton down the straight there to take 3rd place away as they...
Oh, this spinner. Who's that?
Across the line, somebody spun at the back. That's Jonty Norman in the 43s in the gravel.
That could be a safety car.
Yes, he's right on the edge of the track there, so we may well have the safety car come out.
Please, some of the midfield runners bring them back together again.
Not the likes of Cy Haraway as well, who are trying to come through from the back. He's in 12th place, the winner of race number 1.
James has dropped down to 4th now, but I think he's going to be a safety car, unless they can definitely yellow flag on that corner.
The yellow flags at the chicane, that means no overtaking, of course. Dan Clark, the race on winner I was about to say there, is up into 5th, and it could be 4th now. Yes, he's got ahead of James Hall Morton as they come through McLean's there. So Dan Clark in 4th. It's Rudman who leads from Gibson. Stephen Whiteleg and James Hall Morton. Is he slowing up there?
He's dropping back.
Yes, he's got a problem, James Hall Morton. That's a shame. He was going so well up there in 3rd place, but J8M in trouble. I think the safety car is coming out. Yes, safety car is coming out to retrieve Jonty Norman's car from the gravel trap.
Still trying to fight for positions. Jack Parker's trying to get past Mickle.
There is the car in the gravel. The marshals just move out of the way momentarily, but the safety car will pick up the race leader. It's Miles Rudman who led them through that time. There is the BMW safety car.
And this is when they're going to start losing a bit of momentum. They need to keep the tyres, heat in the tyres. Some of the midfield runners will be glad to have probably a bit of a rest, I should think.
Still trying to work out which car didn't take the start of this race. We're definitely missing one.
The gravel, sadly, exactly where there was a problem a little earlier on for Chris.
There is the car in the gravel, axle deep, Jonty Norman, number 43.
Still in it, actually, he hasn't got out. But,
once the field is fully neutralised, the marshals will pull him clear. Numbers on the side in the style of the great Richard Petty, of course, in all-time greats of NASCAR. So it is Miles Rudman who has the lead then, looking for his second win of the season. He had a win, 2 seconds and 2 fourths, plus a retirement in the opening round of the weekend, the opening weekend of the championship. 2 rounds, of course, per weekend. That was at Croft in North Yorkshire. He's third in the points heading into this round, behind Parker and John Mickle. John Mickle, the record point scorer in UK Legends, as well as the most race starts. He scored, would you believe, over 87,000 points in his Legends career, John Mickle.
He's managed to get up to 5th as Mickle, and he started quite a way back on the grid. He's certainly trying to push for some decent points finishes today.
Will we see Jonty Norman able to extract the car from the gravel here? I don't think he'll be able to move it under his own steam. James Ford Morton has pulled into the pits. He is out of the race.
That's a shame. He was driving so well, James. He really picked the pace up in the first couple of laps.
So now in comes the snatch vehicle.
He's spending next week trying to get all that gravel out for the rest of his car, I should think.
We've got another race to come later on, of course. We'll have the final towards the end of our programme, just after 3 o'clock it is scheduled, but a couple of delays. We are running just a little behind time.
Looks like he's done some damage to the front suspension on that. Looks like he's definitely
steering damage.
Steering arm of some sort.
Okay, so 5 laps completed then. Behind the safety car, it's Rudman who leads. Second place, Will Gibson, and Paul Simmons in third. Dan Clark is up to 4th. Connor Mills in 5th position. And then in 6th place, Stephen Whiteleg, running well, had a year out of racing last year. John Mickle is 7th behind him, then Jack Parker, the championship leader. Steve McGill is 9th, and Mike Schlupp, Mickle's teammate, rounding out the top 10.
This could be an interesting restart. It depends where Rudman's going to make a break, whether he's going to do it before the chicane or just after the chicane. Because times it right, you get a good start while Mickle and the other pack are just coming into it or out of the corner. Clever on this is Rudman. Make a good break. The ones midfield now really do need to try.
Well, we've lost somebody else into the pits as well. This could be significant. Cy Haraway has pulled into the pits, the 83 car.
I think he went off earlier on, and he had an off, whether or not he had damage.
So that's our 5th place man in the championship, 3-time winner at Croft. He could well have been the championship leader, but he had a retirement in Heat 2 on the Saturday. It looks like another retirement here as well.
Simmons is up to 3rd. That's a great effort from Paul. Great effort.
It's Paul Labano had a spectacular rollover at the Robert Chicane here a few years ago. I know because I was standing at the Robert Chicane at the time.
I know because I was behind him.
But the Sivan did not suffer any damage.
No, we managed it. I think it was either Nick Brace or Dean Brace, one of the others, who was involved with him on that.
Paul did have a win here at Donington last season as well. He just beat John Mickle in one of the finals here last season. Lights are out atop the safety car, so it looks like it's coming in at this time. Finished second on the road.
It's going to be a 4-lap dash.
Oh yes, that's how we like it. Look at the way Miles Rudman is weaving there. He's weaving across the whole width of the straight to try. He's going to try and do a Sebastian Vettel here, isn't he?
He's going to go pretty much now.
Here we go, trying to anticipate the restart. He does so. Will Gibson goes with him though, so it didn't go completely to plan for Rudman. Gibson still on his tail as they restart down towards Red Gates.
He's gone wide. He's gone far too wide going into that corner.
Yeah, so Will Gibson will take the lead in the number 57 car. They head towards Hollywood and the Crater Curves. Paul Simmons still third. Dan Clark is up there in 4th place in the number 14. Connor Hughes just running wide there at the back over the curbs. Miles Rudman back up the inside into the old hairpin, retakes the lead. Will Gibson over the curb on the inside. Terrific fight between these two. Connor Mills trying to make it 5 for the lead behind Simmons and Clark. The rest of them go streaming through.
Simmons is under pressure from Clark. That's going to be a tough 4 laps.
There's Mrs. Clark at the back of the field, LB Clark.
She's doing all right.
She's learning her craft very rapidly.
Looks like Daniel Clark's got a class sim by the look of it.
So what's the order going to be? Up into Connor Mills there on the inside. Stephen Whiteleg's in there as well. Mickle and Parker close. It's 8 for the lead now. That safety car has really opened things.
Never underestimate Whiteleg.
Here they come then into the exhibition straight. It is still Will Gibson, number 57, who has the lead. They start to chop and change. There'll be some bump drafting here this time. Miles Rudman goes out wide. We've got a yellow flag out. There's a green flag there, or is that just because it's the first lap of the restart? I think that's the case. Of course, I didn't see a yellow flag. Green flag normally means a yellow flag further back on the course. As here come the leaders down the straight. Then it's still Gibson. They pull wide. They fan out across the straights. Gibson from Rudman, Simmons, Clark, Mills, Parker, Mickle, Whiteleg. The other car closing up there, that's Mike Schlupp on their tails as well. Stephen McGill is next in the order.
Rudman does like to go wide going into Redgate there. It's a good move when there's no one else about, but there's a lot of people like there is now. I think he just needs to stick with the pack.
Still Will Gibson hangs on in front, just takes a little bit of dust on the inside there, cutting the old hairpin very fine.
There's a big dip in that circuit right there, and he put the wheel into it, he throws it right up.
Hughes at it sideways again there, the number 40. He's already had an off in this race. Bill Reed, number 333, running wide as well. Here comes the pack up towards the highest point of the course at Coppice, underneath the flight path of East Midlands Airport. Swing their way through. There's Connor Mills, the ex-single-seater racer, number 23, holding off the chrome car of John Mickle, the legend's legend, as we could call him.
Jack Barker's having a strong race. If it was wet, Jack would be in the lead all the way by now and he'd be gone. But it's not, and Gibbo's up the front.
Look at this column of cars here. Robin Fountain at the back. That means there's 13 cars in there.
Bump draft with Simmons. That's a great move by Simo. Oh, lock up there by
that's Clark.
Connor.
That's pushed Miles Rudman back into the lead ahead of Will Gibson. Simmons behind him. Now Simmons is going to try and make his own bid for the lead here. Clark up the outside of Will Gibson. They're almost on top of each other. We're on the penultimate lap of the race now. 5th place is Mills, then Parker 6th, then a little gap back to the next half dozen. It's magnificent. It's like the closing stages of the Grand National.
It's amazing now Gibbo was strong up the front and now he's back down to 3rd just because of the bump drafted by Simmons.
Miles Rudman, the man from Birmingham leads. Look at that from Dan Clark now. That's a move learned in karting, definitely. He's, as kart racers say, he sent it up the inside there and he's taken 3rd place away from Will Gibson.
He's not shy of coming forward, is he, old Clark?
Yes, Dan Clark, fresh from his first win. He'll still be in celebratory mood here. He won heat number 1, those who missed it earlier on. The white number 14 car there in 3rd place. They're coming round to start their last lap this time.
Simmons is in a good position here to take a win. If he can time this right, he could nip down on the...
Well, next time around, you don't want to be leading into the chicane, because it's the last lap next time around. You know somebody's going to be trying to position to bump draft you, try and push their way into the lead. Paul Simmons is not going to wait to the last lap. Here comes Clark as well on the outside. Gibson's not finished yet. Parker's got ahead of Mills. He's going to have a go at the inside here. There could be 5 wide into the chicane here. This is going to be dicey. Miles Rudman just about holds on to the lead ahead of Simmons. They're leaning on each other. Will Gibson went wide in there. Gibson now back on the other side of the track. There's been a bit of a sort out there. It's Will Gibson who is back in front. We seem to have lost Clark in all of that. There he is. He's dropped a couple of places. So Clark now behind Mike Schlupp. He's down to 7th. So Clark must have been forced wide there, coming out of the chicane. We're on the last lap now. Here comes Gibson, side by side with Robin. You don't want to be side by side into the old hairpin. He's He's got the inside line indeed.
Much better position there. Gibbo's going to lose out.
Jack Parker could be in with a chance here as well. He's up to third in the number 13 rather. It's all changed there at the chicane last time through. They were almost falling over each other. Heading up towards McLean's corner now. Who's going to come out with the lead? It's still Rudman from Gibson. Parker in third. Connor Mills is fourth. Looks like John Mickle is up into fifth position. The big loser in all of this is Dan Clark. He's not going to make it a double. Round the double apex right-hander at Coppice they head for the last time.
What's happened to Simmons? He's dropped right back for some reason.
He got caught up with Clark, I think. I can hardly watch here as they come down to the chicane for the final time. I didn't even notice Simmons wasn't there. There's so much going on.
He's back down in 13.
Here we go then, side by side between Gibson and Rudman. Mickle pulls out to the outside. He's never going to go around all of them, surely.
Gibson's just got to stay where he is, hold his line there.
Into the chicane. Are they all going to get through? Yes, they are. It looks like it's going to be Will Gibson in number 57 who takes the win. Second place went to Connor Mills in a photo finish with Jack Parker. Miles Rudman down to fourth. Fifth, John Mickle. Dan Clark sixth. Then Chris Needham seventh in 99. He went well. Mike Schlupp, Stephen Whiteleg and Robin Fountain rounding out the top 10. 0.8 of a second covered the first 6 cars.
Great effort by Parker. But go Gibbo, he done it.
Will Gibson, your race winner here at Donington Park in Legends Heat number 2. We didn't see it quite there. I think there was a collision on the penultimate lap between...
Connor Mills got third. I was watching the front too. Actually, Connor Mills, did he get third there?
Well, the timing screen has changed. It's actually showing, yes, Connor Mills third behind Jack Parker. It actually showed Mills in second momentarily there. But, it was Parker who got second ahead of Mills. The timing screen just sorting itself out there. 0.2 of a second, the margin of victory.
Matt Roach will be pleased with that. He's prepared that car.
There's the result confirmed for you. Will Gibson the winner, 0.2 of a second ahead of Jack Parker. Connor Mills third ahead of Miles Rudman. John Mickle and Dan Clark 5th and 6th. Chris Needham a fine 7th. Mike Schlupp taking 8th place. Then Stephen Whiteleg and Robin Fountain rounding out the top 10.
Great race.
Great race indeed. Thanks Nathan Anthony for joining us once again. He'll join us again for the Legends final later on. And next up in a few minutes' time, hopefully we'll be able to hear from our race winner. So next up will be the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship.
Wow. Yes, again. They do it again and time again, don't they? It's brilliant to watch. The Legends Car Championship with MRF Tyres. So many more races for those cars to come. And I, for one, can't wait. Now, the order they're coming back in, that has been corrected on the PSL screen. So that puts Jack Parker into second. I thought I could tell I wasn't a 2. It's just the fact that the second digit on both race numbers was 3, and I'm not racing second yet. But Jack Parker did finish the same amount of time ahead of the 26th.
A bit quiet, no spectators behind you.
Yeah. Going back to the second between Gibson and Parker and the same distance Martin Hill. And fair play to Gibson. Remember, I predicted that he was after going second in race 1, he was going to down away, start on the front row. He didn't work out, and he was anything from first to third, and back up through that. He did it in the fourth moment, the last lap, possibly in that last morning, because of the air and to Robert McCain for that final lap. Yeah, about 2 minutes. Figure out the window out, he's delighted that he got that number 1 position, so well done, Will. Deserved it just on how good he was in race 1 at Moses. Yes, as far as points are concerned, today will be the best scorer because he's had a second and a third. The only other car that could have matched that is Samuel Clark has finished second, and Samuel Clark 6th place. So good point for so far. 57, 1934 Ford Coupe. The 5/8 share replica at least on that American car, which is motorcycle Malaysian.
Okay, so almost time to get underway with our next race here at Donington Park on this late summer afternoon, and a very packed grid indeed. Race 1 of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship.
Probably used to see like 3 or 4.
Right, everybody, you join me down back at the assembly area. It's time for the Mazda MX-5 to head out on track. As you can see, Matt Luff has gone out on pole position. It's going to be an exciting race. Look at the size of this grid, by the way. Oh, wow, this is going to be really, really entertaining as they go. Let's give them a wave as they all head off. Let's see. Right, there we go. We've got some magnificent Mazda MX-5. It is one of the biggest grids we've got here at Donington Park. We got the others. Can I ask him a wave as well? Let's see if anybody. There we go. Look, get a few thumbs up as well. There we go. This is a race you're not going to want to miss. Make sure you stay tuned for this one. Now they head out onto the track, ready for their formation lap. So I'm going to hand back to our commentator, David Goddard. Enjoy the race.
A capacity grid of 40 cars then for the first race of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Identical 1600cc Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s for this one. Qualifying session was a little earlier on today, and in pole position for this first race, number 72 of Matt Luff. Looking for what I think will be his first win in the championship, lining up alongside the championship leader after the opening weekend at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Number 41, Joe Wiggin. He had 2 wins out of the 3 races held on opening weekend in Lincolnshire. The other one going to Oliver Allward, number 63, who's on the inside of the second row. Alongside him, number 55, Matt Pollard. Third row of the grid is a former champion, number 18, Will Blackwell Chambers, and alongside him, number 81, Seb Fisher. Fourth row, 158, Mike Coomer, very experienced club and sports car racer, alongside number 93 of Jack Brewer. On the fifth row, 82, Michael Nibbs, and 29, Adam Craig. Just look at the size of that grid. The BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship was meant to be racing at Anglesey Circuit in North Wales. Unfortunately, that event, due to the current situation, got cancelled. Looks like they will have a green flag lap first of all before the race gets underway. Matt Luff in pole position, the white and purple car with the green headlamps and mirrors. Very colourful grid, this one. One of a number of cars prepared by AB Motorsports out on the grid for this one. Alongside him, the black and day-glow coloured car of Joe Wiggin. He's raced Citroen C1s as well, among a variety of other things. The names to look for further down the grid include the first of the Masters class drivers. That's Tim Dorr, number 37, the green and yellow car. As the cars move off for their green flag warming up lap. Of course, no rolling start for these cars. It will be a standing start next time around. So I'll give you the rest of the grid just while they head round. We're giving you the first 5 rows. Row 6, number 27, Luke Pullen, and 263, which is Fraser Fenwick. 7th row, 24, Ollie Graham, and number 4, Paul Bateman. On the 8th row, 19, Richard Amos, and 37 of Tim Dorr, the first of the Masters qualifiers for the more senior drivers on the grid. Row 9 is number 195 of Ben O'Hare, and number 3, Richard Wooten. The 10th row, 22, Owen Mills, and 31 of Bryn Griffiths. The 11th row, 67, Clive Chisnell, and treble 2, Michael Green. The 12th row, number 5, Nick Ledoyen, and 20, Chris Ginn. 13th row is 43, Joe Wilmot, and number 15, Brandon Abraham. On the 14th row, 143, Jack Wilmot, and 45 of Graham Rumsey, the ex-rallycross driver. 15th row, 78, Richard Bartlett, and 264, Will Bream. 16th row, 25, Stephen New, and 68, Ashley Heath. The 17th row, 90, Bruce Robinson, and number 2, Jake Stiles. The 18th row, 70, Michael Pierce, and number 73, Bo Parry. The 19th row, 28, Chris Watts, and 38, Andy Dean. And the final row, 75, Robert Bond, and 85, Anthony Pettigrew. That is one big grid of Mazda MX-5s. One of 3 classes of Mazda MX-5s we'll see. 3 championships this weekend. We've got the Super Cup for Mark III MX-5s joining us tomorrow, and also here this weekend the Max 5 Racing Championship, which is open to any model of Mazda, mostly MX-5s and a few others as well. A very colourful grid, drivers of all ages, all experiences, all able to race together. This is one of the most popular championships in the UK. There were so many entries at the opening round at Cadwell Park, they had to split the entry into 3 races, and each driver raced in 2 of them. 28s going through there. That's Chris Watts from Bournemouth in the blue car. It's number 72 of Matt Luff, who was qualified on pole. Now, he didn't have the best of weekends in the opening rounds of the championship at Cadwell Park. He's only 22nd in the championship heading into this round. We've even got some reserves who didn't make it through qualifying. Car number 6, which is Ben Sims, regular historic racer. 17 Harry Storer and number 50 of Tim Storer. They were only reserves for this event. So big they've had to limit the grid to its full capacity here. It'll be a 15-minute race for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. This date's kindly given to these drivers after their meeting at Anglesey was cancelled. It's really good to have them here. And the Super Cup class for the Mark IIIs tomorrow as well. Some very good drivers in that field as well. Matt Luff on the left in car number 72. 41 Joe Wiggin in the black and Dayglow car alongside him, the championship leader. Watch for the white and blue car from the second row, number 63 Oliver Allwood. Had a win at Cadwell Park, starts alongside Matt Pollard in the white and pink at number 55. Look out also for Will Blackwell Chambers. He's won this championship a couple of times. Number 18, the blue and green car, just lurking there on the inside of row 3. See from our camera there, it's pretty windy here at Donington today. Taking a while just to get this huge grid formed up. 75 there towards the back. That's Robert Bond on the final row of the grid. The marshal waves the green flag at the back, so everyone is okay and in position for 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 racing. The revs rise in these 1600cc engines, and away we go. One car on the grass already towards the back. I think that was Nick Ledoyen, number 5, but it's Joe Wiggin who's made the best starts and leads the way down towards Redgate for the first time. Oliver Allwood trying to go through the middle. Like a shoal of fish almost, aren't there? So many of them in there together. The number 4 car being taken wide there. Paul Bateman running out onto the curbs. I think they've all got round Redgate okay. It is Joe Wiggin who leads the way in car number 41 as they head down the Craner curves for the first time. Matt Luff has lost second place to Oliver Allwood, but will go back up the inside into the old hairpin. A few cars running wide, plenty of dust being kicked up there. 55 of Matt Pollard was challenging for 3rd place as they headed out of our view there. And everybody so far has kept clear of everybody else. Joe Wiggin already with a clear lead, looking for win number 3 for the season. Oliver Allwood has held 2nd place ahead of pole sitter Matt Luff. Somebody being taken wide onto the grass there. Didn't quite make out who that was. Number 82 there, that's Michael Nibbs in his red and black machine. Started in the top 10. They start to file their way towards the exit of Coppice Corner, down at the exhibition straight. Joe Wiggin with a clear lead ahead of Oliver Allwood. Matthew Luff in 3rd. Will Blackwell Chambers attacking Parry for 4th position. Pollard, I should say, for 4th position. So well up in there, the red and white machine of Mike Coomer. Watch for the number 158 across lines. Wiggin, who leads from Allwood by over a second already. Seb Fisher is up into 4th place behind Matthew Luff. Then Will Blackwell Chambers. Behind him it is Mike Coomer in number 158 ahead of Nibbs in the 82 car. Fine sight they make around the swoops and dips of Donington. Look at the lead that Joe Wiggin has already here. Now, has everybody survived that first lap? We'll have a look down the timing screen. Yes, it looks like they have. And the old hairpin, the Masters class, was led at the end of that lap by number 37 of Tim Dorr, the Australian driver. Joe Wiggin, not surprisingly, has the fastest lap, 1:30.322. The rest of the pack heads around the old hairpin. The leaders up towards Coppice. Wiggin with a clear lead ahead of Allwood. It's Luff, Blackwell Chambers up to 4th. Coomer is 5th. That means Seb Fisher is down in 6th place. There's the battle between the 93 and the 27 among others. 93 Jack Brewer, 27 is Luke Pullen. These cars so evenly matched, producing some of the closest, most competitive racing scene in the UK. Goes to tail for 2nd place there. Matt Luff on the tail of Oliver Allwood. Will Blackwell Chambers holding off Mike Coomer. There's the fight Fight for 6th position coming through. Michael Nibbs running over the curbs in the 82 in 7th. Somebody taking a bit more than just curb there. Bit of gravel kicked up by Richard Amos in the number 19 car. 3 abreast down the straight. Somebody slowing there. Was that Oliver Allwood there? No, he's still there in 2nd place, so somebody slowing what looked like a bit of smoke trailing there. Whether there's some damage been picked up in the pack, we'll pick up on that when we can. Matt Luff has retaken 2nd place meantime from Oliver Allwood. It's Blackwell Chambers 4th, Mike Coomer is 5th, then Seb Fisher heads the next battle. Breaking into 3s and 4s around the circuit. Mike Coomer with the quickest lap that time through, 125.753. Similar sort of time to Will Blackwell Chambers, and a bit of a tangle there. 2 cars going off, the yellow flags waving. I think Matt Pollard was one of them in the 55 car. Try and work out who the other one was. May well have been Ollie Graham, number 24. He was near him. Leaders head onto the exhibition straights. Just over 10 minutes of this race to go. Joe Wiggins still leads the way then from Luff and Allwood. Next scrap going on a little further back down the order. Fraser Fenwick there in 2.63 at the head of this group. Michael Nibbs behind him, then the 93. The yellow car there, it's Jack Brewer, local man from Loughborough. And it's Joe Wiggin, Joe Bosch Wiggin as he's known, leads the way. We've lost somebody there on the inside of Hollywood. I thought I saw a car slowing there a little earlier on. We'll try and pick up who that was. I think it might be the number 27 of Luke Pullen that's pulled off there. Moved down the inside, Nick Ledoyen, the Birmingham driver, in number 5. He'll be running wide over the curves. 22, the orange car there, Owen Mills. There's that stranded car, that's Luke Pullen. He's out of the race. Matt Luff has just set the fastest lap, 125.446, continues to chase Joe Wiggin. The lead was 0.4 of a second last time through. Are we going to see Joe Wiggin take his hat-trick of wins for the season, or is he going to be caught here by the likes of Luff, Allwood, Blackwell Chambers? Mike Coomer is 5th, and a gap back to the 2.63 of Fraser Fenwick in 6th position. Michael Nibbs is 7th, Brewer 8th, Ollie Graham is 9th, and 29 of Adam Craig rounds out the top 10. There go the leaders. The first 5 have broken away. Another group of 5 fighting for 6th position behind them. It is 37 of Tim Dorr, the green car there in 11th place. 12th behind him, that looks like Matt Pollard, the 55 car, possibly almost 3 wide there into the chicane. I don't think that's going to work. Wisely, the number 4 car of Paul Bateman backs out of it. Leaders already heading around Redgate towards Hollywood. Wiggin with the lead by 0.239 of a second ahead of Matt Luff, who's still got the fastest lap of the race. He closed in by a couple of tenths on that previous lap. Oliver Allwood still in 3rd. Just one car that we've lost so far, Pullen, the number 27, who pulled off at the start of the lap. The number 85 car goes through there at the tail of the field. It's Anthony Pettigrew, based in the northeast of England. He's dropped to the back of the pack, but a bit sideways there over the curbs in the midfield shuffle. It's just so difficult to know where to look in this form of racing. The BRSAC Mazda MX-5 Championship being one of the most competitive seen anywhere in the UK. Fraser Fenwick coming under fire from Michael Nibbs behind him. 8th place, the striped car of Ollie Graham. Across the stripe they come then once again. It is Joe Wiggin who leads by 0.27 of a second now from Matt Luff, who's closing right up on him here on the run into Redgate. I can see wipers coming on. I think it's starting to rain out there. It certainly is starting to come down. This is going to be interesting then. So the rain starts to come down here at Donington. You can see that Matt Luff has dropped back there. It's Will Blackwell Chambers who's making progress while the rain falls. He's up into 2nd place. He's going to go for the lead into the old hairpin. Don't hit the back of Joe Wiggin there. That was close. I thought they were going to tangle. And that's going to allow Oliver Allwood in 63 up the inside to take Blackwell Chambers for second place. One car running wide at the chicane, nearly spins the number 68 of Ashley Heath, the Channel Islands driver. Manages to save it, but you can see the rain coming down there, sliding all over the place, these rear-wheel drive sports cars. And Joe Wiggin has lost the lead while that was going on. Oliver Allwood has taken over. But the driver looking most comfortable in these conditions is Will Blackwell Chambers. There he is, the blue number 18 car, is about to take the lead there, I think, on the inside. And I think we have a safety car coming out. Yes, safety car is coming out, not surprisingly, with this cloudburst having hit. Have we got a car off somewhere in the gravel? I'm not sure if we have. It might just be because the track is so wet. So Oliver Allwood, your leader in car number 63. There's no grip there at all, even under safety car conditions. He's run one. There's the problem. Car number 3, Richard Wooten, the Merseysider, is in the gravel. There's another car off to the left as well, so that's where the problem is. I think that might be on the outside of Redgate. Now, who's the other car that's gone off there? Richard Wooten off to the right of your picture. Who's the yellow car that's gone in there? We'll have to wait and work out who that is as well. Okay, the order is Will Blackwell Chambers the leader, because we saw Ollie Allwood run wide. Will Blackwell Chambers has taken the lead as a result of that. Mike Coomer is up into second place in the number 158. Third is number 63 of Allwood. Joe Wiggin is fourth, and Matt Luff is fifth. Just over 5 minutes of this race to go. The number 15 of Brandon Abraham, the Londoner, is the other car being towed in. They've just hit the rain and skated into the gravel trap. These rear-wheel drive MX-5s do not like wet conditions a lot of the time. You can see how wet it's become so quickly there. Spare a thought for our marshals out in these conditions, and indeed our cameramen as well. It's really pouring down out there now. Safety car has them under control. Will Blackwell Chambers, the former champion of this series, with the lead ahead of Coomer, Allwood, Wiggin, Luff, Fenwick, Nibbs, Graham. Will Bream is up to 9th. That's Adam Craig in 10th. Lights are still on top of the safety car, so it's staying out for at least one more lap. There's the reason, number 3, Richard Wooten, waiting to be recovered from the gravel. Will it be a first win of the season for Blackwell Chambers then? Won here at Donington before. There's the order. Coomer second, Allwood third, Wiggin fourth. Matt Luff, our pole sitter, down to 5th. Pack heads through, the recovery vehicle having already stretched off Brandon Abraham's car, comes back to extricate Richard Wooten from the gravel. Who's leading the Masters category? It's still Tim Dorr, number 37, for the more senior drivers on the grid. If anything, looking out of the commentary box window, I would say the rain is easing off slightly. Whisper it because we don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. I think the rain is just beginning to ease off again, just a brief shower. Just enough to dampen the track for these MX-5s.
Brandon Abraham is still running. We've also lost Clive Chisnell, one of the Max runners, and the 27 car with Fulham no longer running.
Just keeping it steady behind the safety car at the moment. We've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock now. I hope this race doesn't finish under the safety car. Hope hopefully that car can be recovered quickly from Redgate corner. Well, if you are just joining us on our live stream, the safety car out in our first BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend. Due to 2 cars in the gravel at Redgate following a rain shower in mid-race. Will Blackwell Chambers, the current leader in car number 18. There's just over a minute left on the clock. It looks like we are about to get back underway and racing though. Blackwell Chambers looking for his first win of the season. The revs rise and we are back underway. Down to Redgate they go. Mike Coomer is in second place. Oliver Allwood, who led briefly earlier on in third. The early leader Joe Wiggin is fourth, and the pole sitter Matt Luff in fifth position. Fraser Fenwick battling it out for sixth place with Michael Nibbs. You can see how wet and slippery the track is. A lot of spray being thrown up. It was only a brief shower, but enough to soak the circuit. First 5 breaking away slightly on this restart. Wait and see if we get the checkered flag. This time, is it a 1-lap sprint for the line, or will they get 2? A couple of cars running wide through the old hairpin there. 29 of Adam Craig was one of them. It's looking good here for Will Blackwell Chambers in the number 18 car. The mechanical engineer from Hampshire said earlier he's won this title a couple of times before, so he knows how to drive an MX-5. Side by side for fourth between Luff and Wiggin. Michael Nibbs has got through into sixth position. A chop and change in the lower reaches of the top 20 as well. A couple of cars sliding around. What MX-5s of course are well known for, a bit of rear wheel drive fun. Clock has counted down to 0, so we'll wait to see if we get the checkered flag this time through. If it is, it will be a win for Will Blackwell Chambers in the number 18 car. There is the flag, and Blackwell Chambers the winner. Mike Coomer second, Oliver Allwood third. Fourth is Joe Wiggin. Matt Luff is fifth. Sixth, Michael Nibbs. Seventh, it's Fraser Fenwick. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. But well done, Will Blackwell Chambers. A first win of the season for the former champion. He was only 7 points off the championship lead as well, coming into that round following the first weekend at Cadwell Park. That will close him up with Oliver Allwood and Joe Wiggin at the top of the charts. So congratulations, Will Blackwell Chambers. Fine drive there. He mastered that sudden cloudburst better than anyone else out there. Mike Coomer taking second place, and who's fourth in the championship coming into this round. Oliver Allwood couldn't quite follow up his win at Cadwell Park, so the win goes to Will Blackwell Chambers in that 1-lap sprint for the line by 0.659 of a second ahead of Mike Coomer. Oliver Allwood third ahead of Joe Wiggin. Matt Luff rounding out the top 5, then Michael Nibbs coming out on top in a good battle with Fraser Fenwick for sixth place. Ollie Graham 8th, Seb Fisher taking 9th, and it was Ben O'Hare who rounded out the top 10.
That final lap would have got the halfway top in to make sure he could find the relevant grid. Mike Comber just missing out in second position. And Oliver Allwood, who just pointed the podium position throughout, does make the third step ahead of Joe Wiggin, Matt Luff, who certainly didn't embarrass himself. I mean, great performance for qualifying earlier on today to put the car on the front row. Only 8 laps to the second alongside that would have been Joe Wiggin. As they made it to the line, 2 cars heading to the finish, including our competitors. Only 4 cars didn't make it to the end, and they were 2 of those, and that ended up in the Redgate gravel about halfway through.
It's yet another one that we know will always dish up some great entertainment, but we have to go from Monza to find out a bit more. I mean, I took a look at it, looked across his positions.
MX-5's return to the paddock then. Next up on track we go truck racing once again. There'll be more Mazdas out after that, the Max 5 Racing Championship. And then it's the final for the Legends over 12 laps to round off today's programme. A full programme, of course, coming up tomorrow as well.
Often, well, all the time, the leaders of the trailblazing, aren't they? They don't want to make mistakes, and then if you are further back in the line.
Back on air tomorrow at around just before 10:30 with our first race tomorrow. Next racing all day tomorrow. We're joined by the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship as well for tomorrow.
Very tricky to predict the weather. Explain things. It's just great detail about the lack of weather forecasting. I don't know whether I believe it. I mean, it's true because the reason why I say is that I had no idea that we got that mistake from inflation. It had that much of an effect. They're aren't they? It's deflation monitoring. And they're all computer moved, aren't they? So constantly the data. It's not like the pilot's going, well, here, I'm going to do a power over it. It's actually atmospheric data and everything is being fed back to the computer apparently, and it makes the weather reporting better. The fact that they're gone has had a massive effect. You mark my words, have a look over the next week. The weather report, and just see how they change multiple times during the day. They'll just constantly changing. You'll just go, well, it's supposed to be raining. And it's not. It's lovely. It's something then the other way. The only thing they got right is the wind was right. That was pretty strong yesterday. That's true, but that's the same all story, so yeah. The contact now. That's crazy. We can't make time for the trucks that are next up on the bill, but the track's still getting wet. That will take a bit of time to dry out, so it's just time ahead of our next race to the British Truck Racing Championship. As has been got start, green, but otherwise working space is right. They know that the next race is quite a bit longer than we did. This is what we came on, that's the telltale sign. And of course, how good you are without the finesse of the right foot and lack of it. Really enjoyable to watch that. Making sure it's coming out of that race on shore. It'll be a big grid for Blackrock Kenny. So, next up is the second race for the British Truck Racing Championship. This is another timed race. 15 minutes. And without it, the whole thing.
That concludes our first BRSCC Mazda MX-5 race of the weekend, and we'll head down to Ian in the pits to have a talk to our race winner.
Right, welcome back everybody. Here we are here with your winners of the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Let's just see. I'm going to see if I can quickly jump in. Gentlemen, congratulations.
Yeah, I'll jump down if you want.
Yeah, come down. I was looking a bit hot taller than me.
There we go.
Yeah, what a race. That was a massive field. And then the rain came into play. What was that like?
Well, I love the wet. I think that was fairly obvious. Yeah, we were sat in fourth, quite happy. I was just sort of waiting for a moment to appear. And then it started raining. And I was like, oh, here we go. This is going to be fun. And then I probably watched everybody have moments in front as we just gently cruised our way through. It's lovely.
Was there a few slippery moments for you out there? Did you manage to bring it home quite comfortably?
I know what this circuit's like in the wet. I've been in the gravel trap a couple times around here, so I know where you need to brake, and I think that came in handy today.
It's funny, isn't it? I started the race in just sort of a t-shirt, and I've ended it in a big wet jacket, and now the sun's come out again.
The weather's crazy. The wind, the rain. I said if it can stay wet tomorrow, I'll be really, really happy.
I was going to say quite a lot going on for you guys tomorrow as well. Confident of picking up another race win?
I don't know if a race win. It's a very, very hard grid. Epic drivers out there. Really fair, good, close racing. But podiums would be nice. That's what we're aiming for this weekend, and we'll see what we come away with.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Perfect. Cheers.
This? Let's just have a look at that. What a lovely little trophy that is there. Congratulations. Enjoy
Cheers.
that. Your Mazda MX-5 Championship winner. I want to see if we can talk to this man as well. Congratulations. Strong podium finish. It's quite eventful, wasn't it?
Yeah, my number one supporter.
How did that happen?
We love the rain. Like me and Will are both sort of like, there's nothing really between us when it rains, but we both sort of like know that, you know, that's our strongest point. So the minute it rained, I actually lost a bit of time halfway through the race, so it helped me out massively. So yeah, when I saw the rain coming, I just thought could do with being a bit heavier at the last chicane, and when it came to the first corner, yeah, exactly. So first corner, we got away with it at the last chicane, and then the first corner, I think they sort of being first to hit it were a bit more cautious. I could just sort of read what they were doing. That closed the gap, and I was back in the fight for the race then.
Yeah, look, I must say, these cars are open top as well. Did you get wet?
No, it's absolutely fine in there because it sort of blows over us. So because we've got the windscreens and stuff, so we're quite lucky. Yeah, not like single seats or stuff, but yeah.
Another big day tomorrow as well. Do you think you can make it back on the podium?
Hopefully, yeah. I've not got the dry pace. I'll be 100% honest with that. But we'll work on it tonight. The break from now till tomorrow will really help us. So we'll see what we can do overnight and. Yeah, come back out fighting tomorrow.
Do a bit of a rain dance,
huh? Hopefully, yeah.
Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator, David Goddard. Thank you very much.
It shows how important momentum was at that end, because it was moved by the one truck, the number 3 Steve Powell, but it then just cost him out because it makes it clear quickly to go and take advantage of that top line deficit to get back up and speed again.
Yeah, and Craig Reed got a cracking run out of copies. It's making you get alongside Steve Powell at the end of the race. Steve wasn't having any of that, made sure he took the elbow down. It was in the cracking version for Craig Reed as a result. They do with second position. Let's not discount Luke Garrett. I think he could be strong in the second race of the weekend, starting from the second row of the Division 2. In the one, Ryan Smith will start seventh because Mark Taylor didn't finish. He'll start three, and Ryan Smith, the race winner, starts seventh with 2 trucks behind. More crucially, Ryan, 6 trucks to get ahead of. But one of those is if David Jenkins starts moving in front of him, and he'll be making the holes in the traffic, and maybe Ryan Smith will just follow Jenkins through, and then when they both bubble to the surface, Ryan Smith's got a right old job in his hands to try and get ahead of the 69 truck by the finish, because clear there, Jenkins can certainly take the fight to Ryan Smith, and then to Ryan late, and then the traffic fell nicely for him in the earlier race. He was able to start ahead of a slower truck just before that curve, and everybody else was stuck in the queue behind and had to buy their time before finally lapping that truck in question. By the time Jenkins wiggled free from that market, it was about 3 seconds away from Ryan Smith. He couldn't really close the gap. Looking to reverse the result from earlier on. Speaking of results, we haven't had those through yet. We can. Whether that's been unloaded. Obviously, we're running fully paperless in our punch box, which is how yeah, I mean about 16 laptop screens, not just the one. So yes, if you wanted to note down the result from the Legends race, first of 2 already today, the earlier morning one. We're expecting the programme to note down the numbers. If you manage to get a hold of the programme, that is. Page number, there's the Legends on page 26. And this is race 1 of 6 for the Legends under the piece. Winning number 14, Daniel Clark. Second place number 57, Will Gibson. Third number 4, John Bickle. And fourth place number 1, Miles Rutland. Fifth place is number 51, Paul Simmons. Sixth place, Si Harriway in the 83 car. Seventh place number 23, Conor Mills. Eighth place, 31, Robin Fountain. Ninth place position for number 3, Mike Cluck. And 10th place is Jack Parker in number 13.
So getting ready shortly then for our next race, which is for the BTRA Truck Racing Championship. Bit of news after race number 1. Just looking at the amended results. I can tell you, unfortunately, that in Division 1, Mark Taylor, number 81, who finished 3rd, was excluded from the results because his truck was found post-race checks to have exceeded the 100 miles an hour electronic limit. We mentioned that during race 1, the truck's electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. Mark Fownes have exceeded that, and he has been disqualified and will start at the back of the Division 1 grid.
Massive shame there for Mark. Now, obviously, the transponders that they have on all of the trucks obviously monitor their speeds around the circuit, and they are actually GPS based as well, so they will cover the speeds of the distances. So yeah, it is a massive shame there, but a hard luck to Mark. But of course, he was showing some very good skill in the race, so hopefully he'll be able to do something from that back position and make his way through the pack in this second race of the weekend.
Yes, we'll wait and see what he can do here. It is a reverse grid anyway. The finishers are reversed from race 1. The Division 1 trucks again starting from the front. That means Ricky Collett is going to be on pole for this second race, the yellow number 95, alongside Tom O'Rourke in the 86.
Indeed, yeah, reverse grid, something quite excited about the truck racing when they do the reverse grid, actually. Yeah, it does certainly give the rear players a good go at staying in front. Of course, then the challenge is to defend the entire race, or of course make their case and stay far enough ahead that they're not affected by anything going on behind them.
So waiting the trucks to come out from the assembly area at the moment. We'll give you the grid for this second truck race. It'll be a 15-minute race. Front row is 95 Ricky Collett and 86 Tom O'Rourke. Row 2, number 18 of John Newell and number 7 Stuart Oliver. Third row, 11 Martin Gibson. He got fastest lap in the opening race earlier on. And number 69 alongside him, David Jenkins. Trucks just coming out from the assembly area now, I can tell you. Fourth row will be number 1 Ryan Smith and number 89 Simon Reed. What was the problem with Simon's truck in race 1, do we know?
No, we didn't find out, unfortunately. A lot of they spent quite a bit of time in Park Firma. I do believe it was a braking issue, actually. Yes, I'm not sure exactly what was wrong with the brakes, but it was a braking issue. Quite a lot of concern in Park Firma when they made their way back in from the first race, that he had to get straight back to the garage as soon as possible. So,
okay, and completing the Division 1 trucks is, of course, number 81 Mark Taylor. Starts at the back of Division 1 after that disqualification. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 grid. The front row for that, number 6 John Powell, who had some problems in race 1, had to make a pit stop. He's on pole for Division 2, alongside him number 10 Craig Evans. Second Division 2 row, 46 of Bradley Smith and number 42, which is Luke Garrett. Did we find out what Luke's problem was there towards the end of race 1?
I do believe it was a braking issue again on the rear left, so pulling him out slightly. So yeah, it looks like he's back out now, which means they've sorted those issues. So fingers crossed. Again, with the power that he's got, that he showed in the last race, starting a bit close to the front will certainly be a bonus for him in this second race of the weekend.
He's on the outside of the second row of Division 2. The third row, 68 Craig Reed and number 3 Stephen Powell. Fourth row, number 5 Adam Bint failed to finish race 1. I saw his truck being towed in after race 1 by the recovery vehicle, and alongside him is number 99 Paul McCumsky. Paddy Mack had a spin coming out of the chicane in race 1, hit the tyres and had to retire with a bit of damage. And number 16 of Brad Smith, who retired on the opening lap of race 1, starts at the back.
Shows the true etiquette of the experience as well of Paddy Mack, making his way and putting all the effort into getting off the track, out of the way, so it doesn't cause any issues for the rest of the race. Also had a bit of rain over lunchtime, I noticed, so the track might be a little bit greasy in some of the corners going into this next race.
Yes, you wouldn't know it had been raining if you didn't look at the track surface. Only a brief rain shower during our previous race, but ready for the big rigs. Once again, the green flag being waved by the marshals at the back of the grid, so all is well. Everybody's lined up ready for the rolling start. The Scania pace truck is in position, supplied by Kelsa Truck
Beautiful
Products.
Scania.
There is the Division 2 grid. Is there a gap there on the outside?
Sure there will be.
No, it looks like Bradley Smith, number 46, is electing to start at the back, I think. We'll check that in a moment. I thought I saw a gap on the grid there.
Could that be planned, or...?
We'll wait and see as they come past my commentary position in a moment. It looks like all the Division 1 trucks are there. Yes, they're all present and correct, all 9. Division 2 are just moving off, so I'll just take a quick look out of the window. John Powell is there.
If only John Bowler was here.
Yeah, I always get John Powell and John Bowler mixed up. Craig Evans and Bradley Smith, it looks like, have moved to the back of the grid. Paddy Mack is not there, and Adam Bint's not there. So
right.
We are missing a couple of Division 2 trucks.
Some serious mechanical issues coming out of the first race for them then. Fingers crossed they'll have those sorted this afternoon, with plenty of time this afternoon, finishing the day up at 3 o'clock. With a 3-hour Citroen C1 race this afternoon, I'm told.
So a slightly reduced Division 2 field we can see there. There's Bradley Smith electing to start from the back, as is Craig Evans. I don't think Brad Smith, number 16, is there either. So it is a reduced field for Division 2.
Which means more to play for the drivers still in the race.
From an entertainment perspective, of course that's the case, because it's brilliant stuff racing. And they're at their home track, Donington Park. This is the venue 1984, the very first.
So 15 minutes of racing coming up very shortly then. Yes, so we see only 6 Division 2 trucks, no Brad Smith, no Paddy Mack, and no Adam Bint after problems in the first race. Hopefully they'll be able to repair for tomorrow.
The sunlight does look fantastic on the back of these trucks though, doesn't it? With no damage taken to any vehicles visually this weekend so far.
Now you've got the commentator's curse on.
Well, it wouldn't be British truck racing if we didn't have a little bit of bump and tickle.
I'll take your word for it.
Rubbing is racing, I've heard in the past.
That is the case often, yes. Let's hope we don't see too much rubbing in this one. Ricky Collett, the man from Halifax, on pole position in Division 1. John Powell in Division 2 with his number 6 DAF LF. Can Ryan Smith come through from 7th on the grid to take his 2nd win of the day then? Quite a few spectators, good to see on the infield here at Donington Park. Formed up then, ready for a start. Division 1 any moment will be coming down to the Roberts chicane. Here they are.
Certainly in their positions. Of course, all eyes will be on Redgate, the first corner coming off the Wheatcroft straight, the pit straight, where all the action usually takes place on the first lap.
Here we go then, the pace truck into pit lane. The revs begin to rise, and we are underway. Commentary box almost shakes as they go
Stuart
past.
Oliver comes wide over the line, heading down pit straight now, trying to tuck in front of Tom O'Rourke in the MV commercial truck. Next now to Newell, and defending very well, Ricky Collett still at the front. A little bit of a wobble coming out of Redgate though, and Stuart Oliver goes wide now. A real jostle of the positions. Let's see, Ricky Collett breaks free, and these are the Division 2s now coming through. Luke Garrett making a screaming start down the straight, followed very closely by Stuart Oliver, and John Powell taking the inside line, but looking like he's struggling with acceleration at the moment. So it's Luke Garrett, Steve Powell, and then Craig Reed coming through Redgate with a decent gap.
John Powell may have an issue there, the number 6 truck. He's got straight to the back of the field, so maybe his problems from race 1 returning. Pick up the Division 1 boys in just a few moments' time. Was Ricky Collett, who had just about held the lead out of Redgate, despite getting a bit sideways. Luke Garrett has taken the early lead in Division 2 ahead of Stephen
Gone
Powell.
wide coming out of the old hairpin.
He's on the grass.
He's going to lose a lot of time for that.
So Stephen Powell will almost certainly retake the lead of Division 2. Oh, Ricky Collett's in the gravel.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, what a shame. Ricky Collett, there's been some contact there. Look at the right-hand side of his truck.
He didn't want to do that.
We'll try and work out what happened there. We'll see if any other trucks have got any damage there. It may well have been David Jenkins, because he's sliding about all over the place at the back there. It is Stuart Oliver who has got the lead of Division 1 in number 7.
Session stopped.
Session stopped. I think we may have a red flag with Ricky Collett off there. Yes, the red flag has come out. You can't really have a safety car or safety truck in this class of racing. If there is a major problem, then the red flag has to come out.
If there's a crash on the first lap, they usually do go straight to the red flag, which is unfortunate. A massive shame, obviously, for Stuart Oliver now, who would have had quite a smile on his face, I would have thought, from making the opportunity count.
Well, one man with no smile on his face at the moment is poor Ricky Collett, surveying the damage to his MAN. He had no luck with this truck last season either. Continual engine problems.
Couple of bumps.
Now he's been walloped, it looks like, going into Coppice Corner. We didn't see it happen, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not, no. But he doesn't look. It's quite deep in the gravel there. Obviously, the gravel's done its job, but from looking at the direction he's facing, he's obviously had a bit of a spin as well.
It's Ricky, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire. His family have been involved in truck racing for many, many years now.
Have you ever seen the door of his trailer, his race trailer? He has got stickers from every single German Grand Prix, truck Grand Prix, for like the past 20 years. It's incredible. It's quite a sight, actually.
The German Truck Grand Prix at the Nürburgring, the biggest truck racing event in Europe.
Which unfortunately didn't happen this year.
Crowds of hundreds of thousands. Okay, so the Division 2 trucks have come to a halt on the grid. It will be, I would think a full restart for this one, too. We're only on the first lap, so I think it'll be a full restart over the full 15 minutes distance. Once Rick Collett's truck has been recovered.
It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, they'll re-grid them in the original positions, and whether or not they'll give them another full 15 minutes or not will be to be seen. Division 1 trucks now slowly coming back round towards Roberts to pass through the Division 2 trucks, which have already been pulled up at the very start of the grid.
So they'll be pulled ahead of the Division 2s.
See if we can notice any damage on any of the trucks as they come through. Jenkins still being very delicate at the back of the pack.
I wonder if it's him who hit the spun truck of Ricky Collett. I think I can see a bit of damage on the left front, possibly, of Jenkins. We'll need a closer look at that, because something has clearly hit Ricky Collett.
Definitely.
We didn't see who it was, unfortunately.
I suppose I'll get the bonus points for jinxing that, will I?
Yes. You're the one who said we hadn't had any rubbing so
Come
far.
on. This is what the people want to see.
The drivers don't. Ricky Collett's got a repair bill now.
Yes, it's true. But, well, hopefully so will whoever be that hit him.
I'm sure they'll all muck in the paddock tonight to get the trucks repaired for the 3 races tomorrow.
That is
Everybody will
one
pull together.
big thing that I do always notice about the truck racing is that, you know, on the track, yes, you are all against each other, but back in the paddock, they will do anything to help each other out to make it, you know, as fair and an inclusive race as possible.
Let's just have a look then as the trucks are just gridding up outside the commentary box here on the Wheatcroft Straight at the moment. John Newell's okay, Stuart Oliver.
Doesn't look like they're going to be letting any team members onto the grid at the moment, hoping for a quick restart, fingers crossed.
Martin Gibson's down there with his MAN, Tom O'Rourke. Simon Reed is okay. Let's just have a look. The truck we wanted to look at was David Jenkins, the number 69.
Just passing by Simon Reed at the moment, and we'll see if we can see anything obvious. There is a slight bit of damage to the fiberglass front left lower wing on Jenkins' truck, so that's definitely where and a rub on the side panel as well.
Yeah, the bottom of the left front is pushed in, so he has hit Ricky Collett. I think we can work that out.
It looks like Tom O'Rourke's got a loose fender as well.
Yep, the mechanic just removing that. I think there's a bit of damage to Simon Reed possibly as well in that incident, so he may be a culprit as well.
Then again, an issue is, of course, in the heat of the racing, when you are on each other's tails trying to get past each other, it's a bit of a concertina effect like you have on the old motorways. You know, somebody brakes to avoid something and everyone has a little bit of a bump.
Yes, it can get a bit like the M1 on a bad day when it gets busy in the trucks here at Donington.
Yeah, definitely moving faster than the M6 most days, that's the main thing.
Well, us both being from Birmingham, we'd know about that only too well, wouldn't we?
Yes, it's quicker to walk. So some of the mechanics now, I think they've allowed one mechanic per team onto the grid just to have a quick look over the trucks. I think we've got Dave Jenkins' mechanic just pulling bits of plastic back out now to make sure that it's not going to be rubbing on the tyre when they go back into the race. Ryan Smith's mechanic as well jumping in, prime example of how they work together to give him a hand to get the race underway again as smoothly as possible.
And you think how big the rivalry is between Smith and Jenkins, and so you see their mechanics helping each other there to get that truck fixed. I can tell you that the clock has been reset to 15 minutes, so we'll have the full race distance when the race gets back underway. But minus our pole sitter by the look of things, Ricky Collett.
Again, as I said, it's not always just being able to get past trucks. When you start at the front with a reverse grid, it's holding that position for as long as possible, because there are obviously a lot of essentially faster trucks champing at your heels trying to get past you the whole time.
Ricky Collett's truck has made its way to the grid. In fact, the truck has now the clock has now reset to 12 minutes, so we'll have a slightly reduced restart.
There we go.
Ricky Collett was there on the grid, but I think he's being sent off into the pit lane. Yes. So I think as the cause of the red flag, he won't be able to restart. Yes, he's coming down pit lane.
Does appear to be driving fine though, doesn't look like any serious mechanical damage. I think he's just getting checked over by the scrutineer to make sure that he's if he's able to rejoin on that.
You see Steve Horn down there in pit lane as well, former racer and organiser of truck shows many years as well.
We've just heard the siren to clear the pits, which means we are very close to getting back to racing here at Donington Park on a very sunny but blustery afternoon. The gates being shut on the grid wall now.
So then the grid will be brought back into line. Looks like they are more or less into line then, just minus Ricky Collett at the front of the grid.
And the pace truck is now pulling away, followed by Tom O'Rourke, Newell, Stuart Oliver in the Kelser, Martin Gibson, Dave Jenkins, Ryan Smith, Simon Reed, and of course Mark Taylor having to start from the very back, unfortunately.
Now Ricky Collett's truck is making its way down the pit lane. He might be going to restart from the pits.
The very back, yeah, just behind John.
Yeah, John Powell's there as well. So he's had a problem as well. We saw him make a very slow start in Division 2, so he's got some sort of an issue. We saw him make a pit stop in race 1 as well, of course.
Oh, what a kerfuffle.
It certainly was at Coppice on that first lap.
Division 2 now getting up to speed to warm up the tyres once more for, of course, the rolling start. Had a message off Andrew Fulcher earlier on today whilst we were live for the first race of the weekend. Obviously said sorry he couldn't be here in his MAN this weekend.
Yes, the number 11 I believe he is.
Also does the Alfa Romeo.
Yes, he's got the Filippo Berio sponsored Alfa Romeo that he races too. Quite a contrast to his MAN. Good to hear from Andrew. Hope to see him back out soon. There's the Division 2 trucks. We've got one starting from the pit road, of course.
Use any of that first race at all. Time gone by, you have to add the first bit of the race before the stoppage to the second bit of the race, but thankfully aggregate races are a thing of the past.
I think I've hurt my shoulder there. I don't know what it's aching, Sean, it's aching.
Getting ready then for this restart over 12 minutes.
The Division 2 trucks look an awful lot closer this time to the Division 1, so they are already making their way in towards Coppice, down towards the Robert S's company.
Pace truck bringing them down the exhibition straight then. Tom O'Rourke on his own on the front row in the white and red. Ex-Shane Brereton, MAN, the European Championship competitor. I remember seeing him in National Hot Rods as well on the short ovals.
Indeed, you were saying earlier, yeah, very quick truck.
Number 18 next on the grid, then Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo VNL. Time for a restart here at Donington with the BTRA British Truck Racing Championship. Pace truck about to pull into pit lane, and we get back underway. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Good start once again by Stuart Oliver. Leans a little on John Newell. David Jenkins coming through the middle as well, but it looks like it will be O'Rourke this time who holds the lead into Redgate corner.
Bit of contact between Newell and Jenkins again. Newell comes slightly wide, so does Simon Reed. Div 2's now making their way for their start.
Tom O'Rourke leading a British truck race for the first time, I think, at the moment. Big
massive moves there from Steve Powell as he follows behind Craig Reed and Luke Garrett around Redgate.
I heard a big amount of tyre squeal.
Indeed, I don't think we
one of those trucks.
don't know where that was
I couldn't quite
from.
see who that was, but Ricky Collett, I can tell you, has joined the race,
So
and there's
has
John Powell as well. They've joined. They started from the pit lane. Maybe one of those trucks squealing the tyres through Redgate there, I would think.
Luke Garrett making a massive early pull away there from the second and third position. Craig Reed and Steve Powell there, and about 3 seconds behind is the rest of the pack, so a decent gap there. We're back with Division 1 now. Martin Gibson very close on the heels of Stuart Oliver.
Martin has impressed me so far this weekend. He's up into third place there at the moment. It's O'Rourke who shows in front from Oliver. Look at this queue of trucks coming
Absolutely, yes.
down the track.
Stuart's doing a great job of defending.
You know, he said about like the M1 on a bad day. I think that's what we could see here.
2 lorries next to each other on a motorway. That's what we're seeing now.
Oliver in second. Well, it's line astern here at the moment. Mark Taylor attacking Simon Reed.
A full second ahead of Stuart Oliver is Tom O'Rourke, which is a fantastic debut really for him in the Truck Racing Championship this year.
I think he did one meeting last year. This is his first
just a taster
his
session.
first full season this year. O'Rourke from Oliver, then Gibson in third. Then we've got Newell in fourth place. Ryan Smith is up to fifth. Here's Division 2. Luke Garrett with the lead, ahead of Craig Reed, then Stephen Powell. Ricky Collett behind them, trying to make it up for lost time, starting from the pits. Fourth in Division 2, I think it is Craig Evans, then Brad Smith, John Powell at the back of the field.
Looks like Steve Powell there has ended up just dropping back behind Craig Reed. Of course, Craig now looking like he's making a move, catching up with Luke Garrett. Not sure Luke is going to hang around long enough for that to happen.
Still leader is Tom O'Rourke in Division 1. Can we see him hang on for a surprise win, the Scottish-based driver? Martin Gibson is up to second, ahead of Stuart Oliver now, so there's been a change there between the two Oliver team trucks.
Very nippy truck though, that MAN that Martin Gibson's got this year. Massive difference to the Scania he was driving last year, of course.
Here they come out of Coppice Corner. Ryan Smith though is up into fourth place. He's starting his charge. David Jenkins has dropped back, so maybe there is some damage to Jenkins's truck.
Bit of rubbing can slow you down considerably if it's rubbing in the wrong place.
Ricky Collins.
Tom O'Rourke cutting the corner there slightly, followed by Gibson. Oliver, Ryan Smith still holding fourth. Looking quite comfortable, I've got to admit, is Tom O'Rourke in first place at the moment. Ryan Smith looking for the inside.
Has a look there on Stuart Oliver for third place. John Newell behind him, returned to racing a couple of years ago after many years away from the championship. Here's Division 2 into the chicane. Luke Garrett from Craig Reed, Stephen Powell. Ricky Collett's going to try and get past this lot to get up with his
interesting challenge
rivals.
Got the speed.
And again, can't get the line away. There's no obligation, of course, to give way to Ricky Collett, because these three are fighting for position, and Collett's on the same lap because he started at the back.
Indeed.
Behind Collett is John Powell, then Bradley Smith and Craig Evans at the back in his MAN, the newcomer.
With just 8 minutes left on the revised 12-minute race now, we've got some serious cloud coverage starting to roll in from the west, which could bring in some interesting final minutes of the race if it does decide to pour it down.
I hope it doesn't. John Newell there under fire from Simon Reed. That's the battle for fifth position. Ryan Smith has got ahead of those two. Can he get into the top three here? The number one of Flying Ryan.
Great consistency this year so far from Simon Reed, who has had some mechanical issues really growing into the Iveco last season. It's good to see him getting some good speed out of him.
While we're watching Division 2, we notice Martin Gibson has taken the lead in the number 11 MAN, and a bit of rubbing here at the chicane. Mark Taylor and David Jenkins. Jenks over the gravel. Good save, David Jenkins. So Gibson now has the lead ahead of O'Rourke. Oliver third, Ryan Smith in fourth place. If anything, Gibson's getting away in the MAN, looking for what I think will be his first win in the championship if he can hang on in front here. Tom O'Rourke still second.
Martin Gibson.
Stuart Oliver third in the Volvo VNL. Ryan Smith attacking him, two of the all-time greats of British truck racing, third and fourth, and Collett making short work of the Division 2 trucks now. Still Luke Garrett with the lead ahead of the number 3 of Stephen Powell. That's Collett up into 9th place overall, ahead of the Division 2 boys. Bradley Smith still going in 46. He's down in 14th place ahead
Craig
of
Evans just
Craig
behind
Evans.
him.
Still Gibson from O'Rourke. The gap was 1.5 seconds last time through. Not surprisingly, Gibson's done the fastest lap of the race once again. Look at this for third place. Smith's up to third. There's Newell, O'Rourke, Reed, Jenkins and Taylor all together in the lower reaches of the Division 1 battle.
Jenkins and Taylor still fighting a little bit at the back there. Certainly a pair to keep an eye on.
Look at this between John Newell and Simon Reed now coming through on the inside past Tom O'Rourke, who's starting to lose places here. Ryan Smith still can't get past Stuart Oliver for second place it is now, because O'Rourke's lost a few spots. Lock up there from Simon Reed in the 89, the Reed freight truck. But it is still Martin Gibson who has the lead, just under 6 minutes.
Fantastic lead. Ryan Smith looking for the inside there around Redgate, but no, Stuart Oliver closes the door just in time. Great defensive driving, obviously showing off all of his many years' experience in the sport.
Former multiple British and European champion Stuart Oliver holds that second place, but it's his teammate
Massive gap ahead with Martin Gibson here.
He actually pulled away by nearly 2 seconds on that previous lap, that Martin Gibson. Oliver still holding second. I wonder if he's trying to just hold on to second place and let Martin get away in front. The teammates racing together, trying to get the team 1-2.
I mean, on paper, you know, that's kind of how I'd play it, definitely.
We saw Stephen Powell think about an attack on Luke Garrett there for the lead of Division 2. We'll pick that up in a moment. Still Craig Reed third in Division 2, Brad Smith fourth, Craig Evans fifth. I think we may have lost John Powell again, possibly the number 6 somewhere, as Powell down the inside into the old hairpin takes the lead of Division 2. I said he was thinking about a move. Nice move by Stephen Powell. Looking for his second Division 2 win of the day, and now Ryan Smith. Is he going to get the move done here on Stuart Oliver?
Inside's looking good. Can he make it stick though? Just before they make it into Roberts' chicane.
Oliver doesn't give him room. He forces him over the.
He pushes him wide, but Ryan Smith goes wide.
Yeah, Ryan Smith,
it looks like he's just got ahead.
Has got the advantage. Yes, he has. John Newell coming to this as well, the number 18. Then we've got the 89 of Simon Reed. Then O'Rourke under fire from Taylor. David Jenkins is definitely struggling here. We'd normally see him fighting for the lead by now. He's down in 8th position.
I think he might have decided to call it on a mechanical basis, perhaps.
We'll wait and see. The Digraph transport truck still going in there. The sky is certainly going darker
Getting
again.
Very dark on this feed, isn't it? Yes.
We don't see any further drizzle.
4 minutes left on the race, about 5 laps by the sounds of it. Then Steve Powell now pulling nicely away as Craig Reed actually slips up into second, with Luke Garrett dropping back again. Perhaps Luke's still got some underlying conditions as well.
There's definitely something not right today with Luke Garrett's MAN. He had problems at the end of race 1. Whether it's a brake problem, whether it's tyres, we don't know. But look at the way he's dropping away from Craig Reed there.
Gap.
That MAN is not right. Stephen Powell certainly is. He's still got the lead. Meantime, Ryan Smith, we know he's up to second now, ahead of Stuart Oliver. Here they come into the exhibition straight, and Oliver under fire from John Newell now, the 3rd position. Simon Reed all over the back of Newell though. Look at this, the red Iveco moves to the inside, to the outside, to the inside, to the outside, and John Powell nearly getting out of the way there. Just saw them in time there, John Powell, who's in all sorts of problems with the number 6 truck. He's at least 1 lap down now. Still Martin Gibson, your race lead. This is very impressive from Martin, looking for what I'm fairly sure will be his first ever British Championship Division 1 victory.
Yes, a test drive for GT Tyres. He's certainly got the experience that you need, and of course this year it looks like he's been nicely matched with the right truck as well.
Although Ryan Smith has made the break from the battle between Oliver, Newell and Reed now, and Ryan Smith is going to be going after that MAN out in front. MAN's first and second, Volvo third, then MAN, Iveco, and more MANs. It's an MAN leading Division 2 as well. The German mark has certainly got the market cornered in British truck racing.
They are very popular.
There's John Powell, number 6, still going, but a couple of laps down now.
Ricky Collett coming round again on John Powell. I'm not sure what position Ricky Collett's in at the moment.
Ricky Collett is in 9th position, so he's the last of the Division 1 runners, having recovered from his pit lane starts, 20 seconds off from David Jenkins. Here's that battle before 3rd place. Oliver.
John Newell practically sitting on Stuart Oliver's bumper there, with
Newell and Reid.
Simon just waiting for one of them to make a mistake.
If you remember a couple of years ago, Stuart Oliver did end up sitting on Ricky Collett's bumper. He ended up
Getting
towing
towed
it
around the track.
a lap of Brands Hatch.
I remember that very
Saved
well.
him a bit of tyre wear and a bit of money on diesel anyway.
Yeah.
He got an award for that at the end of the season awards night, Ricky did. Up the inside, Stuart Oliver holds the place. John Newell trying to go around the outside of the number 18. It's still Gibson from Smith. What's the gap? Smith's just done the fastest lap of the race. 1:27.276. That's a second quicker than Martin Gibson's last lap, so he could catch him here. There's 1 minute left on the clock. There they are at the old hairpin. I think it will be last lap this time, so Martin Gibson will have 1.5 laps, I would think, to resist the attack of the 4-time British champion.
David Jenkins well and truly stuck at the back of the pack there, though, behind Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor.
Here come your leaders, and they're coming up to lap Craig Evans in the number 10, who's got his wipers going. There may be some drops of rain.
Yes, I can see it out the window now. We are getting a little spattering onto the track, but with just probably 1 lap to go, although it looks like night time on the feed at the moment. Fingers crossed they'll be able to finish before any serious downpours.
Over the line goes Bradley Smith in front of us. The leaders coming up to lap Craig Evans. Now, there's only 15 seconds on the clock.
Martin Gibson looking like he's caught up behind Craig Evans now, and Ryan Smith has caught up with Martin Gibson as a byproduct of it.
It's a terrific fight for
It's still Martin Gibson.
Just a few seconds early. They are going to do 1 more lap.
There we go, just in time, and this will really be now Gibson and Smith a fight to the finish.
The gap was half a second. Another second gained by Ryan Smith on that last lap alone. Can he make a move here? Is he going to wait till the chicane on the last lap to take
It will be
Martin
down to
Gibson
pure
for the
skill
lead?
and poise of who makes it through that last chicane.
Terrific fight between 6 trucks going on for 3rd place, but all eyes on the leading duo. He's caught him. Ryan Smith has caught Martin Gibson. We are in for a grandstand finish here, ladies and gents. Here comes Flying Ryan.
Ryan calling on all of his experience, of course, hopefully being held off just enough, but we will only see. We've got Steve Powell, Craig Reid just going
Stephen
past
Powell
now.
leading the Division 2
Luke Garrett
battle.
very far back.
And here they come up towards Coppice for what will be the final time. Can Martin Gibson hang on in the number 11?
It's all about the positioning now, coming out of Coppice down that straight into Robert Chicane of the will he be in the right place to take that chicane safely?
Stuart Oliver still 3rd ahead of Newell, Reid and Tom O'Rourke, Mark Taylor and David Jenkins, but the 2 leaders will be coming down towards the chicane for the final time. Here they come. Can Martin Gibson hang on for his first ever British truck race victory?
It's looking very promising, but we can't
looking
speak
good.
too soon. This is the chicane. Here we go. Takes a nice line through there. Touch on both sides. We are waiting for the checkered flag that is out now. Ryan Smith still in 2nd place. They come down the straight, and yes, it's Martin Gibson with his first podium finish, 1st place. Massive congratulations, very closely followed, of course, by Ryan Smith, and then Stuart Oliver in 3rd. Little bit of tail happy around Redgate there, and I'm sure his team and, of course, GT will be absolutely thrilled with that result, Dave.
Congratulations, Martin Gibson, his first British truck race victory in the number 11 MAN. Ryan Smith coming over in 2nd. Stuart Oliver topped the battle for 3rd ahead of John Newell, Simon Reid, Mark Taylor, David Jenkins taking 7th, Tom O'Rourke slipping to 8th place, Ricky Collett taking 9th. We're waiting for Division 2 to come through to the line. Looks like it's going to be Stephen Powell for the 2nd time today. He comes across the line to take the flag.
A second 1st place finish, 2 1st places in 1 weekend. Fantastic effort there from Steve Powell. Craig Reid, of course, amazing effort, 2nd place, but quite a gap still with Luke Garrett there bringing in 3rd. Definitely going to have to find out what's wrong with that after this race.
Yes, Garrett only 3rd once again. Bradley Smith will be the 4th finisher, and 5th will be Craig Evans in Division 2. John Powell a couple of laps down after some problems once again in 6th place. So all 15 trucks that took the restart go the distance in race number 5 of the day, 2nd race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. All the celebrations will be for Martin Gibson, number 11, the man from Warwick, takes his first British truck race victory.
significantly lacking in horsepower. Maybe quite a lot of work to do. One side of the Powell garage tonight.
Fair play, Ricky Collins, who got back out and made it home in 9th place overall.
Not too bad. I mean, again, it's better to finish the race. Again, it might come to the end of this season and it will just be a few points in it. So it's important to try and finish all the races you can, even if you're not getting a great result.
Absolutely. Points make prizes, as they say.
Oh.
There is our Division 2 winner, Stephen Powell, in the HGV Direct MAN. Craig Reed second and Luke Garrett taking third. We will confirm the official results in a moment. Where's the result then? Martin Gibson, the winner by 0.4 of a second ahead of Ryan Smith.
Oh.
Stuart Oliver in third place, heading home that train of John Newell, Simon Reed, Mark Taylor, David Jenkins and Tom O'Rourke. Ricky Collins recovering to 9th place, and Stephen Powell, the winner of Division 2, rounding out the top 10.
Fantastic effort, and just in time for the bad weather as well. I do believe the Mazdas are out next as well, aren't they?
That should be a good bit of
yes.
sliding fun.
It'll be very exciting watching them.
So
not as much downforce as a 4-ton truck.
So we'll see them in action shortly. Well done to the trucks. We'll see them back out tomorrow.
Challenge for a mere 3-hour race. Some of those cars with as many.
Right, welcome back everybody. Look at where I am. I'm back in the assembly area, but I'm here with the Max 5 grid. They're about to head out. I've just had a quick chat. You've got Paul Ruddison on pole there. I've just had a chat with Andy Pretorius here as well. Now, very, very quickly, I don't know if you can see these. These are not wet weather tyres. Look behind us. We are expecting a little bit of rain. In fact, it is starting to rain. Let's go for a walk and see who else we can have a little chat to, see if this rain is going to affect anything. These guys are literally about to head out on track through Hadfield. This rain is just starting. Is it going to cause a few issues, do you think?
It certainly could. We've all gone for dry tyres, so we're all in the same boat. We'll just see what happens.
Best of luck. I'm about to get very wet myself. Did you? Best of luck. I don't know if you heard that. Everybody here has gone for dry tyres. It is raining. We are going to have a wet race, so stay tuned for this one, because all the grid, they are on dry tyres. I don't know if you can zoom in and have a little look. I'll just give a bit of a thumbs up. Look at these. These are almost slick tyres, so this is going to be a fair bit of fun. Let me just see if I can grab a quick word actually whilst we're here. Not quite expecting the rain like this. Were we expecting a dry race?
I was, yeah. It looked pretty nice when we came out here.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to get absolutely soaked in a minute. I think so are you in his open top.
Yeah, that's the least of our worries now. But yeah, I wish I'd fitted the wets, but never mind.
No problem. Right, I'm going to...
We're all on dries, I think.
Okay, fantastic. All right, I'm going to have to shoot off. Right, I'm going to have to head off here, guys. We're going to head back to your commentary team, David Goddard, and we are going to stay out of this weather. We'll see you soon. Yeah.
And we go to the invitational class. Cars 12 row 155 Simon Fleet, 40 David Worley, 90 Adrian Bird, 79 Mark Spence, 84 Ben Taylor, 17 Harry Dora, and 50 Dick Dora go on the 16th row of the grid. I bet the open top cars are speaking to this, aren't they? It's such a bay loud, isn't it? Bay will be the opposite word, isn't it? This is the time when you're great to be driving an RX-8.
Guarantee I don't pull on. So you're in a car for half a nail down and all the way around.
1, 2, 3, I should say. All fours, yeah. How about an X Forest? That would have been the easy way to say it. But hindsight's a wonderful thing. Once it's committed. I was on the wrong page in my digital program, and you can't turn a page on a laptop.
The heavens have opened here at Donington Park as we get ready for our next race, which is the Max 5 Racing Championship. Open to a whole variety of Mazdas, mostly MX-5s as the name suggests, but the grid is open to other models of Mazda. You can see down there we've got a few RX-8s, the rotary engine cars. The grid is organised by class. The Class A cars start at the front of the grid. That's the Mark IV Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Class B, which is the Mark IIIs. Class C, which is for Mark 1s with the 1600cc engines. And then it's the Class D cars, which is the Mazda RX-8s with the rotary 1300cc engine. And then there's an invitation class open to all other Mazdas, a few non-registered MX-5s in there. Plus, look at that, we've got a beautiful Mazda RX-7 on the grid as well in the hands of Mark Spence, number 79. The grid reads as follows then. In pole position, we have number 55, which is Paul Rodison, with his blue and yellow Mark IV. Alongside him, number 77 of Andy Pretorius. Second row, number 7 of Sam Hicks, and number 82, Bruce Hadfield. And then completing the Class A cars will be number 69, Stephen Holden. Cars about to move off for their green flag lap. There's only one Class B car out there, that's the yellow car of Aaron Bunning, number 22, with the Mark III MX-5. Then we've got the Class C cars, number 27, which is Ollie Walden, and number 9, Gina May Watkinson, in her number 9 car. Then a gap back to Class D, which is the 3 Mazda RX-8s. The next row of the grid, number 25, Andrew Stacey. Alongside him will be number 11, Richard Smith, and behind them, number 111 of Tim Orme. And then finally we've got the invitation class cars, which is a mixture of Mazdas. Front row of them, number 155, Simon Fleet with a Mark III MX-5. Alongside him, number 40, Raymond Worley, who's in a Mark III MX-5 as well. Next we've got number 90, which is Adrian Burge. He's in a Mark I MX-5. Alongside him, 79, Mark Spence in his RX-7, similar to the car that Wyn Percy did so well in the early 1980s in the British Touring Car Championship. Next on the grid we've got number 84, which is Ben Taylor. I think he's a late addition to the entry. I haven't got him on my entry list, so we'll check that. I have to pick up what car Ben Taylor's in. And then we've got number 17, Harry, and number 50, Tim Storer. And they're late entries because they, I think, were reserves for the Mazda MX-5 Championship race earlier on. They didn't get onto the grid. So quite a mix of Mazdas on a wet and slippery track. And the favourite for this one will surely be Paul Rodison, number 55. He had 2 second places in the opening rounds of this championship at Croft a few weeks ago, behind Jonathan Halliwell, the prime mover behind the Max 5 Racing Championship, which was the first to cater for Mark IV MX-5s in the UK. And Halliwell not racing today, though. He's here, acting as coordinator. Class B was a double win at Croft for Lee Hollin, who's not out today, so Aaron Bunning, the only Class B car in the field. Class C for the Mark 1s. It was Ollie Walden who took 2 class wins at Croft. In Class D, there were no finishes in the first race at Croft, but Richard Smith, number 11, won the second race. So a nice mixture of Mazdas that we've got out there. This will be a 20-minute race. Paul Rodison will start as the favourite in the blue and yellow car on pole position. Alongside him is the number 77 of Andy Pretorius. Last couple of cars moving into line at the back of the grid. Windscreen wipers going. This is going to be slip and slide from these rear-wheel drive Mazdas. I'm looking forward to seeing how that classic RX-7 gets on Mark Spence, number 79, the man from Lancashire. So the grid arranged by class. The Mark IV MX-5's a relatively new model, of course, on the front of the grid. Revs rise, and away they go. Down towards Redgate, first of all. A good start by Paul Rodison in the 55 car, chased by Andy Pretorius. The white car on the outside, number 77. Rodison slots into the lead on the first corner. Aaron Bunning, number 22, the yellow car, has got ahead of two of the Mark 4s in there. 82 Bruce Hadfield and 69 Stephen Holden drop behind him, and Bunning sideways, nearly loses it. He is going to lose it, surely through Hollywood there. No, he's hung on to it. Nice save by Aaron Bunning. How did he hang on to that? Down the Craner curves they head then. Aaron Bunning has somehow kept going. It's Paul Rodison who has the lead in the 55 car. See quite a few cars getting rather sideways through the old hairpin. The RX-7 is all over the place. It'll be like this for the whole 20 minutes, I reckon, of this first Max 5 Racing Championship event of the weekend. Slightly longer race this one at 20 minutes. Even Rodison there twitching as he comes out of McLean's corner. Trying to move up on the inside the blue car with the pink roll cage. That's Simon Fleet, number 155. He's made a good start from the invitation class towards the back of the field. There's the RX-8s going through, those rotary engine machines. Nice little battle at the back. The 69 car of Stephen Holden, the blue and orange car there, has dropped away very sharply in the early stages. Side by side here for second place down into the chicane. Sam Hicks up the inside, and he'll take second place away into the Roberts chicane. But the way Simon Fleet is going, the invitation class runner already up into 5th position. He started down at 12th. Paul Rodison it is who has got the lead. Expect to see him pull away from here. He's won more Max 5 races than anyone else since the championship was inaugurated back in 2003. It was the first championship to run the Mark III MX-5, now the first to run the Mark IV version as well. There's Raymond Worley, the car with the yellow roll cage there. He's up in among the Mazda RX-8s, their class being led around the first lap by Andrew Stacey, number 25, man from Sheffield. He raced a Mark IV in the opening round of the championship. He's in the higher car run by Max 5, the RX-8. Through the old hairpin they go, very sideways in there. Number 27, Ollie Walden, setting the pace in Class C in 7th place because his rival Gina May Watkinson has dropped back. Paul Rodison. Have we lost Paul Rodison there at McLean's? I can see a green flag waving. He must have gone off on the entry to McLean's there, Paul Rodison. Can't see his car on our cameras at the moment, but I can see a green flag waving on the exits of McLean, which suggests there's a yellow out at that corner. So it looks like we have lost our leader. That will give the lead to number 7 of Sam Hicks. A rare error by Paul Rodison, number 55. He's gone off somewhere between Starkey's Bridge and McLean's. So Hicks will take the lead going into our 3rd lap ahead of Andy Pretorius. Simon Fleet is up into 3rd place, the invitation class runner. Then we've got Bruce Hadfield, number 82, in 4th place, and Aaron Bunning from Stafford, number 22, rounds out the top 5. His granddad Dennis was a well-known racer. Honda CRXs were among the things that he raced over the years in the Super Coupe Cup, among others. Has Paul Rodison got going again? No, I don't think he has. So Rodison out of the race by the look of things. There's a battle further back between a Mark 1 MX-5, a Mark 4 MX-5 and an RX-7. The RX-7 sideways, Mark Spencer going to lose it? Yes he is, round he goes. Oh, and the number 69 Stephen Holden just avoids him there. Gina May Watkinson gets through as well in number 9. And Mark Spence gets going in that lovely RX-7. Simon Fleet's up into 2nd place, the 155 car, and he's going for the lead here. The Mark III running in the invitation class up against the Class A Mark IVs. It's not very often we see the Mark IVs beaten. It's not too often we see Paul Rodison beaten, it has to be said. Can't quite see where his car is. It's somewhere near Schwantz Curve, I think. So Sam Hicks with the lead, looking for his first win in the Max 5 Championship. He had 2 third places at Croft at the opening meeting of the year. Simon Fleet chasing him down. It is drying out there now after the rain in the early laps. The weather does not like Mazdas today, clearly. There's number 17, which is Harry Story. Now, Harry Storer, rather, he's up to 11th, ahead of the number 50, which is Tim Storer. Late additions to the grid, those two. Ben Taylor was supposed to appear in number 84, but he didn't take the start. Simon Fleet has now taken up the running as expected, ahead of Sam Hicks. He runs wide through the old hairpin. Running very wide through the old hairpin, the number 82 there of Bruce Hadfield. Aaron Budding not quite able to capitalise though. Raymond Worley in number 40 is in 6th position. Behind them, Andrew Stacey in the leading Mazda RX-8 rotary engine car. The RX-7, of course, with a rotary engine as well. Leaders come up towards Coppice, and has Fleet had a moment as well? Yes, there is Fleet coming through, and he's down to 5th or 6th position now. What is going on here? Every time a car gets into the lead, it seems to go off. This will go down as the Max 5 race no one wanted to win. So Sam Hicks back in the lead then in number 7. It'll be Andy Pretorius up into 2nd place. There is Fleet. He's just ahead of the RX-7, so he's down to 6th. There's Harry Story coming through. There is what is now the lead fight between Hicks and Pretorius. Cars popping and banging as they head over the start-finish line, and Ray Worley has done the fastest lap of the race in 5th place, 1:41.716, so it's beginning to dry out once again here at Donington Park.
I'm sure we got close to that car and we realised we were standing on the rear right corner. Incidentally, by the way, I see another car we've got is one of the RX-8s, the number 11 car, Smith is the one that went to the gravel in qualifying this morning. So challenging times in that RX-8, which I think has been one of the things that those that aren't fans of the RX-8s, they're very difficult to control.
Coming up towards half distance in this first Max 5 Racing Championship event of the weekend. It is Sam Hicks, number 7, all the way from Torquay in Devon to race here today. Not as long a trip as he had for the first round up to Croft, where he got 2 third places in his class. Behind John Halliwell and Paul Rodison. Rodison out of the race. There's Ray Worley challenging for 3rd place, now held by Bruce Hadfield. Down to 5th has gone Aaron Bunning. Fleet is next in 6th. Then we've got the RX-8 battle. Andrew Stacey ahead of one of the Mark 1s there. That's Harry Story coming through, in fact ahead of Tim Orme in the 111. So he split the RX-8s now. Fleet, trying to recover, has done the fastest lap of the race. He led briefly, but then had an off. Change for the lead. Pretorius has now taken it up ahead of Sam Hicks. There's so much going on here. How many different leaders is that now? Paul Rodison and Simon Fleet have taken turns in front. Hicks and now Pretorius. So 4 different leaders in the first half of this race. Harry Story on the back of Andrew Stacey here. Doesn't need to overtake him. They are in different classes, these two. Class D for the RX-8s. If anything, the two RX-8s might be getting a bit annoyed with Tim Story, Harry Story rather, buzzing around them. Because he's getting in the way of their battle for the lead of the class, Harry Storer, number 17. In 8th place overall. Here come your leaders. 77 of Andy Pretorius, starting on the outside of the front row. The man from Brough leads the way from Hicks in 2nd place. Less than a second between them. Waiting to see what the gap is back to 3rd place. Looks like Raymond Worley has taken over 3rd place from Bruce Hadfield. Simon Fleet still in 5th position, so he's back ahead of the similar MX-5 Mark III of Aaron Bunning. They are in different classes though. Aaron Bunning, the only Class B car in the race. Simon Fleet, of course, not registered for the championship, so not only in the invitation class for this one. Speaking of invitation class runners, there's Harry Storer again, challenging Andrew Stacey for 7th place. Class C led by Ollie Walden, he's further back in 10th place. Keep an eye on Raymond Worley here. He's lapping only a couple of tenths off the pace of the two leaders, the black and yellow Mark III. He's now in the lead of the invitation class after that moment for Simon Fleet earlier on. Here come your leaders. They're coming up to lap Gina May Watkinson in the number 9 car. 2 second places in Class C at Croft. Hopefully she'll see them coming and move aside. She does so in her Mark 1 on her local circuit, the young lady from Mansfield. Just over 7.5 minutes to go in this first Max 5 race of the weekend. Fastest lap of the race for Sam Hicks as the conditions continue to improve. That his last lap was 0.3 of a second quicker than the man ahead of him, Andy Pretorius. So this race starting to liven up once again. Down towards the old hairpin. Pretorius, number 69 of Stephen Holden, ahead of him there. Holden will move aside to let the leaders through. And now Harry Storer has got past Andrew Stacey. That will leave the RX-8 battle to manifest among itself. Tim Orme in treble 1 getting a bit of a wiggle on there coming out of Redgate. He's chasing Andrew Stacey for the lead of the RX-8s.
So there's the picture roll cage of Fleet has marked Bruce Hadfield. So Hadfield drops down into
Ray Worley laps Gina May Watkinson there. He's being caught back up by Simon Fleet, who I think has just got past Bruce Hadfield. Yes, he has. There's Hadfield. 6.5 minutes to go then. Andy Pretorius, still your leader. Pretorius with the fastest lap of the race this time, 1:36.281, has just come up on my timing screen, so he's increased his lead. He's responded to the threat of Sam Hicks to the tune of 0.6 of a second that time through. Ray Worley in 3rd place. Now, is he closing on the two leaders? No, he's not. His last lap was a 1:38. The leader's in the 1:36s. Simon Fleet lapping at a similar pace. He may catch Ray Worley here as one of the Mark 1s is lapped by the two leaders. This could allow Sam Hicks to close back up again. The battle of the Mark 4s at the front. Class B still being led by Aaron Bunning. Class C by Ollie Walden in 27. Andrew Stacey, who leads Class D. Ray Worley, of course, leads the invitation category. There is Harry Storer coming down the Craner curves.
that are guaranteed to change with the very next lap. It gets drier and drier, and get you offline as well, because you're either going for an overtake. I think if you've got a vector onto the wetter part of the
5 minutes of this race to go then. A shame we lost Paul Rodison. He would dearly have loved to add to his tally of wins in this championship. There come the leaders. Now Sam Hicks has closed back up on Andy Pretorius, and he's going to try again. That was 1.3 seconds. We're going to see what it is this time through. 0.7 of a second, not surprisingly. Fastest lap of the race to Sam Hicks, 1:34.995. The first man to lap in the 1:34s. Pretorius was 1:35.5, so they're both getting faster and faster as the track dries out. Ray Worley lapping a couple of seconds off the pace of the leaders. Likewise Fleet in number 1 at 5.5. Andy Pretorius then missed the first weekend of the season at Croft, looking to take his first win of the year. There's a battle between a couple of the Mark 1s. That's Harry Storer moving past Gina May Watkinson. Andrew Stacey will be next to lap the young lady racer.
I've got to be honest to say that to me he's going to have to do a bit more than that. Because that's managed to widen the gap between the two of them as they make their way around Coppice for exhibition straight.
So Willoughby, Pretorius or Hicks, they're 12 seconds clear of the rest of the field now, which is Ray Worley in third, the leader of the invitation class. Simon Fleet is trying to close him down. He took half a second out of him on the previous lap. We'll see at least a couple more laps of this from the two Mark 4s out in front.
3 minutes left on the clock of a 20-minute race, and the gap's come down again. Now just over half a second. Once again.
10 laps completed now by Andy Pretorius, number 77. Can Sam Hicks find anything here to try and take that lead back again? Two Mazda MX-5 Mark 4s lap almost nose to tail. Another fastest lap of the race, this time by Hicks. They're in the 1:33s now, both of them. They're getting quicker and quicker towards the end of this race. Shows how much the track has dried out. And Hicks has a look here, coming out of the old hairpin. He's almost up alongside Andy Pretorius, who's going to come out of this with the lead. They're side by side on the run up through towards McLean's, who will come out of this with the lead. Pretorius still has it. He's held it there. Good driving by Andy Pretorius as they lapped one of the back markers there. Andy Pretorius has just hung on by the skin of his teeth in the lead. These two well clear of Ray Worley now. There he is in third place ahead of Simon Fleet. Bruce Hadfield is fifth ahead of Aaron Bunning. It's all about these two up front. Class D still being led by Andrew Stacey further back, number 25. Class C by Ollie Walden. Class B by Aaron Bunning. He's the only Class B runner. 1:35 left on the clock as they cross the line, so we may get checkered flag this time around as Sam Hicks up the inside as they go into Redgate corner. Can he get through? No, not quite. Good defensive work by Andy Pretorius. They're holding on around the outside. They come down towards the Craner curves, what could be the last time. Another fastest lap of the race for Sam Hicks, 1:32.798. He's really putting the pressure on here. Down to the old hairpin. Sideways there, Pretorius. He'll lose momentum for that. Is Sam Hicks close enough to strike? No, he's not. Meantime, this is the lead battle in the RX8 category, Class D. Andrew Stacey ahead of 111 of Tim Orme. They've been nose to tail almost all race long. The other RX8 of Richard Smith has dropped out of the race. 40 seconds left on the clock then. There are the leaders at Coppice corner. It is still Andy Pretorius in front. Here they come down towards the chicane. Will the checkered flag go out this time? The race, of course, on time, not laps. Pretorius still hanging on ahead of Sam Hicks around the chicane. They might be a few seconds too early for the checkered flag here. The flag has not gone out. They've got to do one more lap. That's the last thing Andy Pretorius wanted to see, but it's best news possible for Sam Hicks. He's got one more lap to try and attack Andy Pretorius and dislodge him from the lead. Meantime, Simon Fleet has almost caught Ray Worley for third place. Rounding up the top 5, Bruce Hadfield, number 82 in the Mark 4. It's all about these two Mark 4s. Now coming up to lap one of the Mark 1s there. I think that's Gina May Watkinson. That's no problem. There's the two Mazda RX-8s. Andy Stacey has, if anything, increased his lead slightly over Tim Orme. That's still behind one of the Mark 1s there. That's of Harry Storer. Leaders coming up towards Coppice Corner for the last time, and Sam Hicks having a look on the inside. He almost got the inside line away from Andy Pretorius there as they came through Coppice. He couldn't quite get the lead away though. They're coming down to the chicane for the last time. Is it going to be all or nothing from Sam Hicks in the blue and white number 7? Is Andy Pretorius going to hang on for his first win of the season? Into the chicane they come. It looks as though Pretorius is going to do it. It's going to be checkered flag. This time Andy Pretorius will take the victory in Max 5 race number 1. There is the checkered flag. Pretorius wins it, punches the air with delight as he crosses the line. Second goes to number 7 of Sam Hicks. Great fight between those two. Here's the fight for third. Simon Fleet has caught Ray Worley. Is he going to slipstream on the run to the line? No, not quite. Third will go to Ray Worley, but only just as they go over the line. 900ths of a second in it. Fleet tried to slipstream his way past, and on the last lap he got the fastest lap of the race as well, Simon Fleet. 1:29.331. Bruce Hadfield will take 5th position. 6th is going to be Aaron Bunning. He will win Class B. Class C is won by number 27, Ollie Walden. Class D will be won by Andrew Stacey, number 25. And the invitation class by Ray Worley in number 40 by 900ths of a second. Here's our battle involving the RX-8, or at least it was. This had been a gap opened up quite considerably on that final lap. Andrew Stacey ahead of Tim Orme. It'll be Stacey who takes the class for the rotary engine cars.
Oh yeah, Bruce Hadfield, there he was. See where he started on the grid now, he's the Class 8. So Bruce Hadfield is 5th place. 6th is the Class B, Class B winner, Aaron Bunning, number 22. 7th is the third place indication on number 17.
We'll check out the results in a second of that Max 5 championship race, first of the weekend. Andy Pretorius the winner by less than 0.4 of a second ahead of Sam Hicks. Good fight between those two. Ray Worley just defeating Simon Fleet by a matter of hundredths on the line for third. Bruce Hadfield took 5th ahead of Aaron Bunning. Then Harry Storer a good 7th from towards the back of the grid. Andrew Stacey the top RX-8 in 8th. Tim Orme in 9th, and Ollie Walden the winner of Class C, a lap down, rounding out the top 10.
In 11th place, number 19, which is Invitational Cross Birds. 12th, number 50, Storer. 13th, number 79, that beautiful 7 RX-7. So that is the runners of the Max 5. They will be back out again tomorrow. Just once more tomorrow morning they're back out again. It's just really enjoyable, attractive mix of cars. So look forward to that for those guys.
Yes. Keep up in this cross that the weather is slightly more consistent, shall we say, particularly the point. Race drivers tend to like it completely dry, stays dry, or bizarrely completely wet, as long as it stays wet, because they can judge the conditions pretty well there. The difficulty is, well, mainly if you're in a dry setup car.
The ultimate race of the day coming up shortly then. It will be the final over 12 laps for the UK National Legends in association with MRF Tyres. They are about to head out, so let's head down to the pits.
Right, everybody, welcome back. Now it's time for the Legends. It's the third and final race of the day for these guys here. As you can see, the track has certainly dried up, hasn't it, after the race we've just had there. Reverse grid this time as well, we saw a little bit earlier. Let's just have a look at this over here. Pokey's paint shop, that looks pretty good. Let's just grab a quick word here. Are we third on the grid here, Jonty? Are you ready for this one? Expecting a dry race?
Hopefully, yeah.
Not like the rain?
No, not at all.
How did the race 2 go for you?
Not very good. I ended up in the gravel.
Ah, and we managed to get the spade out. No, no stones left in there.
No, it's all out.
That's what I like to hear. Look, best of luck.
Thank
you. You've got a nice clear run there. Let's go a little bit further up here, shall we? Hello, hello. This is a fine-looking car. Wild Bill Reed, it says up here. Let's find out how wild you are.
You all right?
Yeah, very well. How's your day going so far?
All right. Yeah.
You got a nice, well, obviously we don't start here, but you're front row of the grid, so going into Redgate, what's the plan? Stick it around the outside or just hold a line?
Hold the line.
Yeah.
Hold the line and try and stay as steady, as far in front of the rest of them as possible.
Fantastic.
It's proving difficult.
It looks tricky. Let's hope the rain holds off. Best of luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you? Sure. Let's head over here. Oh, it's James Hall. We've actually spoken to James already. Let's head down a little bit. The guys are almost ready to get out onto the circuit. It's the final race of the day for these. But Legends will be back tomorrow as well, and we'll be back live for them too as well. Let's Steve Whiteleg. Let's have a look at this fine. Red's my favourite colour, so let's go talk to Steve Whiteleg. Steve, welcome. This afternoon is well, we're expecting quite an eventful race. This one, are you looking for this?
Yes, always looking forward to it. I love this type of racing. As you can imagine, it's just great fun.
These look fantastic, I have to say. What is it like to drive? Is it like a go-kart, or does it really stick to the road?
A little bit like a go-kart, insofar as it's pretty stiff and sturdy, but there's no grip.
Look, the track's perhaps a little bit moist. Is that going to really affect anything? Looks like you've got wet tyres on. They can handle the rain.
I'm on dries.
Oh, you're on dries, okay.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd rather not wear out my brand new wets.
Good man, that's what I like to hear. Back tomorrow for more, huh?
Yeah.
Lovely. Best of luck out there.
Yeah.
Right, the Legends are about to take to the track. We're just waiting behind the safety car. I'm going to pass back to our commentator, David Goddard, as the race 3 for the Legends is about to get underway. Enjoy it.
Division 1 top 3 was number 1, 69 and 11. Division 2 top 3, number 3, number 68 and number 42. The winner's time, 16 minutes, 5.130 seconds. 16 minutes, 5.130 seconds. After 11 laps. Have a look. It'll be amended. 40, 10-second penalty. Change to respond to the direction of the car. Therefore, I think we have an amended race 2 result where Connor Mills have just informed. Of course, it's like a 30-second penalty, but not shown yet. It isn't online there as it stands at the minute. But then, of course, what that means, this grid is based on the points that they've scored through the heat, the first 2 races. Then, from memory, reverse, or from a percentage of the group. Then they cut the pack, yeah, exactly. Then they take all the red ones out, pick a car, any car. Yes, so that was a challenge, that got done, that was done late. Then it needed to go to somebody else to do something else. Then it goes over to Phil, who runs the Legends, and they've got a full team there, so he sort of has to get some information to someone else, who then sorts out grid, then gets it back here. Priority was obviously to get over to those guys over there. It will then be over to downstairs and put online and things like that, but yeah, we'll just go with what it is there, and it's down to, it's still a legacy of the logistical challenges that this pandemic has caused. Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the things that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, it does have a trickle-down effect, whereby I think the point is that it's a slipped-down team that is normally very much on the button when it comes to arranging this championship. All the people that need to know this information will have it, and we are obviously obviously much further down that list. But it's all right, we can use pen and paper and get a rough grid together, as long as we know who's leading the race at any one point. We've got a time constraint to deliver that information, so all should be well.
Yeah, I mean, I might not even be convinced about the penalty because it's only number 40 Connie Hughes who's got had a penalty for that last one. But that was just failing to respond to the direction of the car. So I'm not sure exactly what the story there. There may be an amended classification for that race, but either way, that's not a problem. And really, although they do get points though, this is the most important race of the day for these guys.
Right, I'm here with Andy Pretorius, race winner of the Max 5 Championship. Andy, congratulations. What was that like?
Oh, that was fantastic. It's my first win in the Mark 4s, so it is a fantastic feeling. As you said in the beginning, I didn't know what to expect. So I just took it easy, didn't push it, and just controlled it from the front end.
Now, I spoke to you, didn't I, at the assembly area, and you've been all smiles all day. It must feel fantastic to get that.
Absolutely, that first win is always fantastic.
How many races have you done with Max 5?
In Max 5 since 2015, so about 5 years, yeah.
So,
5 years. But I had a lower model, I had a Mark 3, and this last year I went up to the Mark 4.
So the last couple of laps, you're out in the lead. You know it's probably coming. Any slight nerves?
No, I felt I had it under control because I knew certain parts of the track I was much faster. So I rather took it easy in the slippery parts and floored it in the parts that I knew I was fast. So I kept him at bay.
Fantastic. Look, massive congratulations. I'm so happy for you because you've got such a smile on your face. It's a pleasure. And are you back tomorrow as well?
Yes, tomorrow.
You're back tomorrow?
Yeah, 9:30, I think, or something.
Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, that was Andy Pretorius, the Max 5 Championship winner. We're about to get ready. The legends are about to head back out on track, aren't they? So I'm going to hand back to our commentator, David Goddard. Enjoy the race.
Previous race, obviously, but you said it was an RX-8, you think, by the end? Yeah, okay, so that'll be the earlier. Or it might be Paul Rogerson. The Rogerson car, which, yeah, struck the barrier very early on when he was leading the race. You will definitely remember that. And there'll be damage on that car on the rear right corner as it caught the
Cars lining up next for the final for the UK National Legends cars in association with MRF Tyres. They are on their way out onto their rolling lap now. Unfortunately, I don't have a grid for this race, but the way they'll line up is with the results of the heats added together and then reversing everything. So the lower scorers from the heat start at the front, rookies and guest class drivers start at the back. Maybe Nathan Anthony, my co-commentator, can shed a bit more light.
Well, we're going to have all the cars, the quickest cars are going to be at the back of the pack, not the right at the back, because that'll be the newcomers and the rookies. But you've got Gibson's going to be quite a way back. Rubman, Mickle, Daniel Clark. So all the ones that scored well in the first two heats will be near the back. So you've got James Hall Morton on the front. He had a good start to the second race, but he developed a misfire, so he had to come in. So he's obviously on pole, so he scored the least points throughout the day. Can't see on my screen who's to give you some decent times of what they've done. But I can tell you now, this is going to be a cracking race because it's a little bit greasy out there. They're all on the same tyre actually. They've all opted to go on the dry tyre, which in my opinion is obviously the way to go. There's going to be some elements of slippiness out there. Might be a little bit pushing on going through Craners. And I think you're going to see a real dash towards the end when you start seeing the faster cars at the back coming through to the front. I think this is going to be a cracking race, to be fair.
Certainly is, yes. Jonty Norman on the outside the front row there. Nick Bridgman is well up. See Robin Fountain there, Connor Mills, John Mickle, the quicker runners towards the back. Jonty Norman on the second row. In fact, there's Nick Bridgman, Connor Hughes in there. Stephen Whiteleg's quite well up. He could be in with a chance.
Yeah, you can never underestimate Whiteleg. He's a real good peddler. He's been doing it for many years, and he's had a comeback. He's on a return this year. He did have last year off, and it's a very, very well turned out car, that is.
It's almost ready to go. Legends racing for the third time today. Another 3 races coming up for them tomorrow. Of course, we've seen some great racing in the heats today. Wins for Will Gibson and for Daniel Clark, who are towards the back of the grid as a result for this one. James Hall Morton is on pole then in car number 32.
James could have a good chance of winning this if his misfire's cleared up. I just hope his misfire has actually gone.
Treble 3 Bill Reid alongside him then. I think there's a gap on the second row there. Not too sure who it is that's missing. We're about to get underway then. The pack is unleashed and down towards Redgate they go for the first time. Who's going to take the lead here? Jonty Norman in 43, who ended up in the gravel in race 2, moving towards the inside here. He's going to lead into Redgate. Connor Hughes trying to go through the middle.
Whiteleg's on the
car
inside.
40. Stephen Whiteleg side by side with his running mate Nick Bridgman. Hall Morton's gone wide as they come out of Redgates for the first time. They're all round Redgate okay. And the Pocket Rockets yowl their way down the Craner curves for the first time.
I think Haraway got quite a good start there. I think he's made up some good pace.
Looks like it could be Connor Hughes leading as they come through the old hairpin for the first time. One car running very wide at the back. I think that's Hall Morton. I think his misfire has returned again, sadly. It looked like James Hall Morton going slowly there. Stephen Whiteleg is up to second. That's Robin Fountain in third place. Champion 20 years ago, making a return to Legends this year. You could say Fountain's making a splash in this race already. It's Connor Hughes who leads the way, though, son of a former champion, Paul Hughes.
Paul Simmons there.
Simmons in 51.
Paul's had quite a good weekend, although he did have a bit of a rough second race. So Whiteleg's up to second now, and he will be pushing through.
Having a look here down the inside into the chicane. He won't get through there. Connor Hughes it is who has got the lead.
All safely
Reid almost
there.
falling over somebody there further back.
Jack Parker's coming up. Jack's going to be quite a threat in this race.
Robin Fountain's going to take the lead into Redgate. He goes from third to first, looking for the first win of his comeback season. There's Dan Clark and Will Gibson, our 2 heat winners from earlier on, fighting it out in the midfield already.
Will needs to try and get a bit further up the pace to if he can have any chance of winning a final race of the day.
Connor Hughes has got the fastest lap, but he's lost the lead. He's down to second. Here comes Jack Parker on the inside. The slightly damp track will probably
Connor Hughes is doing quite well for his
into his hands here, and we have a safety car. James Hall Morton comes in. We have a safety car. There's somebody off somewhere. Don't know who it is at the moment. Oh, there it is, Nick Bridgman. That's on the exit of the chicane, I think, that Nick Bridgman has gone into the gravel backwards.
Well and truly beached, that one. He won't be coming out of there without a toe.
Not been a happy day for Nick, sadly.
It's been a good opening lap for Hughes.
Yeah, there it is.
There's one car, the car that didn't take the start. I think it's Neil Shenton. I said we had a gap on the grid. I don't think Neil's out there.
I noticed him in the paddock. He was having an engine change. It's like he's going to try and get ready for tomorrow.
Hopefully we'll see him back for tomorrow as the BMW safety car picks up Robin Fountain, our race leader. The man from Boston in Lincolnshire. Champion in the early years of Legends in the UK. Before giving way to greats like Peter Morton, John Higgins, of course, the Scotsman.
Great Peter Morton, as they call him in the paddock.
And, of course, John Mickle.
So Robin Fountain is going to try and get a good jump when the safety car comes in.
It shouldn't be out for too long, I don't think, here. It won't take them long to clear Nick Bridgman's car.
Nick Bridgman teams up with Whiteleg, so Whiteleg runs in the same team under Bridgman Motorsport. But he won't be too happy when he comes past and sees one of his teammates in the gravel.
See there, that's the coupe body style of Legend, as opposed to the sedan that we see. There's only a couple of sedans in the field today. Connor Hughes is in one, Jonty Norman.
Most of the competitors
also Neil Shenton.
Most of the competitors do tend to try and run they prefer to run the coupe. Unlike myself, when we get the van out, we go back to a sedan chassis. I think it's a better chassis myself, but it's preference.
So Nick Bridgman's car sits lonely in the gravel at the exit of the Roberts chicane. He's obviously spun coming through there.
Gibson did manage to get up to 10th. He's had quite a good start.
So the order is Fountain from Connor Hughes. Third is Stephen Whiteleg. Fourth, 83 of Cy Haraway. He's had a good getaway. He could be one of the favourites here. Jack Parker is down to 5th. Miles Rudman is 6th. Paul Simmons 7th. Then it's John Mickle 8th. Dan Clark is 9th. And Will Gibson up to 10th from the back. 11th it is Jonty Norman ahead of Connor Mills. 13th it is Steve McGill. 14th Mike Schlupp. And 15th is Chris Needham, number 99. Beyond that we've got Andy Bird, his first weekend Racing Legends, number 30 car. 86, which is John Critchlow, one of our guest class cars. The other one of Gerard McCosh behind him. Then Bill Reed and LB Clark ran out the field because, of course, we've lost Nick Bridgman, as you can see, and James Hall Morton having retired to the pits. Doesn't take a lot of attractive effort from the snatch vehicle there. Look at that. That's the quickest I've ever seen the recovery done, I think.
That is a swift exit. I'll give him that. Very swift.
Exit stage right for Nick Bridgman.
Jonty Norman is he started on the front row, I believe, but he's still lying in 11th. He's not doing too bad. I would imagine that Connor Mills is going to be gagging to get a good start. He would definitely want to be in the top 10.
The safety car not coming in this time. It just wasn't quite recovered in time there, the car. So we're going to do one more lap. Sky going dark again over Donington.
So they've got 2 extra laps over this, being the final race of the day. It's gone from 10 laps to 12. We are on currently lap 4 due to the safety car. Most of them weave in to try and keep some temperature into the tyres. It's a lot cooler now, so I notice that Mickle's trying to keep his tyres cool by the look of it, so they will stay on a lot longer towards the end of the race. Same as Gilbo.
You see Andy Bird further back in the order, the number 30 car, the black and white machine there. Just ahead of our 2 guest class runners from the Scottish Legends Championship.
Yeah, it's still quite a good championship, strong championship, the Legends Championship, but the Nationals, what we're watching now, is what I would say the pedigree.
These cars, of course, very popular racing on the oval tracks in the USA, both on tarmac and on dirt. There's a championship for them in France as well. We often have French and Belgian drivers come over to race, particularly at Brands Hatch.
We used to have a lot of Belgians that come over. There was about 4 consistent ones that come over.
Guy Fastre and Jean-Michel Poncelet, the leading pair.
Good fast drivers. Also brought some flair to the paddock.
Of course, there is a World Championship for Legends as well, contested in the USA. John Mickle, I believe the only English driver to have won that.
He has won that. I think he's won it a couple of times actually, but we can all go out to it. We can all attend it if you wish. Most of the drivers tend to hire a car when they go out there rather than take their own.
Lights are out atop the safety car then, so we'll be going back to racing this time. See, the track's still a little damp there. Robin Fountain from Connor Hughes. Now, where is John Mickle since we've mentioned him?
Fountain's going to try and get a good jump. He's going to go about now. He's gone now. So he's going to be a little bit greasy coming off that corner.
Yeah, they're going to slip and slide through the chicane. Here they come, line astern. The race is back on, down towards Redgate. They start to fan out once they've crossed the timing line. Defending to the inside is Jack Parker in the 13. Oh, Connor
actually
Hughes.
Looks worse. So it's actually raining out there
under
now.
Braking. Yes, the rain is coming down again now. And this is going to play into the hands of, as you said earlier, Jack Parker. He's the wet weather expert, so watch that yellow and blue number 13. There's cars going off behind. That's Andy Bird in number 30. That's a shame. He was having a good run.
They're now all on the wrong tyre. They're all going to be wishing.
Oh, they're going. Well, these cars.
Mickle. That's Mickle.
That's gone. Mickle gone. A rare spin for John Mickle. That shows how tricky it is out there. They're going to be all over the place. There's no grip at all. Look at this. Pouncing goes wide. Whiteleg goes wide.
Right, they've all got to now start running on the outside of the circuit in high gears. All they need to use now is 5th and 4th.
And just be very, very careful. These cars tricky enough to drive in the dry, never mind in
You've got to be running
like
completely offline. Completely offline now.
That's a great shame. The rain just arriving at the worst moment. Stephen Whiteleg has taken the lead in car 66. Is that Miles Rudman up there in the number 1? It's so dark up at Coppice we can hardly see him. Yes, it is Rudman going into 2nd place ahead of Fountain. Then it's Hughes. Here comes Jack Parker.
Keep your eye on Parker.
Yeah, the ABC using the outside line at Coppice. That is good to see.
I think Parker was born in a bath because he absolutely loves the wet.
57, look at
Gibbo's
Will
going to go
Gibson.
for a, yeah. Oh, that's going to
Conor Hughes lost it under braking. Wallop straight into the front of Cy Haraway. Parker's gone as well.
Oh, that's just a little bit.
Oh, no.
Inexperience, in my opinion.
An annoyed Jack Parker floors the throttle, gets back underway, and young Conor Hughes will not be too happy with himself there either. Stephen Whiteleg has the lead ahead of Miles Rudman. Fountain 3rd. Gibson's up to 4th. And who's this coming through? That looks like Dan Clark in the number 14. He's flying up the order. Connor Mills behind them in the 23 car, and keep going to say 82 because that's usually his number.
They need to be sticking to the outside all the way now. Some of them are, oh, that's really coming down hard now. That's going to be a problem.
Hammering down Egan. I can hear it on the roof of our commentary box even. So Miles Rudman has taken the lead in number 1. Using the outside line to good effect at the old hairpin.
That's the wrong line coming through there for Daniel Clark.
Dan Clark he's using his karting lines here. They tiptoe their way around the old hairpin. The rain is coming down diagonally, so one of these drivers can see where they're going. Never mind
some of the drivers
find any grip.
Some of the drivers will be using windscreens, but without, obviously they can't use a wiper. Some of them, well, most of them will all have visors on, but you cannot see. It is such a problem.
Up through McLean's they go.
They should all have their rain lights on by now, but some of them haven't. You do need that because you have to use that as a marker point.
3 wide almost there on the exit of Coppice Corner. That's the blue car of Connor Mills, I think, battling with Robin Fountain. So Rudman has the lead now from Whiteleg. Fountain still in 3rd place. Here comes Mills side by side with Will Gibson. Then it is Dan Clark. Next in the order is that Cy Haraway, number 83. So Haraway and Parker back up into 7th and 8th places, despite that tangle at the chicane just a couple of laps ago. Look at the conditions here as they head down the straight.
Fountain's found some good pace in the wet.
Well, with a name like Fountain, you'd expect him to go well in the wet, wouldn't you?
He's just
back
gone
up
past
into 2nd place.
So Steve won't be pleased with that. Connor's good in the wet.
Here comes Connor Mills, then the 23. Used to race in what is now known as F4, the supports formulas the British Touring Car Championship, the single-seaters in one of its previous guises.
Rodman's got a slight lead there. So yeah, his lines are totally different to what they were in the dry.
Never mind the driver's scene where they're going. We can hardly see them. It is raining so heavily out there at the moment. And understeering there, Robin Fountain just about going to get round the corner in 2nd place. Connor Mills attacking for 2nd.
You see where all the grip is on the outside.
Well, there's still 20 cars running in this one. The only ones we've lost before the rains came, Nick Bridgman and James Hall-Morton. Bridgman in the gravel, Hall-Morton with a misfire.
Paul Simmons line 10th. Not too bad for the conditions.
Now you see Parker using a completely different line to everybody else again. He knows how to drive in the wets, racing with his head here. Can they catch Miles Rudman then?
They might be able to catch him, but they've got to get past him. It means they've got to go a totally different line.
Looking for his first final victory of the season. He had a win at Croft.
Connor's had a nice
in
exit.
The opening round.
Connor had a lovely exit coming out of there. Robin Fountain's got a good run though. He'd be hard pushed to come back across.
Here comes Will Gibson. Stephen Whiteleg's dropping back. He could be down to 5th here. It's Rudman that leads it side by side for 2nd. Mills goes through. Gibson goes through for 4th place. Parker on the tail of Clark for 6th as well. They're coming up to the end of lap number 7. Robin Fountain moves across, tries to chase down Connor Mills for 2nd place. He's defending at the same time because here comes Will Gibson in the 57. He wants a heat and final double from the back of the grid.
I can't see what lap times they're doing from here, but it looks like Connor is really edging up against Rudman on pace.
Connor Mills' last lap was a 1:43.0, half a second quicker than Rudman. That time through. He's taking a look at TSL timing. Thanks to them for our timing and graphics today.
I would imagine every one of them is probably wishing to see a checkered flag at the moment, but they're a long way from that yet.
Yeah, still another 4 laps to go after this. Rudman goes wide through the old hairpin. Mills almost goes too wide. Still Fountain 3rd, Gibson 4th. Whiteleg is 5th. Ploughing wide there is Jack Parker, but he's still 6th ahead of Dan Clark. Then in 8th place, can't quite see who that was. There is Elby Clark, number 15.
She's still on circuit though, she's doing well in the conditions, very tricky.
First lady in Legends since Jess Gwynn many years ago,
Jess
I believe.
Gwynn, yeah. So the top 5 have actually pulled away from the pack slightly. Connor is catching Rudman.
Yes, he certainly is. He took half a second out of him on the last lap. The man from Birmingham leads the way. Connor Mills from Upminster, just outside London, in 2nd place.
2 totally different lines as they come out of there. Miles goes wide and Connor cuts in tight.
Will Gibson takes 3rd away from Robin Fountain. Stephen Whiteleg looking on in 5th as the rain continues to hammer down here at Donington. Gibson's lost it. Off goes Will Gibson. Yeah. There goes his hope of a heat and final double.
They just touched each other. There was no need for them to touch each other there.
And Gibson gets going again just in front of the 86 of guest class runner John Critchlow, who's up in 8th place overall. That's the car I was trying to identify a moment ago. John Critchlow up in 8th. He's going brilliantly ahead of Cy Haraway now. He clearly likes the wet.
Did Mickle get back on, or is he completely finished?
John Mickle is 11th, so he's still in there somewhere in the spray.
Yeah.
There's Dan Clark still ahead. The rain is intensifying here, but now the sun's coming out up at Redgate as well. We're going to see the brightest rainbow we've ever seen in a moment.
The problem they got now is you're going to have reflection off your visor because of the wet and the sun, and then some of them running windscreens could be even worse.
How is Miles Rudman still able to lead by such a margin here? Down towards the hairpin they come. That's Dan Clark, I think. It's hard to identify these cars. There's so much spray around. It's Rudman from Mills. Whiteleg is now up to 3rd with that tangle between Fountain and Connor Mills. 4th place is Jack Parker, then Dan Clark. Fountain down to 6th, Gibson 7th.
Whiteleg really benefited from those two having a tangle together, so I bet he's pleased with that. Driving a solid race actually.
Mills to within a second of Rudman for the lead now. There's 3 more laps to go after this, and just as suddenly as the rain has started, it's stopping again. Well, it is at this end of the circuit anyway. I think it's still raining up at McLean's and Coppice.
Connor will be pushing and pushing to get a win. He won't give up.
Weather in this country is just balmy at the moment. Here comes Connor Mills.
Connor is catching him hand over fist.
Here comes Jack Parker as well. He's caught Stephen Whiteleg.
So Parker's gone from 13th back up to 4th.
Rudman leads. They go into lap 10.
Parker's going to do Whiteleg.
And the gap is down by another half a second. It's 0.45 of a second now. Here comes Connor Mills. He's the one to watch. Parker just round the outside of Stephen Whiteleg up into 3rd place. Gibson's back up to 5th. Clark 6th ahead of Fountain.
That is a great drive by Parker to come back down from the spin to back up to 3rd.
Well, we said he would be the rain master in this one. Rudman's actually pulled a bit of a twitch from Rudman down the trainer curve. Somebody retiring. That's Connor Hughes into the paddock in number 40. He's out of the race.
He had a spin earlier and caused Parker and had to drop back.
Here's some of the runners further back. There's Gerard McCosh, his pig mascot, still hanging on in there on the back of the car.
He always finishes. He just keeps pounding out the laps.
Maroon coloured car, same colour as the vintage Bentley he races on occasion as well. Bentley Drivers Club have actually got their meeting at Silverstone this weekend, I believe.
I'm not sure if he's still got his sandals on in the car right now.
I wouldn't think so. Great character, Gerard McCosh. Here's Miles Rudman though.
Connor's still pushing.
Yep, it's another 2 laps of this for Miles to resist.
Will's getting the wiggle on there, coming out.
Taking that slightly wider line through Coppice Corner. 4th is still Whiteleg.
Rudman's pulled away slightly now from Mills.
Let's have a look at Will Gibson's lap time. Yeah, his last lap time was a couple of seconds quicker than Stephen Whiteleg. Goes very wide there, Robin Fountain. Onto the grass on the exit of Coppice. That's going to allow Dan Clark
pay for that
back
now.
Ahead. And look who's closing up on them as well. That's the number 86 of John Critchlow, the guest class runner. He's having a superb drive.
It's because it's always wet in Scotland.
I was trying to avoid saying that. Thank you very much, Nathan. You'll upset all our Scottish viewers now.
I'm sure they're used to it.
Quite a few Scottish drivers here today, of course. Stephen McGill is there in 14th place as well. Of course, we saw Finlay Mickle, the British Olympic skier at one time, race legends in Scotland at one time. I don't think, is he any relation to John Mickle?
No.
That is remarkable, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's not a particularly common name.
Well, not that I know of. I don't think John's ever mentioned him.
Side by side down the Craners. Look at this. This is brave in this weather. Robin Fountain losing out. That's Critchlow again. He's driving superbly in these wet conditions.
Great drive.
John Critchlow, the guest class runner. And he was behind Gerard McCosh in the class earlier on. We seem to have lost a couple more cars.
So
Paul Simmons has disappeared.
Oh, it's a shame for
We've
Paul.
lost him from the race somewhere. Coming on to start the final lap this time.
Critchlow come on Fountain.
There is Mills. He's on his own at the front now. What's happened to Miles Rudman? Has Rudman had a lose somewhere? Connor Mills is on his own at the front. There is Miles Rudman in second place. He's had a moment somewhere while we were watching the pack further back. Well, disappointment for Miles Rudman. To repeat of a couple of years ago where he just couldn't seem to win a final. He was always out of luck. Look at Critchlow sideways
the rain has actually stopped now, but the track is so greasy, and they're definitely on the wrong tyre now.
These tyres are going to be destroyed if the track dries out in this final lap.
Coming back.
So Connor Mills going clear then from Miles Rudman in second. Jack Parker's still there in third ahead of Whiteleg. Will Gibson in fifth.
I wouldn't be surprised if Parker pulls out and gets the second place in this.
Miles Rudman will be very
pushing.
frustrated.
They're all using the same line now, though. The grip is definitely on the outside.
So we're on the last lap of Legends final for this Saturday round. Another 3 races tomorrow, of course, 2 more heats and a final. And
Connor is
it's
in
going
a
to
league of his own now.
be a first win of the season for Connor Mills. His best results on the opening weekend of the season at Croft was a second place in Heat 1 on Sunday.
Connor's pulled a massive lead now. He's in a league of his own now.
Just over 5 seconds clear at the start of this final lap. Connor Mills is going to take his first win of the season.
I would imagine Matt Roach is probably hanging off the pit lane by now, gearing his car on.
Yes, Matt has race legends on occasions in the past. Very good, very knowledgeable car preparer as well. We saw Steve McGill there, the Scotsman, running down in 14th place. We prepare to welcome
We're on the last lap now, so
race winner shortly. Here he comes out of Coppice. It's going to be a win for Connor Mills.
That's a great drive by Connor.
Now Jack Parker could still yet steal second place.
It will be a do or die going into the chicane.
Connor Mills is coming in to win, but here comes the second place battle. What's Jack Parker going to do? Is he going to go for the last spin lunge at the chicane?
I think Miles is too wise for this.
Parker will have a look. Miles a little bit out of shape there. It's going to be a win for Connor Mills in the 23.
Just won't have the grip.
Miles Rudman takes second place just ahead of Jack Parker, so congratulations Connor Mills taking the win. Fourth place will be Stephen Whiteleg, Will Gibson fifth.
That's a great drive by Steve.
A great drive by Connor Mills as well, the former single-seater man. Not sure what happened to Miles Rudman, whether he had a moment somewhere and with a couple of laps to go. But for me, one of the drives of the race there, number 86, John Critchlow, that 8th place.
That is a great drive by John.
I think it's his first time at Donington.
Yeah,
as well,
he's
so
never
well
been
done to
rounded
him.
since today, so he's pulled it out of the bag in the wet. I would imagine all those drivers would be relieved to finish that race without any damage. Bit of a shame that the Mickle cars and the Simmons didn't quite cut it in the wet.
Well, we've got one more race to come here at Donington, and it's a long one. 3 hours of racing, or the Citroën C1 Challenge, and there are 50 cars on the grid for it. If the weather's like that during it, it is going to be mayhem.
Fortunately, I'm only doing the Legends commentary, so I'll be bowing out of that one.
Let's confirm the result then of the Legends. First, Connor Mills, 6 seconds clear of Miles Rudman at the flag. Jack Parker a fine third ahead of Stephen Whiteleg. Will Gibson takes fifth ahead of Dan Clark, our Heat 1 winner. Robin Fountain in 7th ahead of John Critchlow, good drive by him. Cy Harraway took 9th and John Mickle down in 10th after a spin when the rains came. I think that would make Will Gibson possibly the highest score of the day, first and second in the heats and fifth in the final. Everyone else a little bit inconsistent elsewhere because of the changing conditions in that final. Well done to the legends then, and we'll be back with the C1s shortly for their 3-hour enduro race.
So those two are already making their way in. 60-60, White Leg in 4th place. 5th is Will Gibson, number 57. Daniel Clark, number 14, race 1 with the finishes in 6th place. Robin Faxon, number 31 in 7th. 8th is the Jets car, number 86, which is John Critchlow. In 9th place, Cy Haraway, number 83. 10th is number 4, John Little. I'm not sure if he was particularly pleased with that one, to be honest with you. 11th, number 30 for 99 Chris Needham, 12 the ex-supercar driver. In 13th place, number 3 Mike Flood. 14th, number 18 Miguel. 15th, 43 Jonty Norman. 16th, number 69 McCosh. In 17th, number 15 Eddie Clark. 18th, final finisher, 333 Bill Reed. So well done to Connor Mills, and he will be the last car to make his way into the pits. And he is your race winner though in the blue and white car. Great fight through to take that victory. And the good news is we get to do all 3 of those races again tomorrow.
Well, the next race is, yes, something for us to get settled into nicely, but requires quite a bit of paperwork because there are so many drivers ready to take part in what we keep our fingers crossed for is a 50-car entry for the C1 Challenge. So there's certainly 50 cars qualifying earlier on today, and quite possibly breaking a record here at Donington for the most cars started in a race. We were talking earlier on that sort of conventional sized cars, i.e. Master MX-5, you can start 40 of them legally, that's a capacity grid here at Donington, but because a city car is 2/3 of the length of a Master MX-5, designed obviously for city driving and city parking as well, just to kind of do a U-turn and you've parked it. They're not really designed to be a racing car, but they're proved to be so successful. And that's the reason why we've got half a century of machines ready to take part in this race and will break the record formally held by us. Motor race today, and those that have been competing in lots of times international motorsports. In the case of Christian England, he was the European Le Mans Series champion from 4 years ago. Now having a taste of something rather smaller and with slightly less power underneath the right foot, but no less spot. I think you could say. That certainly seems to be the general consensus when we see even the most serious pros step out of these cars. The groove is literally from ear to ear, isn't it? They are genuinely surprised, I think, by how close it is out there and how much fun you can have with a front-wheel drive car, particularly on a wet track, which they're going to have first. They won't have to worry about slipping wet tyres, because they'll just be driving on a standard road tyre, I guess, or maybe it is a race compound.
Right, here he is, the man himself, Conor Mills. Congratulations, talk us about that race.
Yeah, well, the start wasn't my best. I tried to throw it around the outside, and it was working, and then I got caught up, and then it really didn't work, and I think I went back to like 16th.
Yeah.
And then when we got the safety car, I saw some splits of rain, and I was thinking, oh, please rain, please rain. I was doing a little rain dance in my car. And then as it went green, we come across the line, and it just chucked it down, and I had the biggest grin on my face.
It was torrential.
Yeah.
Take cover.
Yeah, no, it was really, really, I'm soaked. But no, we love the rain, because it kind of, and then I chased Miles down, got to him eventually, forced him into a mistake. I think he just locked up a brake, and I don't.
He did that, didn't you? Fantastic. Look, back tomorrow for more. Going to be doing a rain dance tonight, are you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be out there with a hose pipe.
Congratulations, well done. There you go, lovely. Conor Mills there, your race 3 winner of the Legends Championship. I'm going to hand back over to our commentator, David Goddard. Hope you enjoyed that.
Everything happens, but you actually get time to think about what you're doing, and you suddenly turn around and go, well, I need to be doing this. So it's certainly a great place to make a move or not. Yes. Because so much happening in slow motion. It's exactly what I'm used to. Yeah. Because obviously if you're used to driving NASCAR Euro wheeling cars, so if you're going to see those, well, you'll hear one coming, certainly, and they're stupidly powered. It's quite serene, I would guess. Even if you are embroiled in one heck of a battle, the thing is that these guys, they have to have working radios, these guys, and they could actually be listening to us now. So no abusing any of the cars or drivers out there, because they'll hear us. And,
by Distrigo parts, identical, virtually standard Citroen C1s. Only modifications being for safety, and we've got no fewer than 50 of them on the grid for what is a 3-hour race between 2 and 4 drivers sharing each car. Hopefully it will show on my timing screen who's in the car at any given time, whether they've got the scan system in the pit stops that can show who's in what car. We have the team names on the grid sheet, so we'll bring that to you now. The grid qualifying took place in the dry this morning, damp conditions now, of course. Let's try our best to give you the grid then. In pole position is number 397, Hybrid Tune. Alongside them, 461, the first of the Viking team cars. Second row, 381, which is Amigo Motorsport, and 500, TCS Motorsport. Row 16, number 520, which is Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. Alongside number 480, Team Apache. Row 17, 377 of TDC Racing and 414 Nuke Racing. Row 18, 451 MLP Developments and 526. Row 22, 308, which is Emax Motorsport, and 404 Harvey Racing Team. Row 23, we've got 491 Squadra Bodino Nero. And alongside them, 495, the second of the Exit 13 cars, and 523 Scruffy Motorsport. And the final row, 531, which is DSC Motorsports, and 467, which is Cat DT. So those are your teams for the Citroen C1 Challenge. Now hopefully we will be able to tell who's in the car for each stint. They did at the 24-hour race at Silverstone a couple of years ago have a tagging system where the driver was scanned at each pit stop in this 3-hour race. We'll head into the pit lane and off they go. Well, the countdown has started. I thought the pace car would pull in that time, but no, they're going to do another lap behind the pace car. The 3-hour countdown has started. It looks like we're going to start behind the safety car after another lap. It looks like we are, unfortunately, just going to have to go with team names on the timing screen, so just have to do our best looking at the driver lineups. We'll give you some of the drivers for this one. Hybrid Tune in pole position, number 397, is Stephen James, Mark James and Sam Weller. Alongside them, 461, which is the first of the Team Viking cars. That's Duncan Stone and Jonathan Hogarth. sharing that one. I think Jonathan Hogarth used to race Legends, if I remember rightly. Second row, 381, the first of the year, a good tip victory. 419, the other Viking car starting alongside them. That is Nick Grindrod, the regular pickup truck race about 10 years ago as well, Paul Tompkins. No banger racing here, I hope. 360 by trade, Andy Mollison. Starting alongside them, 445, which is the first of the Emax Motorsport cars, shared by Jake Little and Max this year to keep their hand in. Very colourful field. We go Motorsports cars. That's Mark Thompson, Andrew Scott and Christian England, single-seater racer of some repute from years gone by. I've got no idea what's going to happen here. 50 Citroen C1s. It looks like already one car there on about the inside of row 4 is missing its windscreen, so I don't know what's happened there. Will we get underway this time then? Yes, the pace car is pulling into pit lane. And we get underway with the Citroen C1 3-hour challenge. Off they go. Yes, it's the 522 car that's missing the windscreen. So whether that's had a mishap in qualifying, the car of Michael Wasty and Steve Wood. That's the Progressive Motorsport car. But just look at this as they head down into Redgate for the first time. Like a swarm of multicoloured insects, 3 and 4 abreast. Are they all going to make it through Redgate, all 50 of them? Amazingly, it looks like they are. They head down towards the Craner curves for the first time. Now we've got names coming up, I note, on the and rely on both during this race. They splash their way through the old hairpin for the first time in this 3-hour competition. Fastest lap is irrelevant because it was a lap behind the pace car, of course. It looks like it is the 416 car, the 419 car rather, of Viking that leads the way. It is, in these conditions, I do apologise, it is near impossible to see the numbers on these cars, so it is going to be a real struggle for me to be able to call one car from another, because trying to remember the liveries of 50 different cars, I'm sure you'll agree, is nigh on impossible. We're going to have to rely on trying to see the numbers to see who is where on each lap. Hybrid Tune, of course, started from pole ahead of the 2 Viking cars, but it is Viking number 419 that is leading, coming down into the chicane for the first time. The pink and white Hybrid Tune car is in second place, and I think that's the second Viking car in third. One car running across the curbs there through the second part of the Roberts chicane. Amazingly, I think everybody's made it around so far. It's Nick Grindrod file their way through Redgate for the second time. A former British touring car racer for Peugeot and Mazda, Patrick Watts, is out in car 506, the Ladybird car, sharing with his daughter Amy. Patrick mostly active in historic racing in recent years with the likes of an Allard Cadillac. You mentioned Nick Grindrod, the former pickup truck star. In one of the Exit 13 cars, we've got Gareth Newton, number treble 5. He can normally be found driving the safety car at Alton Park and Anglesey. He's a certified clerk of the course. Somebody going off there at the old hairpin into the gravel. Somebody spinning off down the Craner curves and has gone backwards into the gravel trap. We'll try and pick up who that was. It was a white car, that's all I can tell you. Fine sight they make as they splash their way up through Schwantz curve. What other notable names have we got in this race, just going through the entry list here at the moment? Well, the Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop team is led by Luke Allen, long-time saloon racer with a Honda Civic among other things. Car 480 Team Apache, Will Durdell, the ex-junior saloon car racing star, is in that car. Down at the bottom of the circuit is. A couple of cars didn't take the start. Number 509 Mad Rabbit Racing. I miss Max and Daniel's Motorsport car may not have taken the start either. No, that is there. Squadra Bodino Nero are the car, number 491, that doesn't seem to have taken the start. So missing a couple of cars from the entry list. We mentioned Bacon Racing, that's Sandro and Oscar Proietti. They also race Citroen Wieners Motorsport. Oh, there's a spinner. That's the number 469 car. That is Rex Racing with PrepTech UK. That's Josh Goldman, David Mullins and Rafakat Ali. I think it's Josh Goldman that was on board that car. They've had a spin, I think that's at Redgate. I was just about to mention Wieners Motorsport. Marcus Adams and James Cannings involved with commentating on that. Great fun, that series. Richard Harwood, who's racing for GMP Developments, another man who competed in that series. As the sun comes out again here at Donington, the weather can't make it to its mind for more than 15 minutes here today. So we're 10 minutes near enough into this 3-hour epic for the 9 car that we saw have a spin and was stranded. Patrick Watts running in 27th place, I caught a glimpse there. There's one of the Exit 13 cars, number 395, the blue and white design on that car. That's the car owned by John Winter, star of the Hyundai Coupe Cup for a number of years. Some of his MR2 racing friends as now on, Craig Rankine and Paul Lorry, also Andre Marot, and also Michael Evans, regular Hyundai Coupe Cup racer. And I am indebted to Michael Evans, I have to say, because at the pre-season launch day at Silverstone for the Hyundai Coupe Cup, I was let loose in Michael Evans' car for a few unforgettable laps of the Silverstone National Circuits. Scariest thing I've ever done in my life. Well, it was until the afternoon when Mark Dickin took me round as a passenger in his race car, and Mark Dickin being an ex-motorcycle champion, well, you can imagine how well that went. Better than any roller coaster. So it's 397. Stephen James, I think it is, driving the hybrid tune car at the moment, who has the lead. The car started from pole position. Line up behind the safety car while the marshals clear the 469 Rex Racing with PrepTech UK car from the outside of the first corner at Redgate, where it's gone into the gravel. So James the leader ahead of Grindrod. It's Jake Little in third place in the Emax Motorsports car. That's number 445. PrepTech UK are in fourth. Fifth behind them, it's 4G Racing, number 405. 461 Team Viking in sixth, with a lot of cars coming into the pits during this safety car period. I can see the 388 car from Hybrid Tune coming in, number 521 coming in as well, just looking out of my window. Hopefully Ian will be down there and we'll be able to catch up with some of the drivers possibly taking part in this race. In comes one of the Exit 13 cars, and going into the garage, that's the 555 car. I can see Mark, one of the Exit 13 team mechanics, shouting from the pit wall there. So there's a problem, I think, with the 555. That's a new car as well, making its debut today. Dean Hale, Alistair Dendy, Gareth Newton and Sam Marluffnan. The safety car will pick up the leader eventually. We'll be back underway as soon as we can.
Remember, they've got to stay in there 2.5 minutes from, not stay in there, from 15 to pick out. It has to be 3.5 minutes. But the fact that we are only...
Thank you to everybody who has watched our live stream coverage today. Hope you're enjoying it. Leave us a message if you get a chance, and we will do our best to read some of them out. Now we've got time during this longer race of the day. We didn't have much time earlier on with so much going on.
And incident, by the way, is the top one is production. That there, the one that hasn't is a 405 car, 4G Racing, that started in 14.
So behind 4G Racing, Viking are in sixth place, but this is all going to change because a lot of cars have made pit stops, so we're going to have to wait and see where things cycle through. The lights are still on top of the safety car, so we'll do another lap here, at least. We'll wait and see who comes out in the cycle on top here, which teams haven't pitted yet. Okay, 4G Racing have stayed out, so it's the number 405 car that's at the top. That's being driven by Patrick Booth, sharing with John Booth. In second place, it is number 319, Scuderia Sundial. 480 Team Apache are third, and JTR are in fourth. Bacon Racing were going to go fifth, but they've come into the pits. In fact, most of the field's in the pits. You can see them being let out there behind the safety car, led by one of the Viking cars. I think that is, anyway. Again, I will apologise, I didn't get any time to learn the liveries of these cars before the race got underway, so if I miscall any, I do apologise.
Still a green light at the end of the pit lane, and 411 is reversed as well. That car is really short. I don't know what they're doing this for those who can't see or haven't seen it, is that they're coming in and they are forward at a diagonal to the garages and what have you, all the way along. The diagonal path all the way down the whole pit lane, isn't it? And they've obviously got their spots sorted down there.
A couple of cars playing catch-up there under the safety car. There is Team 4G with the lead and Scuderia Sundial in second place. Who's driving for them? Let's have a look. Trying our best to look at the online entry list here. Andrew Stacey. We saw him out in his Mazda RX-8 earlier on, of course. And Paul Roddison's a member of the crew in that car as well, the Max 5 pace setter, who unfortunately failed to finish their race earlier on. That's the powder blue and orange, the Golf liveried car there. Lights are out atop the pace car.
Eventually bottomed out on the tarmac.
And we're going racing again in a few moments' time, and our pit lane presenter Ian Waterhouse has joined me here in the box.
Hello David, how you doing? I just nipped up, we're just changing a battery in the camera very quickly and we're going to head back down there, but yes, it just got very, very busy indeed down there, didn't it? The safety car, obviously, a few people taking advantage to pop in to check tyre pressures.
That was mainly what they were doing, so no major problems down there.
I haven't foreseen any major problems. A couple of cars did come in quite early. As soon as we get down, if they're still down there, we'll grab a word with them and find out exactly what's going on.
Andrew Stacey at the wheel of the Scuderia Sundial car chases Patrick Booth over the line. Having to try and match up the names with the team names on the timing screen I've got, because I've got team names on one and driver names on the other, which isn't much of a help at the moment.
It's some grid though, isn't it, David?
Well, at Silverstone for the 24 hours last year, we had a grid of 99 of these things on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
I remember that, yes.
The biggest ever grid in UK motorsport, and it was won by the car that started 99. No joke. It was the Mac Attack racing team of Declan McDonnell. Joe Wiggin, who we saw in the MX-5s earlier, was driving it. And they started 99th because they failed a weight check after qualifying. Times were disallowed. They took the lead of the race from the team with Patrick Watts and Simon Harrison, the former touring car racers, on board, with half a lap of the race left.
Oh wow.
I just did not believe what I was seeing.
So there we go, a bit of action here.
Well, there's our pole sitter, 397. Now, where are they in the order after their pit stop? The 397 hybrid tune car. They're down in 23rd at the moment. Highest placed car that stopped is the exit 13 car, number 555. We saw that go into the garage briefly. There was a problem with that car. That's the Tiger liveried car, the orange car.
Well, I'll have a look in a minute. We're very shortly going to head back down into the action, so we'll...
Well, I spotted it coming because we've got somebody stopped. Now, is that one of the Viking cars? I can't quite see the number on it. And there's going to be, I think there's going to be another safety car as a result of that. That's on the inside of Redgate. So that car has stopped. Now, who is that? Trying to see who it is at the moment.
Right, in that case, David, I'm going to leave you to it and see if our camera's ready and head back down there.
See you up here. Hopefully we can hear from some of the drivers with Ian soon down in pit lane, our roving reporter today. The safety car is going to be called back out then, and I think we're going to get a fair few safety car periods during this 3-hour race. We've already done nearly 20 minutes. Now, which car has stopped down there? I couldn't see a number on it. This is where you look at which cars are falling down the timing screen in dramatic fashion. In fact, there's a couple of them. Bacon Racing have lost a lot of places, and also Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop have lost a lot of ground as well. They've dropped towards the bottom of the timing screen, so it's those two cars that have gone off. Sandro Proietti driving for Bacon Racing, the former Fiat Challenge racer, now racing a 2CV on a regular basis as well as his C1. And Luke Allen at the wheel of his car as well, the regular Honda Civic racer in various Saloon Championships, including the BARC Saloon Series for a mixture of cars. They've suddenly dropped to the bottom of the timing screen, so those are the two cars in trouble. Patrick Watts has got the Ladybird car up into 4th place. I remember watching him in touring cars in the mid-1990s as a youngster here at Donington, first in that lovely purple and gold Mazda Zedos 6 and subsequently for Peugeot in the 405s and 406s. Now a noted historic racer, Patrick Watts, and car preparer. I remember him debuting his beautiful Studebaker at Goodwood a couple of years ago. His daughter Amy sharing the car with him today. It's the Ladybird team car.
Some cars with as many as 4 drivers, that would suggest that these cars are going to have to stop as per the regulations 3 times at the very least. A very damaged 345.
Got the pack behind the safety car once again. There's the leaders, 4G Racing, the red, yellow and blue car, Scuderia Sundial, the pale blue and orange car. Team Apache behind them, number 480 in 3rd place. That's the car of Johnny Greenwood and Will Durdall. Will Durdall, the ex-junior Saloon Car star. I believe he's raced in Ginettas as well.
Towards the pit to have a look at that car. I've also noticed that the 381 Vigo Motorsport car is in. Now that car
Booth from Andrew Stacey driving the Scuderia Sundial car. Driving for Apache is Johnny Greenwood in 3rd place.
So I think you're right, Johnny, that it is a sort of a deliberate ploy that says, right, no safety car, here we go. What you're doing is kicking off your mandatory stops. I don't know.
I was hoping that when cars started making pit stops, we might get notification on the TSL timing screen of who was in which car. One car being towed in there. I think you get a penalty if you are towed back during a C1 race. You have to be towed back to your pit garage, then you get at least, I think it's a 3-lap penalty. One car that we know has lost a few laps is the Rex Racing with Preptech UK car. Goldman was driving number 469 when it spun off. I think TCS Motorsport number 500 has hit trouble somewhere as well. That's Mortimer, Simon Killam in that car. I don't know who Mortimer is, just down to surname on the list I've got, unfortunately. Apologies for the relative lack of info on this race. I'm sorry, I haven't got a bit more towards this one. I mentioned Paul Rodison is in this one. Just looking for any more notable names from the world of UK motorsport in this one.
Team member gets in, sanitising the whole of the dashboard, the steering wheel, the manual gear stick, anything else can run there. So that's you guys can see.
We're already past the 20-minute mark in this 3-hour race for the Citroën C1 Challenge here at Donington Park. A form of racing that teams are not encouraged to take too seriously. Always a good atmosphere at C1 races, everybody helps each other out. Always a good bit of fun racing these very nimble little city cars. I have driven a C1 in the past. Looks like the safety car may be coming in at this time. We'll get back underway hopefully, just waiting to confirm. Yes, we're back underway and racing. Hazards have been cleared. Now, the car that was running at the front earlier on, the 461 Viking car, has now made 2 stops and is down in 46th place. Leaders surge down into Redgate. Looks like Team Apache attacking for the lead there down the inside, taking second place away from Scuderia Sundial. JTR in 4th position, that's the number 350 car. 451 goes through there. That is Jordan Morrison, Pete Milne, the MLP Developments car. Got the lead that Team 4G have pulled out here as they go into the old hairpins. Understeering a bit, understeering a lot, running out wide there. Team Apache up into 2nd place. They start to sort themselves out once again. There's that exit 13 car, number 555, sliding its way through, the Tiger liveried machine. JTR, they're in 4th place. That's the number 350 car. David Pearce and Jason Tarling sharing that one. There goes your leader. There's the JTR car, the white and day glow yellow machine we just saw moving up the inside into Coppice corner. All being very sensible here given how wet it is. Drivers just treating each other with respect, giving each other room. You have to with so many cars out there. Somebody running wide there onto the gravel on the exit of Coppice. Green flags waving because it's the first lap of the restart. That exit 13 car's on the move, number 555. We'll keep an eye on that. Still your leader is Team 4G after that early sort out. 4G Racing, number 405. Patrick Booth at the wheel. Sandro Prietti is going again in the Bacon racing car. We thought that had a problem earlier on, but he's there in 26th position. Maybe a blip with the transponders then. Dropped him down to the back of the field initially. You see there are a couple of cars that didn't start this race, not listed with times. The car we lost up at Redgate was number 459, 3 Spark Racing. James Taylor, Stephen Dunn and James Page. Couldn't identify that car at first. I thought it was one of the Viking cars, but no, it was 3 Spark Racing. Maybe it hasn't got any spark and that's why it couldn't move on. Saw it being towed in. Scuderia Sundial there in 2nd place. Andrew Stacey at the wheel. He's already had a class win today at the wheel of his Mazda RX-8.
And they are back in 12th place at the moment, the second of the cars that are back in 5th at the moment. Doesn't necessarily mean too much doing that analysis just yet, does it? Because it's very early.
We're coming up to the half-hour mark. It's gone by fairly quickly despite the couple of safety car periods, with 4G Racing out in front. Team Apache in 3rd. Driver in 4th place at the moment in the PrepTech UK with REX car. That's Oliver Barnard sharing that car with Chris Horn.
We're trying to go 3 abreast again now, even though we are already half an hour into this race, so we're going 3 abreast.
Through Redgate goes the midfield pack, one car running wide over the curbs there. The exit 13 cars going well, they're up in 8th and 9th at the moment. 555 car is 8th, number 395 in 9th place, that's the blue car. Exit 13, named after Exit 13 Signs and Graphics, the company owned by John Winter, the team boss. So named because it's just by junction 13 of the M1. It's at Milton Keynes. 469 car, I can tell you, is going again after its trip into the gravel. Bit of damage to the left front. It's just past my commentary box. Just got a glimpse of it there on the Wheatcroft straights. Team Apache have taken second place. It's Johnny Greenwood in the 480 car. Although it looks like Scuderia Sundial have got them back again. Fourth place is the PrepTech car that you can see there coming into the Robert chicane. PrepTech in fourth place, PrepTech UK with REX, TDC Racing behind them. There's a Martini liveried car in there as well, the white and the blue. No, not Martini, Rothmans, sorry. Got my Williams liveries mixed up there. It's been a long day, all right? 377 in there as well. Just coming up to the half-hour mark now here at Donington. The track still fairly damp and slippery in this Citroen C1 3-hour challenge. Really running wide there over the curbs at the old hairpin. They're still slipping and sliding. Good battle going on for second place at the moment between Scuderia Sundial and Team Apache. That's the main focus. PrepTech UK in fourth, then TDC Racing fifth. The Harvey Racing team are in sixth place, number 404. It's James Harvey sharing with Alistair Hall and Tom Selden. Got a snatch vehicle on the move by the look of it at Coppice there, and just caught a glimpse of. So somebody's gone off up there. Try and work out who that is at the moment. In a moment, I should say.
This is partly to do with faster cars making things softer and not, slower cars just caught in the midfield and trying to stay out of the way. Unsurprisingly, the top 7 cars have yet to, and one of the main reasons why they are leading. 14 racing across the line.
14 laps completed so far. Then the fastest lap of the race has been done by Andrew Stacey in the Scuderia Sundial car, 1 minute 49.865. Side by side there down the Crater curves. New fastest lap of the race going in from Howard Haynes. Which car is he in there? It's the Progressive Motorsport car, number 521. Howard Haynes sharing with Dave Ward in that car. And they're running down in 37th place. Well, that fastest lap has just been beaten, 148.682 by number 419. The Viking entered car, which is fighting back. That's Nick Grindrod coming back after his pit stop earlier on. We've got a yellow flag on the exit of McLean's. So somebody may have gone off at the top end of the circuit there. Can't see who it is at the moment. Looks like we've got an incident at the run into Coppice. We saw a snatch vehicle on the move up there a lap ago. So somebody's gone off up there. Patrick Booth continues to lead, ahead of Andrew Stacey, Greenwood in third. PrepTech UK have taken fourth place, number 367. It's Oliver Barnard at the wheel of that car. They've taken exit 13. That 555 car is really flying. There it is, the 555 on the outside of Oliver Barnard. Now, who's on board that 555 car? We'll try and find out in a moment.
also the mini stock racing. And it's just a petrol head, regardless of what is out on track. He's got it, and he's got his own 42 now. I mean, very much. So yeah, I can't remember how many GPR cars there were previous seasons in the Big Show. That used to be 2 or 3, possibly more than that. And even though this has been, you know,
It's confirmation of another fastest lap from Nick Grindrod. He tries to grind his way back up the order. He's running in 35th place at the moment. Made 2 pit stops, that car. So there's not many cars that haven't stopped during the first 2 safety cars. I make it about 10 or 11 cars that haven't come in. 4G Racing, Good Area Sundial, Team Apache, Preptech UK, TDC Racing, Harvey Racing Team, DFTS and Exit 13, number 395 haven't come in. Exit 13 have just messaged me to say that it's Alistair Dendy driving car 555 that was well up there in 5th place. He's the leading car that has stopped.
The fastest lap of the race goes to Area Sundial, but they were having that great fight with 4802 Apache. Now, I must admit that whatever instance they failed the 4802 Apache happened a while ago because suddenly there's like a 5.5 second gap.
So we're at the 35-minute mark in this race, and I believe Ian's got some news in the pits.
Nearly 2 seconds quicker than the 4G Racing 405. I think that car is...
Now we've got Nuke Racing here, kind of a 4-1-4. Nigel Smith and Luke Smith. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word. It looks like it might have been off in the gravel. I think there's going to be, potentially going to be a wheelchair. Everything all right with the car? Everything okay? Yeah, just a bit of gravel.
Yeah, it's all good. Great driver change for them, they'll be back on their way. So.
Fantastic. What's the strategy as to how many driver changes are you planning on making?
Most of our cars have got 2 drivers in each car.
Yep.
So we've got to play things a little bit differently. Some are jumping out, jumping straight back in, off they go again. But yeah, there's father and son set up in this car, so Nigel's dad just about to go and have a go. Another son's binned it.
No, son's binned it. There you go. Well, we're going to stick around just here a little bit longer. We've had 2 safety cars, haven't we? It's been full of adventure, excitement. Cars about to head out here. Here we go. It looks like father and son team we just heard there, and it looks like the dad now is about to head out on track. So just stay here and listen to this fire up. As you can see, I don't know how well you can see, but there's obviously been a little bit of an off, taking a bit of the gravel with them as well. Just getting themselves strapped into these C1s. Actually have a C1 myself. My wife and I have a C1, would you believe? And it's a fine car, I have to say. So 2 safety cars so far. It's been quite an eventful race so far. We're at half an hour or nearly 45 minutes in actually. God, where does the time go? 3-hour race
car, the
at Donington Park. I'm pleased to say it's not raining anymore. It's a joy, although there are a few threatening clouds knocking around. So we're just going to have a little hang around here for a little bit whilst car number 414, Nigel Smith and Luke Smith, get themselves back up onto the track. Nice and quiet in the pit lane at the minute. We're just hanging on. The car's starting to get fired up now. Going to push it out. There we go, look, speedy stop. Obviously tyre pressure's key here today as well, and out goes car number 414 there. So a little bit of pit stop action for Nuke Racing. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard, commentator, right now.
So it was the 414 car that went off at the old hairpin by the look of it earlier on, judging by the damage there. Nigel and Luke Smith, Nuke Racing, they got a 3-lap tow-back penalty, as did number 469, the Rex Racing with Preptech UK car. Josh Goldman, David Mullins and Rafikat Ali, they ended up in the gravel at Redgate. And number 500, the TCS Motorsport car, had to be towed back in as well, the Mortimer and Kilham car. So if you have to be towed back to your pit garage, you get a 3-lap penalty. A couple of cars have had their team managers called to race control for reasons we know not. One of them was 397, the hybrid tune car that started from pole for this race. Still your leader is 4G Racing, number 405. They haven't yet made a pit stop. 319, Andrew Stacey in the Scuderia Sundial car is in second. 480 Greenwood in the Team Apache car is third. They've all yet to stop. Alistair Dendy, number treble 5 for exit 13, is fourth and has stopped. Of course, they were stops to check things like tyre pressures under the safety car. We haven't had any driver changes, I don't think, as yet. May not be the quickest cars in UK motorsport, but they're certainly close. Here come the leaders down the exhibition straights. The Apache car tucks in nicely behind, that's the 454 car there. That's the On The Edge Motorsports Seaton car. They had problems in qualifying earlier on. Good to see they've been fixed. Ellis B at the wheel of that car, sharing with Ryan Edgecombe. 405, your race leader, heads down into Redgate. Only just behind him is Andrew Stacey. Separated by less than a second, and Team Apache Greenwood has now done the quickest lap of the race, 1:45.243, so it is definitely drying out there. Till the next shower arrives, that is, no doubt. That's not for position. Team Apache behind there, the car that they're about to lap is the On The Edge Motorsports of Seaton car. New fastest lap for Team Hybrid Tune, 1:44.876. Now Nick Grindrod bests that again, 1:43.934. The Nuke Racing car's back out. We just got a glimpse of that. 4 cars together here into Redgate. Oh, that's a bit dicey. Who's that going through the middle? The red, white and blue car there. 523, I think that was. The Scruffy Motorsport car. That was far from a scruffy bit of driving. Matt Doman, Paul Watson and Paul Hill, the crew of that machine. Patrick Booth continues to lead Andrew Stacey. It's Greenwood, Alistair Dendy, Ollie Barnard and Dave Messenger is up in 6th place. Dave Messenger, a regular Alfa Romeo racer. He's driving for TDC Racing, showing with Philip Giles, number 377. He's racing at Brands Hatch at the Festival Italia event in his Alfa Romeo 156 last week, I believe. Now up to 5th now. They've got ahead of PrepTech UK, number 367. It's the Ollie Barnard car. Here's a battle. 434, the Liqui Moly sponsored car there. That's the Bacon Racing car, Sandro Proietti. Where are they in the standings at the moment? Bacon Racing. No idea why they're called that, incidentally. They're running 24th at the moment. They're already up towards the 45 minutes mark in this race. Most of these cars share between 2 and 3 drivers. Exit 13's number 555 is one that has 4. The 24-hour race last season at Silverstone and previously at Rockingham. Some cars had as many as 6 drivers sharing them. Which makes the barbecue on the Saturday night more expensive, in my opinion. The gap is 2.249 seconds now between 4G Racing and Scuderia Sundial. Further 6.5 seconds back is Team Apache. Exit 13 still there in fourth. They're the first of the cars that have stopped. Now you can see that car with no windscreen. That's the 522 Progressive Motorsport car. Now who's driving that one at the moment? Michael Wasty, I think. He's busy into the chicane. Look at this, cars all over each other there. Sandro Proietti in the middle of that for Bacon Racing. So we're coming up to the 45-minute mark in this race. Let's head down to Ian in the pits.
It's here, we've got 395. Let's just grab a quick word. Are you about to go out? Everything okay with the car?
Yeah, Andre's just about to go out.
Oh, Andre's about to go out. Yeah. Andre, sorry. Everything all right with the car? Routine stop?
Yeah, just a routine stop. Driver changed. We're ready to go. We're doing well.
That's what I like to hear.
The Lucky Kit Kat's working well.
Lucky Kit Kat.
Absolutely. It's on the steering wheel.
There you go. Yes, there is a Kit Kat on the steering wheel. Look, if you can come and have a quick look at this. There's a Kit Kat chunky on the steering wheel. How good is that? Who gets to eat the Kit Kat after the race?
I do. I think it's Andre's, so I think he'll claim it.
The question is, how long's it been there?
Oh, no, that went in about 20 minutes before the start of the race, so it should be all right.
Thank you, cheers. Car number 500 here. I just said this is John Mortimer and Simon Killam. Just making sure everything's okay. Let's see if I get it. Thumbs up. Everything all right? Everything okay? Yeah, routine. Fantastic routine stop here for car number 500 TCS Motorsport, as you can see.
So didn't make it back to the pits.
So a little bit of pit stop action here. Routine stops. Nothing to worry about down here, David. It's all good.
Where the commentators are. Can you communicate with the commentators? Tell him the leader is actually Ross Macker, not Patrick Booth, because I'm Patrick Booth, right? And on the TV it's showing on me. Ross Macker. 3, 2,
395. So here we go. A bit of the old magic duct tape just going on there. Camera being secured. And car number 500 TCS Motorsport about to head out there on track. Look, a bit of dirt on the front. Of course, it's been raining quite heavily at various points today. And off they go. John Mortimer and Simon Killam in that car. And of course, off goes 395 as well. So this is probably a good time to head back to your commentator, David Goddard.
An expectation.
We saw a driver change taking place there for car 395 exit 13. I think that car's coming straight back in again, quite possibly. I'll take a look out of my commentary box window because exit 13's garage is right below my commentary box. No, it's the 555 car, it's their other car coming in. So we'll try and work out who has taken over there from up here in my box. We saw the 500 car being worked on as well. We said earlier on that car's had a tow back. It's the TCS Motorsports car of John Mortimer and Simon Killam. Another fastest lap for Howard Haynes, 141.214 as the lap times continue to tumble. That's Progressive Motorsport running in 35th after a couple of stops earlier on. That's the sister car to the one missing its windscreen as somebody runs wide there through the old hairpin. Still 4G Racing leading the way. They are starting to pull away now from Scuderia Sundial in second, Team Apache in third. Exit 13 were in fourth, but the 555 car has just come in. So that'll put PrepTech UK with REX up to fourth place, number 367. Fifth behind them, 397 Hybrid Tune. Car that started on pole, recovering well up into the top 5 now, ahead of Harvey Racing Team number 404, DFTS Racing number 426. Sam Weller, the driver for Hybrid Tune now, I think. There's been a driver change there at their stop. 368 going through there. Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth, the PrepTech UK cars. One of a few from PrepTech UK in this one. Johnny Greenwood now sets the fastest lap. That's the Team Apache car running in 3rd place, 141.196. So there's about 8 cars that have yet to make a stop. One car that hasn't is number 308, which is running quite a way down the order, the Emax Motorsport car of Kieran Soki, Robert Kerr and John Proctor. It's Kieran Soki at the wheel at the moment. Pit stops going on all the time down below my commentary box. 377, the TDC racing car in at the moment. That's Dave Messenger, Alfa Romeo regular. Is he handing over to Phil Giles, I wonder? Car was running just on the edge of the top 10. Around the outside, the Scuderia Sundial car trying to lap the Nuke racing machine. There is 521, that's the grey car, that's Howard Haynes. Just set the fastest lap. That has been bested though by Johnny Greenwood in 3rd place for Team Apache. So Greenwood should close up here on Scuderia Sundial shortly for 2nd place, the team of Mazda racers. Nice little battle here going into Redgate, 400 car in the middle of it. That's Stephen Beswick sharing with Kevin Begley, TCS Motorsport. Once we reach the 1 hour mark, we'll run you through the full race order. Nice little gaggle into the chicane there. It's the battle for 2nd place in the middle of that little group, I think. I noticed the Scuderia Sundial car. Another 8 seconds off race leaders 4G Racing, Patrick and John Booth. There is the Scuderia Sundial car on the inside here attacking the 523 Scruffy Motorsport car. So that's now a lap down and it's in 9th place. 531 just ahead of them. That's DSC Motorsport. It's car crewed by Martin Dolan and Billy Selly. Sam Weller now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's into the 139s. First lap of the race under 1 minute 40. He's in 5th place now. Hybrid Tune fighting back. Car that started on pole. Certainly showing their pace here. Could they be one of the favourites for victory? I've no idea what's going to happen in this Citroen C1 Challenge event. .400 car giving chase in that battle. TCS Motorsports in 22nd place. Just behind 411, the green car is the Kraken Motorsports car. 411 driven by James Wrigglesworth and James Kenyon. It's Wrigglesworth in the car at the moment, I think. Well, there goes our race leader. Car behind him there missing his rear screen as well, so we've had a bit of glass that's gone missing during this race. Exit 13 just being overtaken there, the number 395 car. I think that's Paul Lorry on board that machine, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer. Here's that gaggle we mentioned earlier, Kraken Motorsports in the middle of that, the green car there. Side by side there into Redgate, the 451 and 467 cars leading on each other. That's for 23rd place, MLP Developments and Cat DT. I think Ian's got some news for us in the pits in just a moment.
You hear me?
480.
Amigo Motorsport right now, bit of refueling going on. Hello, how are we doing? How are we doing? Ready for this one?
I am, yes mate, can't wait after being so long not being in car.
So this is your first drive back since the whole, since lockdown and everything?
Started.
You got a smile on your face?
It's been a tough 6 months being a company director. It's tough.
So just glad to be back.
Mine released to work and let's go out there and do what we do.
Fantastic, fantastic. Look, giving it a quick wipe down, a bit of sanitizer, better let you go, best of luck, get out there. Here we go, so we're just going to stick around here. We're going to grab a chat with one of the mechanics here as well. There he is. Come here, come here. We'll pan around. How's your boy done so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously, that's our second pit stop. We'll get Andy, obviously, in the car, and then we've got one more stop to do. And then
one more stop to do still. I suppose the time just flies, doesn't it, in these races? You think 3 hours, it just goes.
It always does. Obviously, we're obviously waiting for safety cars, but we know we've got enough fuel to kind of get us into the later on in the race. And
fantastic. Look, off they go. Here we go. So car number 380, Amigo Motorsports, just making sure they've got the right time heading down. Actually, look, if you just pan with me, I've got a friend of mine here, Chris Jackson. Chris, I didn't know you were here today. How's it going?
Yeah, mate. How are you?
Yes, I didn't know you were here.
Yeah, just about to jump in, so...
are you ready for this?
I think so.
Feeling excited?
Catch you in a bit.
Go on, go, 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 yeah. Chris Jackson just getting into the car here, car number 470, sharing the car with Mr. Gray and Dougal as well. Nice Club Racing UK sticker on there too. So the pit stop starting to come a little bit more thick and fast now, aren't we? What are we, well over an hour into this race, so plenty of excitement, long way still to go. And we've got another car just popping into the pits as well. As soon as I get eyes on it, I'll let you know who it is. Car number 426 is into the pits. 426 into the pits, right in front of us. That's handy, isn't it? Let's go and have a look at that. Citroen Racing, it says, along the sides. Let's just make sure everything's okay. Quick driver change, it looks like. So there we go. Everything okay? All good? Routine stop?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. It's dried up a bit.
Yes, I imagine so. What was it like the first couple of laps? Were you out in the car for the first few laps?
Yeah. It's all right. Just a bit oversteery in the way.
Fantastic. Look, I know you've got stuff to do. I'll let you go on. Okay, so a little bit of pit stop action at the minute, isn't it? Things are really starting to heat up. I think what I'm going to do once these guys get themselves is head back to your commentator, David Goddard.
So a couple of cars undergoing some running repairs in the pits, we noticed there. Still, your lead hasn't changed. It's still Team 4G. Patrick Booth doing the driving. 395. We just had a message say Andre Marot is at the wheel of that one now. The car that's missing its rear screen, I think, is the same one with no front screen, the 522 of Progressive Motorsport. That's the Glassless Special, we're going to rename that car. Well, we're coming up to the hour mark, so let's give you the running order. First place, it's number 405 4G Racing. Second, 480 Team Apache. Third, 397 Hybrid Tune. Fourth, number 367 PrepTech UK with REX. Fifth, 404 Harvey Racing Team. Sixth, number 319 Scuderia Sundial. They've just come in for a pit stop. Seventh, number 426 DFTS Racing. Eighth was 454 On The Edge Motorsports. Ninth, 531 DSC Motorsports. And completing the top 10, number 523 Scruffy Motorsports. 11th place, 368 of PrepTech UK. In 12th, we've got 388, which is the other hybrid tune car. 13th, 441 Mackay Jones Racing. 14th is 431 of Meltune Motorsports. 15th, 445 Emax Motorsports. 16th, 463 Venus Motorsport. 17th, 417 FDL Motorsports. 18th is the 419 car, the Viking car. 19th, 434 Bacon Racing, completing the top 20, number 400 of TCS Motorsports. So the car to watch, in my opinion, number 397, the pink and white hybrid tune car. That led early on from pole position. It's back up into third place now. It's 14 seconds in it for the lead between 4G Racing and Team Apache. Scuderia Sundial rejoining from the pits. The DFTS Racing car, number 426, has been in as well. It's the car of Sean Doherty, Sean Birch and Phil Morris. Paul Morris, I should say. Racing into the early sunset here at Donington Park. Still 2 hours of this race to go. So the Quattro Formaggio car set fastest lap a few laps ago. It's the number 392, Chris Parks, at the wheel of that one, we believe, at the moment, sharing with Alistair May. Chris Parks from usually races with the GMP Developments team as well, Gary Parks' team. And there's that 522 car, missing its screens and glass. I think it's had a rollover in qualifying earlier on, hence the "this way up" sign on the door. Look at the state of that. 470 car back going in, the black and pink machine, number 470 of Racing Lines, Nick Dougill, Martin Gray and Chris Jackson. Saw them having a few repairs in the pits earlier on as well. Swing across there from the 371, the yellow-black machine. That's Julian Daniel and Max Finn, the Emax Daniel Motorsports car. The track continue to dry here at Donington. Ian, I think, has got more news down in the pit lane for us.
Right,
quite a lot going on now in the pits, as you can see behind me. Car number 469 in, but come for a walk with me because we've got plenty of action going on. I've seen one of the hybrid tune cars come in as well. So we've got car number 451, and the other side of it is that hybrid tune car. I believe it was running in about 4th place when it nipped into the pits. I should go and make sure everything's okay with these guys, make sure it's just a routine stop. I'm sure it is. We're not really seeing any issues. We've had a good, half hour, 45 minutes or so in the race without incident now. So let's just see. Oh, this car's about to head out, 451. Right, let's go, Eddie. 21. Go. Need a push. How's it all going? Everything okay?
Good so far. It's my first race in the C1, so
brilliant.
It's pretty frenetic. We're doing all right in the wet, and then it dried up, so a bit of head scratching.
Since it's dried up, things seem to have calmed down a little bit. It's quite a hectic start, wasn't it?
It was. I wasn't in the start. It was a couple of laps in the safety car, and then I jumped in. There was a few laps of safety car and then off. So yeah, the wet seems to be the forte. You just need to scratch heads with the dry.
Fantastic bit of product placement, MLP developments, in case anybody didn't get it. Is that it for you now, or you've got
we'll go again?
You're going again? Yeah. Fantastic. Excellent. Enjoy it, won't you? Thank you very much. And that down hybrid tune car number 397. These guys are were running very well. No one's in the car. Let's see if we can find out if everything's okay. I'm just going to nip around here, make sure it's not a retirement. Let's see if we can poke somebody. And everything okay? Yeah. Do you know everything all right with the car?
The car's fine. They're just looking at some technical infringements there.
Ah, okay. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
There we go. You heard it here first. Car number 397, one of the hybrid tune cars. It's in the pits. Potentially a couple of technical infringements. As soon as we know more, you'll know more. I'm going to head back to Dave Goddard, your commentator now. Sorry. I hope you clear, mate.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Quite a lot of activity in the pit lane at the moment.
Team Apache now in second place.
Now the 405 car, which was listed as being driven by Patrick Booth, is now being listed on my screen as driven by Ross McCarr, the MG Trophy regular. Now he's not even on my entry list that I've got, so sorry for the lack of information here, or if we do get it incorrect, but when this race was about to get underway I didn't have an entry list at all, so it was all a bit last minute for me, so I do apologise profusely. One car parked, so you see there on the inside of Redgate. I think that is the 469. No, it's not 469 car. I think that's possibly the 459 car, the 3-spark racing car. We lost that early on, of course. We may have lost 345 of Emax Motorsport as well. The Jason Green, Adam Jones car. That hasn't done many laps. 34 laps completed then, 16.7 seconds the lead margin for 4G Racing over Team Apache. Everybody has made at least one pit stop apart from the first three. PrepTech UK number 367 is running third. 367 car of Oliver Barnard and Chris Horn. 454 and 521, a bit of legend style bump drafting there. 454 is the LSB Ryan Edgecombe on the Edge Motorsports car. 521 the Progressive Motorsport car, Dave Warden, Howden Haynes. File their way through the chicane. Once again, a little bit of late braking there. So the 405 of 4G Racing leads the way, lapping in the 139s at the moment. It's about a second quicker than his pursuer Team Apache. Of course, traffic constantly an issue in a race with 50 cars in it. just in circuit racing. The C1s have proven a big hit there, popular in junior rallying as well. Seen huge grids of these things. We mentioned earlier 99 cars for the Silverstone 24-hour race for them last year. Biggest grid ever in the history of UK motorsports. This is busy into the chicane. The two on the edge motorsport cars were on the edge there because they've got the 521 of Progressive coming through. That's Howden Haynes' car. Paired with Dave Ward. And Scuderia Sundal not far behind them as well. And busy in that. 521 to the inside. Very late on the brakes, takes 2 places. Which is the closeness of these cars. Quite a few battles for position. Remax Motorsports number 445 scrapping with Viking 419 for 8th is one of the closest. 4G racing car has just come into the pits, so the leader is in, car number 405. The leader has come in. This will give Team Apache the lead. See if we can get a word with Team 405, who led the majority of this race since the second safety car period. Team Apache have taken the lead. Will Gerdau listed as the driver of their car, the ex-junior Saloon Car man. But the only other car that hasn't stopped yet is the Preptech UK with Rex car. Not that car, the 371. That goes over the gravel. It's the Julian Daniel Max Finn car. And I think we can hand down momentarily in the pits to Ian, who has the erstwhile leaders 4G Racing with him.
We are back in the pit lane. We've got cracking race. Are you about to go out? You ready for this?
Yeah, ready for it, yeah.
First stint?
Yeah, first stint.
Any particular tactics or anything like that, or is it just bring it around, foot to the floor?
Just go fast.
That's what I like to hear, drive fast. We're going to stick around for this. Best of luck, by the way. Enjoy it, won't you? You're going to get a great view. Actually, if you just pan around, car number 397, that is the hybrid tuning car. Technical infringement. It's like they've had some sort of penalty that they're going back out. They've been sat in the pit lane for a good 5 minutes, haven't they? But they're now heading back out onto the track. We've just seen 4G Racing as well. They were leading for quite a while, weren't they? They've just made one of their pit stops too, and they've re-gone back out onto the track. So we're just hanging around here because we're about to have a pit stop happen right in front of us. I can call you back as soon as it comes in if you want. Let's just wait for this. So plenty of action, haven't we already? It was so much action early doors, but I can tell you something. It's looking like we've got some quite dark clouds coming up behind us as well. Are we going to see some more rain? And we've got a car coming into the pits now. Just giving it the couple of beeps as it comes down the pit lane here. It's car number 388. It's another one of the hybrid tune cars, actually. It's the second one there. Off it goes down to make one of their mandatory pit stops. We are just waiting for the cracking pit car to come in. So are we going to see some rain in the second half of this race? I think we will. That's going to add some serious spice to proceedings, isn't it? We had 2 safety cars early doors, and ever since then we've actually we haven't even had any waved yellows. I don't think everything has been been pretty smooth. In comes into the pits comes another car, and it's stopping. It's going very, very slow at the top end there, indicating it. And here we go. It's about to come in. Car number 411 is going to pit stop right in front of our faces. Stay with us as it comes in. Just spoke to the driver, getting ready. Just foot to the floor. Just drive it quickly. Off you go. So we'll have a quick driver change. We'll grab a word with the driver. I'm not too sure who it is. I know we've got Mr. Lynn and Mr. Kenyon driving here today. So in they pop. Quick driver change, of course. Pit stops are mandatory. Chance to check the tyre pressures. Obviously refuelling is important too. And that plays a big part of the strategy, doesn't it? Do you fill your tank up heavy? Do you let it go light? These cars are so lightweight, of course, that the fuel will play a big part in their speed, especially down the straights and along the right-hander here around Redgate. So we're just getting strapped in. I'll grab a quick word with the gentleman who's just popped out, see how his session went. Car number 411 here. Cracking motorsport. The car's fired up. Getting a great look here. Look at his brake discs, by the way, there. Can you see those? Don't they look something? You don't often see those on a normal Citroen C1.
Another car living on the inside is a 4 and 5.
So the driver's just getting strapped in. I'm going to jump in and grab a quick word here. How was that stint? Everything okay?
Yeah, really good.
Sort of went to plan, did it?
The first part of it, when it was wet, nuts, everybody's just all around one another, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everywhere, spray everything. But once it dries, it's easing down.
Fantastic, fantastic. What do these like to drive, these C1s? Are they quite easy going?
Yeah.
But you can certainly put your foot down, huh?
It's just to drive different from a rear wheel drive. It's just different altogether. Yeah.
Fantastic. Is that you done, or are you back out again?
No. Hopefully, maybe be back out again.
Fantastic. I'll let you get some water and relax. Thank you very much. Cheers. There we go. Right, I'm going to head back to our commentator David Goddard. He's going to continue with the action.
So more pit stops taking place then here at Donington Park. 1 hour 45 minutes to go in our Citroen C1 3-hour challenge, and the leaders have just come in. Team Apache have come in, so the only car now that hasn't stopped is number 367, the PrepTech UK with REX car, and that car is now in the lead. That's the Oliver Barnard and Christopher Horn car that will take up the lead. Unless that chooses to come in this time round as well. So who will cycle back into the lead then, now that all the leading players have come in? I think it's going to be the 368 PrepTech UK car of Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison. Running wide there onto the grass on the exit of McLean's. A lot of these drivers, they may be racing for fun, but they are racing on the edge, especially though the track has dried out. The lap speed's rising accordingly. Quickest lap of the race still with number 521 Progressive Motorsport Limited, 138.604. I think we can hand down to Ian in the pits again in just a moment, where he's with number 480 Team Apache.
Some championships do their penalties within your own spot, but here there is a
4.8 480 was obviously leading the race, just in for their routine stop, as you can see. Let's have a little look. Bit of a frisky fox, this car, isn't it? As it says on the side. Come round and have a little look. Are you all ready to go? Are you taking over?
Ready to go, pitting from the lead, but this is where the slow driver gets in, unfortunately.
No, I don't say that. I don't believe that. There you go, pitting from the lead. I've just heard Dave. He just sell himself a bit short there, I think, saying slow driver goes in. I don't believe that for a second. So this car, number 480, pitted from the lead. So what can they do? It says Frisky Fox on the side. It's Team Apache, of course. Let's see what they can do. It looks a fairly routine stop, of course. We are just checking tyre pressures down the front right here and front left. You're about to get out, aren't we? We've seen a regular dose of pit stops here. Mandatory pit stops, of course, driver changes, fuel changes, tyre pressures, a few infringements as well, shall we say. But that is motorsport, and off they go. So car number 480, pitted from the lead, heads back out onto the track, and I'm going to head back to David Goddard in the commentary box.
Out goes the 480 Team Apache car then. It's one car that hasn't stopped. It's PrepTech UK actually running 1 and 2 at the moment, the 367 and 368 cars. First and second, 41 laps completed. Behind them it's On The Edge Motorsports, number 454 in third. Team Apache have rejoined in 4th place. So they're looking good here. Will Durdell and his co-driver John Greenwood. 367 still leads the way. PrepTech car of Mollison, of Barnard and Horn. It's Firth and Mollison in second place, 2 PrepTech cars. Third place the number 454 On The Edge Motorsport machine, LSB and Ryan Edgecombe. Team Apache now falling down the timing screen. They initially rejoined in 4th, but having lost further ground during that stop. It's Viking now in 4th place, the number 419 car. Now that's the first car that has stopped twice. Now 526 in the pits. There seems to be a lot of activity around it. That's the 526 of Richard and Harry Buckley, one of the Progressive Motorsport cars, in the pit lane. There's Scuderia Sundial. Now where have they ended up in the most recent round of pit stops? They were up there in second place for a long time. They're 16th now, with the 526 car having come in. So the leading car that's made 2 stops is the Viking number 419 machine. Is that the car that Nick Grindrod is driving? Yes, it is, the car of Grindrod and Paul Tompkins. I reckon that's going to be a very good shout for overall victory here. They were quickest for a long time in qualifying, lost out to the 397 car of Hybrid Tune. Still PrepTech first and second though. Try and pick up what the margin is between those 2 cars. 43 laps completed by PrepTech UK number 367. Really running wide over the curbs there at the exit of Redgate.
The red mist is down, that's when you'll make mistake after mistake, and really won't do you any favours because you'll pick your
526 car Progressive leaves the pit box.
That's the job of try and take account of the situation.
See Weenus Motorsports up in the top 5 now. It's the number 463 car. Marcus Adams and James Cannings, top sim racers. Great fun commentating on them in the Sim Racing C1s, their E-Series during lockdown. One driver as young as 10 years of age competing, that young Hudson Knight. He got the Driver of the Series award. There was no official prize given to the winner because it wasn't a points championship or anything. It was a lot of fun, certainly. All leaning on each other there. That was the Viking car, number 419, the Grindrod and Tompkins car. Leaning on somebody there through the old hairpin. Car registered at the bottom of the score sheet at the moment is the 3-Spark racing car. Number 459, we know that's out of the race. Emax Motorsport 345 has been in the pits for a long time as well. It's the car of Jason Green and Adam Jones. So one or two cars with the issues early on. 3 cars have got the 3-lap penalty for a tow back. We mentioned Hybrid Tune were up there, 397. Car that started from pole. Well, they've now made 3 pit stops and are down in 45th place. The lunge there at the chicane. There's that Viking car. One for Nuke Racing still going, Nigel and Luke Smith. Problems at the chicane there. That's the Scruffy Motorsport car, number 523, with an issue at the chicane. Now, where is that running at the moment? That was running reasonably well early on. They're down 35th now after a stop. Only a couple of cars have lapped under 1 minute 40 so far. Now, Progressive Motorsport number 521, who have the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 38.6. So lapping on that pace is PrepTech UK in 2nd place. Cars have regularly dipped under 1 minute 40, but at the moment everybody lapping outside that bracket. Although 2 aforementioned and TCS Motorsport number 400. See the Apache car, number 480, the red and black machine. It's called a glimpse of there. Somebody else comes down pit lane. Might well be On the Edge Motorsports, the 3rd place car. FDL have come in from 6th, and Weenus Motorsport from 7th as well. I think Ian's got more news for us down in the pit lane.
everybody, welcome back down to the pit lane. Car number 417 FDL running very, very well. I believe he's up to 4th place, just coming to the pits here behind us as well. PrepTech UK, car number 368 was running in 2nd place. Let's go down to them. They have just nipped into the pits. They were going very, very quick, weren't they? Fast lap about 1:38, I think it was. They are flying. So they're in for a stop. It must be, they must be pretty happy. It looks like car 381 sounds a little bit worse for wear, shall we say. But let's go chat to the PrepTech UK team, shall we? Having a very strong day indeed. Let's just have a little look, see if we can grab a quick word. Day going quite well so far?
I think so. I haven't had a go yet, so you know that.
Well, just keep it on the grey stuff and it'll be great, won't it? It might be a bit of rain. Just routine at a minute.
Yeah, we're playing a bit of a strategy game with the other car.
Yeah.
It might not work out. Don't get any more safety cars, it won't work.
You got 1 and 2 though, haven't you? That's not bad.
For a minute, it's not going to stay like that for a minute. It's all going to go a bit up and down. But
yeah, well, still a long way to go, isn't it? Definitely. Best of luck out there. Still a long way to go. So PrepTech UK car number 368 currently in the pits, and the other PrepTech car leading as well. Of course, it's going to be chop and change, isn't it? Throughout the day, still plenty of action left to come. Let's just stick around with these guys. In fact, we've got car 506 just pulled into the pits as well for one of their changes. Get a close look. A bit of refuelling going on. So we'll stand back. Of course, it's not quite like Formula 1, is it, where they go kaput? But we do have a fire extinguisher on the standby. Hopefully, we won't need it. We've got a thumbs up there. Looks like everything's going to be okay. And I don't know if you can see the sky where you're looking. It's getting quite gloomy now, isn't it? I think we might have a little bit of rain a little bit later in this race. Got a couple of cars coming down the pit lane here as well. Let me just tell you who we've got coming. Car number 430. Oh, we're going to have to move. Yeah, we're right in the way, it looks like. So car number 419. It's the Viking. It's the Viking van breakers as they pull into the pits. Look, car number 419. Right where we were stood as well. It's a good job we moved out the way, didn't we? So plenty of action happening here down in the pits. It's the Citroen C1s, isn't it? 3-hour race. Plenty of excitement and a bit of extra refueling going on. Just having a look around the car just to see if there's any damage, if there's anything. Although I have to say it looks in pretty good nick. Those tyres look like they haven't really taken any damage at all. I won't jump in with a microphone with the guy who's got the fire extinguisher in case something does go wrong, although I'm sure we'll probably be okay. Just stick with us for a little bit whilst you've got the action going on. Just had the Wieners Motorsport car into the pits as well. That's pulled back out now, out onto the track. So plenty going on. There's battles up and down the field, isn't it? Huge grid of cars. I believe it was about 51 who started the race. So I can just, what a testament it is to the durability of these Citroen C1s and the ability of the drivers as well. A couple of safety cars early doors, didn't we? But since then we have it's been completely clean racing. I'm going to see if I can grab a word actually over here. I've just seen, is it Amy Watts? Are you about to go in? Are you about to go? Have you done your stint or are you about to come in?
Come in.
How was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I was so depressed when I saw the come in board. It was great. I want to go back out.
Are you finished now? Is that it? Or are you?
Yeah, that's it.
We're going to get out of the way. Lovely, fantastic.
Great day.
Right, enjoy the rest of it, won't you? Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to head back to David Goddard in the commentary box.
A couple of the front-running cars making some stops there, including the Viking car we saw, number 419, that had got back up into 2nd place, and I think the leader has just come in at last as well, at exactly the halfway mark. The leader has come in finally. PrepTech UK number 367 has made its stop. Well, that car was going to try and run the race without a pit stop, but it has now come in. 445 Emax Motorsport coming in as well. We'll hand down to Ian in a moment. He will have the leader with him.
Right, we're back in the pit lane. We're about to come back quickly because this is the leading car as it comes into the pits. We just spoke to the teammates, didn't we? Car number 368 coming in from 2nd. It's a bit of a strategy change, isn't it, between the two? But the leaders here, they are Horn and Barnard into the pits. Car number 367. I'm going to grab a quick word with the chap who's just popped out. So let's.
So here we go. Just going to get him strapped in, get back out. Going well, happy? Yeah, absolutely. Prep's at UK having a fine day, aren't they? Car number 368. The teammate just came into the pits from second place, and this is the lead car. Now, where will they feed back into? We'll find out very, very shortly. But they're having a very strong day indeed, and you could be looking at potential. Well, it's still a bit early to say, isn't it? But you never know. The grid is starting to form, aren't they? So who knows? I guess a lot depends where we have another safety car. The rain is coming down over the other side, not of the track, the other side of the trees over there. Will it come over here? That can play a major part in the outcome of this race here today. We'll have to wait and see. How was that? Everything all good? What are we looking at?
Yeah, all good, all perfect. Just messing about with a mirror over the other side.
It's
quite happy with that.
It's been a solid day so far. A long way to go. Yeah, I don't want to call it too early, but you guys are going well.
Doing well.
Fantastic.
Doing well. We just take it as it comes.
Absolutely. Well, I might be seeing these guys later. I'm just going to head out, and then we'll head back to David a second. But let's just watch the car number 367 there. Head back out onto the track. So there you go, and if you can actually see it, look above, look at those clouds above. There is rain coming down over the far side beyond those trees there. Will it blow over this way? Who knows? I'm not so sure. We've got car number 531 in the pits down here as well. So car number 531. Into this, we've got quite a few actually. The car 447 and 445, I believe, just popping out as well. So plenty of activity going on. Nothing happening behind us at the minute. And if David's ready, I'll hand back to David Goddard.
Situations where people copy, we suddenly have too many championships diluting.
So the 367 car making one is likely to be its only scheduled stop of the race then. That's halfway to fuel and driver change. 400 TCS Motorsports would have taken the lead. Car of Steve Beswick and Kevin Begley, but they've come in as well. So by my reckoning, it's going to be the 405 car, 4G Racing. There they are, just coming through the chicane now. The red, yellow and blue car, it's got the Exit 13 car in front of it. They're going to retake the lead here. We saw them lead a large portion early on, so I reckon it's between them and the Viking car 419 in this race. Now, are 4G Racing going to make another stop? I think they will. We saw them come in a bit earlier. They're back in front now. We'll wait for everything to cycle through and settle down, because Mackay Jones Racing, number 441, that would have taken second, Andy Mackay and Andrew Jones, has come in as well. And the 521 Progressive Motorsport car has been setting fastest laps earlier on in the hands of Howden Haynes, sharing with Dave Ward, might well finally figure at the sharp end as well. A few cars with their headlights on now as the sun begins to set here at Donington. 1 hour 24 minutes of this race, near enough to go for the Distrigo Parts Citroen C1 Challenge 3-hour race at Donington. 405 4G Racing, your race leader. That's the Patrick and John Booth car. I think Ross McCarr is part of the crew in that car as well, the regular MGZR driver. Progressive Motorsport are now up to second, number 521, but they're 33, nearly 34 seconds down on the race leader. I think Quattro Formaggio are about to go into third place as well. I'm definitely getting hungry saying that name. Chris Parks and Alistair May in that car. I know one or two of you have been commenting on the Facebook live stream, telling me who's in which car. I'm not really getting a chance to look at those at the moment. Sorry, guys. A message from Pat Park says, "Go Kermit, number 447, the GMT Developments car." There's the 404 car. That's the Rothmans liveried car that I mentioned earlier, the James Harvey, Alistair Hall and Tom Selden car. They were running in the top 5 earlier on. There's the Harvey team now, they're 14th. 51 laps completed by our leaders, 4G Racing. The gap has come down by a couple of seconds there. Progressive Motorsport, number 521, closing in on them. New fastest lap of the race for Mark James. That is the hybrid tune car, number 397. Now that's showing us 6 laps down in 45th place, so I think they've had to make an unscheduled stop somewhere. I think that's the car we can see there, the red and white machine. There's Kermit, the 447 car we just mentioned, the GMP Developments car run by Gary Parks and his family. Who's Kermit being driven by today? Let's have a check of the list. Richard Harwood and Kate Yates driving that one. Rich Harwood, another of the sim racers. Came within half a lap of winning the E-Series race at Spa-Francorchamps, then had an off. There's the race leader heading out onto the Craner curves. Also at the back of that group, that's the Patrick and Amy Watts car, I think, the Ladybird car. There's Team Ladybird running at the moment, 37th. 4G Racing have just come into the pits, I think, for their second stop. I thought they'd have to make another stop. That means 367, the Prep Tech car, should take the lead, and Progressive Motorsport number 521 have come in as well. But the 367 car of Oliver Barnard and Chris Hall looks like he's going to retake the lead. So 1 hour 20 minutes of this C1 Challenge 3-hour race here at Donington Park to go. Sky's certainly looking iffy once again. .4G Racing still listed as leading. I'm just getting a report through from Ian in the pits that we may be about to have another safety car. I haven't seen any reason why at the moment, but the safety car apparently is standing by. Just waits to see if it does come out. Yeah, safety car is going to come out. I'm not too clear why at the moment. I can't see anything untoward. We'll pick up the reason why in a moment. It's likely to get very busy in the pits once again fairly shortly. So we'll try and pick up the reason why. Your leader is 367 PrepTech UK. 405 4G Racing, as you mentioned, has made another stop.
Hearing at a CCTV camera that's not fabulous focus. Certainly there's a maintenance vehicle. That's really good there to now make its way
Okay, the safety car boards are out, but the car hasn't come out yet. And I can't see any incident that would warrant a safety car. And our car's starting to come into the pits, so maybe it's time to hand down to Ian and see what's happening down there.
Right, here we are in the pits. Safety car is out, and we have got cars galore coming into the pits. Here's car number 308, one of the Emax Motorsports teams. We've got car number 371 behind us. We've got 467 just coming in as well. We have the safety car is out, so stay with us because it is action packed down here now. Everybody taking advantage. We spoke to a couple of the teams as well. We spoke to Amigo Motorsport. They needed safety cars. So let's just grab a quick word. Everything okay, guys? Do we know why the safety car's out? Routine. Good. Taking advantage of the safety car coming out. See, one of the hybrid tune cars is about to come in as well. Let's move up.
Tune car as well. You know what Contra Formaggio means?
So plenty happening, and I wanted to show you this car as well. Actually, car. I wish I could tell you what it is because it's car number 522. It's missing its windscreen. It's missing all of its windows actually. Let's just have a quick word. I hope it doesn't rain because you've got no windows.
Yeah, I know. I mean, at the moment, I think anything goes at the moment. I don't mind if it rains, stays dry. I'm not really worried. I mean, we've got something to make up. We've had a bit of a bad run this week, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. But, what happened to the cars?
Mikey in qualifying, the car slowed at bottom Craners, and he just had to avoid it, and he ended up on the gravel.
So we're going to have to move.
Unfortunately, it went over quite a big.
Oh no. Everybody okay, yeah? Cool. Right, good. We heard that car went over in qualifying, hence the reason why, look, it has no windows, as you can see. Let's just move a little bit further up, shall we? See who else we can see. We've got car 463 in as well. We just Motorsport. We just these guys came in not so long ago, actually. Maybe are they taking advantage of the safety car? Let's find out. Let's ask, actually. Are you just taking advantage of the safety car?
Pardon?
Are you taking advantage of the safety car?
Yeah, we've got two drivers, so we did that in the first couple, so yeah, just got to put a splash in. I think we've got fuel to the end, fingers crossed this is our last one, otherwise we stuffed that up, but it should have fuel to the end. It's a really odd one because it totally changes the fuel strategy, because there's kind of no point doing what we're doing now. You want to be fueling if you can, but you don't want to overfuel at this point. So
if we have no more safety cars, it could work in your favour.
Yeah, fingers crossed, we'll see how it rolls out. I'd love to get the top 10, we're not quite beat it there, but got a chance.
Best of luck and thanks for your time. So we've got even more cars coming into this. We are green, it looks like we are waving green again, so we're back out car number 471 here. Right, guys. Right, yeah, and there goes the safety car. It looks like everything's starting to calm down a little bit, so I'm going to hand back over to David Goddard.
So the reason for the safety car there, some barriers that have become dislodged at the chicane. We are now back underway and racing now. That has been rectified. So a cycle of pit stops taking place once again. It is now the 319 car showing as the leader Scuderia Sundial. Mazda races, that's the Golf liveried car. PrepTech UK's 368 car in second place. They've got two quick cars out there. 368 being the Ryan Firth, Andy Mollison car. On the edge, Motorsports Seaton in third place, number 454, and FDL Motorsport number 417. We saw that come into the pits not long ago. Is in fourth, but in fifth place, they have judged this well, the Viking car number 419. They've already made 3 stops, and they sit there in fifth place. They could be in with a good chance here. 367 PrepTech UK were leading at the time of the stoppage. They are now down in 7th place. Driving the leading car at the moment is number 319 is Grant Hatfield, we're told from our graphics. And the lead gap is 10.3 seconds. There's the scrap here down the Craner curves. A bit of curve there on the inside. That's the Bacon racing car, I think. Number 4-3-4, that's the Proietti family. C1s continue to pound their relentless beat around Donington Park. We're on lap 57 now with an hour and 12 minutes to go. Between the 451 and 371 cars there. That's a way down the order, I think. 451 in 15th place, that's NLP Developments. So Scuderia Sundial lead from Preptech UK by 10.3 seconds. Third, it's On the Edge Motorsports. Fourth, Team Viking. They've just got past FTL Motorsports, so we saw their red, green and black C1 in the pits a few laps ago, the number 417. That's David Scotting and Stephen Kunifskat. They're down to fifth, then sixth, the Harvey Racing team car. That's the Rothmans look-alike. Seventh, it's 367 Preptech UK with Rex. And 434 Bacon Racing 388 hybrid tune, their second car. And 445 Emax Motorsports round out the first 10. We're at 10.5 seconds in it for the lead then between Scuderia Sundial, the regular Mazda racers, and Preptech UK. Race settling down again following that short safety car period. It was that Bale on the inside of the chicane that dislodged. There is the 428 car. It's John and Matthew Davies, the Team Davies racing squad. Maybe 3 or 4 contenders here. I'd say Viking, number 419, certainly one to watch. The FDL car has just come in again, number 417 from 5th place. Scuderia Sundial are in with a chance. Preptech's number 367 car has gone well. Look out also for 521 Progressive Motorsport Limited. They were up to second before their last stop. And 4G Racing waiting in the wings as well. We've seen them lead early on. They're in 14th at the moment, number 405. Who's made the most pit stops? We'll have a look for that as well on our screen. Viking number 461 has made 4, and that's still in the pits. That suggests to me that car's got a problem. It's 6 laps down. Number 522, the Progressive Motorsport car. That's the one that got rolled in practice earlier and has no glass in it. That's made 4 stops, not surprisingly, really. Possibly to warm the driver up with there being no glass in there. Saw what looked like a bit of debris on the outside of Coppice there in the background. Somebody shed a bumper, I think. Saw one car going around in the 24 hours last year with its boot lid open for a few laps. Tailgate, I suppose, not boot lid, because they are hatchbacks, these cars, not saloons. Scuderia Sundial continue to lead the way in this 3-hour section C1 challenge. Andrew Stacey, Grant Hatfield and Paul Rodison. All sideways there, nearly spinning, and in fact a spin at the chicane. It does lose it. Who was that? That I think is the 368 car. We'll pick up the number on that one. May well be the 368 Preptech UK car, that one. The Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison car had that moment. Nice save though. Sliding almost through there. That's the Nuke Racing car, I think, number 414. 411 ahead of it. That's the Kraken car, sponsored by Alchemy. There we see the 480 car now. Where has that got to? We haven't mentioned Team Apache for a while. They're down in 21st, a couple of laps down. Team Apache there on the inside, coming out of Cox. They were fighting for the lead at one point, and somebody off. That's the 451. Who is that? 451, Jordan Morrison and Pete Milne, the MLP Developments car. That's gone off at the old hairpin. See the black cross on the yellow background. That means at least one of those drivers is a novice. You wear that on your car for your first 6 races after passing your race licence test. Jordan Morrison and Pete Milne recovering. Looks like they've got it out of the gravel and will continue. One car very battered at the front there. The exit 13 car making it even more battered there. Gives it a shove, the 555. Oh dear, rubbing his racing, as we said during the trucks earlier on. Who is that car? We didn't catch the number, unfortunately. There's the 454 car. That's one of the on-the-edge cars. That's the car running in 3rd place. Chasing now the remains of the 522 car, which shed most of its glass earlier on. Behind them, that's 4G Racing. That means they're another lap down. Lead is 33 seconds now, so Scuderia Sundial have just done their best lap of the race, 139.1. Pulled away by 2 seconds on that lap from On The Edge, who are now second, because the Prep Tech UK number 368 has come into the pits. So car 368 from second place has come in. Viking therefore go up to third, the 419 car, and they're only half a second behind the 454. See if we can pick those up as they head down the trainers here. The 522 car all over the place ahead of them. There's that second place battle, and that's for position between On The Edge Motorsport number 454, Viking number 419. There they go. Now how far behind them is the Harvey Racing Team car in 4th place? So they're quite a way behind, 26 seconds down. Still Scuderia Sundial who lead the way as we come up towards the 2-hour mark in this Citroën C1 Challenge. We should finish just after 7 o'clock here at Donington. There's exit 13's other car, the 395. Blue and white machine, known as Brie, that car, because it's French. And that's the car that in the 24 hours at Silverstone managed to complete the race with its namesake, a piece of Brie on its roof, would you believe? Crazy world of John Winter and his mad mob at exit 13. Yeah, another car apparently is known as Bernie because they managed to set fire to it while they were building it, as a bit of leaning there, and the 525 car is sent wide onto the gravel. Too many cars in too small a space through Redgate. That's the On The Edge car of Dave Knight and John Baldock, not the car currently fighting for second place, fortunately. There's Nuke Racing, Nigel and Luke Smith ahead of 395 exit 13. Not both the exit 13 cars running together there, actually. Yeah, there's the other one. Yeah, the traffic jam of C1's behind them. Have a look what the gap is for second now. It's down to 0.2 of a second now, so Viking could take second here shortly from On The Edge Motorsports. And On The Edge have started to push on with the threat of Viking behind them, because their last lap time was equal to that, near enough, of Scuderia Sundial ahead of them. So 33 seconds is the lead gap. Nice little train of cars here heading down the exhibition straights. This was side by side battling there. All good, clean fun from the C1s. The running order shortly when we reach the 2-hour mark. Exit 13 under fire here. Who's this coming through on the inside? Two cars battling together with 521 Progressive behind them. Treble 5 runs wide. Viking has now taken second place, I can tell you. So 419, the Viking car of Paul Tompkins and Nick Grindrod up into second place. Taken on the edge, number 454 will now start to go after Scuderia Sundial out in front. Who's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment? It's still Hybrid Tune, number 397. They're running down in 42nd. They had a delay earlier on. Somebody going wide into the gravel at McLean's. There's a load of cars running wide there. I wonder if there's some fluid gone down at McLean's. There's cars going everywhere. What a mess. Who's that got spun out there? Well, the 397 car was involved, the Hybrid Tune car. The car that got spun is that car there. That's one of the Prep Tech cars, I think, that got spun. I don't know who the car was that suddenly ran off into the gravel. It was a white car, that's all I can tell you. See who drops down the screen. It may not happen because they're all on different laps at this stage, of course. So mayhem at McLean's. Yellow flags are out there. It's as if one car went off and everybody else was fighting not to follow them, which makes me think there's some fluid gone down. Maybe from the car that went off, we'll see. Exit 13 have lost a couple of places in all that for their 395 car. Amigo Motorsport and TDC Racing passed. The other Viking car, 461. Coming for a fourth time. That's a long way behind now. Swinging their way through the hairpin, and another car goes sliding there. Not starting to rain out there again, is it? Saw somebody else nearly lose it. See if we can pick that up at the old hairpin in a moment. Whether that car has gone off into the gravel or the grass on the outside, or whether it recovered, I'm not sure. Action at the old hairpin at the moment. Okay, we reached the 2-hour mark in this race then, and Ian's got some news down in the pits.
Right, guys, exciting stuff. Here comes the leader, the race leader, car number 319 into the pits. Let's just go and have a look at him. This here on the edge, by the way, pitted from third place. Just make sure the car looks like it's in good nick. Call okay? Yeah. Fantastic. No issues. Happy. Routine stop. Last stop. Right, let's go down a little bit further. In fact, they've decided to go have their garage all the way down the bottom, having their car number 377 just pulling into the pits too. I can tell you the leaders have just come in. Scuderia Sundial, is that the coolest name you've ever heard of for a motorsport team? It's certainly up there, isn't it? The Uncle Luke's car is in as well, and we're about to have the Nuke Racing car. We saw this a little bit earlier, didn't we? In fact, it was the first car that we saw come into the pits after the safety car period. Perhaps it's looking like it might have just had a bit of a tap somewhere. Let's get a closer look at this one, shall we? There's car 417. They've been having a strong race too, haven't they? And it looks like, yes, there's been a bit of a bump. Leon, if you go around and just have a little look, you can see, I think there's been a bit of a bump on the front end of this C1 here for Nuke Racing, car 414. What are they doing? Are they going to rip it off? Let's find out, shall we? Look at that. So they're going to jack the car up. It's obviously taking damage out there. Something's happened. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with somebody and just see what happened out there. There's going to be a driver swap as well. Is everything all right with the car? Is everything a bit of a...
Just a soft bump, but...
Right, okay. That makes sense, doesn't it? So a soft bump there, but a little bit of burning. Let's just have a little look. Yeah, you can certainly see, can't you? It looks like the front bumper on the left side's taking a bit of a whack, and the trusty duct tape comes out, doesn't it? You can't beat a bit of duct tape, can you? They do it in Formula 1, so why not do it in Citroen C1s? It makes perfect sense. Car number 426 just leaving the pits as well. They had a strong start to the day, didn't they? And we've got another car coming in here, actually. I think it's 469. In they come. Look, car number 469 right in front of us. That's quite handy, isn't it? Oh, we've caught up with these guys quite a little bit earlier on as well. Let's just make sure it's a routine, possibly the last stop of the day as well. Let's just find out. Is that the last stop of the day for you?
Pardon?
Is that the last stop? Are you all finished now?
Yeah, I'm all done for today. That was just it.
Yes.
Really makes a bit of time up there.
Fantastic, brilliant. Where do you think you might finish?
Oh, we're definitely going to finish right near the back. Number 46, I think we were in. Still good fun.
That's what we like to hear. It's good fun. Off goes car number 414, Nuke Racing. It's like they've managed to get themselves back out. And we have the safety car lights on. Let's go a little bit further. Come with me. Looks like safety car lights. I can see 319. They came into the pits as the leaders. They are going back out as well. Let's see what else we can find. Car number 308 in the pits of one of the Emax Motorsport cars. One of their cars, by the way, was absolutely held together at the front bumper with complete duct tape. So safety car is out. I don't know if you've managed to pick that up on the corner. Maybe I can see wave yellow just at the top around red gate, but we're going to find out what's happened here. By the way, just come with me, just come look at 377, by the way. Come check out this car whilst you're down here. Thanks for coming back to me. Can you see the lights? Look at this, how cool is this? Flashing lights on the top. Is it tactical? Will it put somebody off? No, I think it's just there for show, but it doesn't half look good, doesn't it? It's a car 377 about to get back out onto the track. So lots of action happening here in the pits. As you can see, the safety car has just come out. So 523, looks like we have the scruffy Motorsport car pulling in as well. They've literally just left the pit, so I wonder if everything is okay there.
Not yet three. Take this opportunity for a final stop in the race. If I'm right, in theory that every car has to make.
Everything okay?
Yeah, we're doing all right. The first time we've been out in this car in a race. So it's a little bit suck it and see. We're not as experienced with this particular car as some of the other teams, but the guys in our garage have been great, giving us some pointers for the future. So our aim today was to finish the race. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed
for that.
Bit of rain might be coming, but hey,
make it more fun.
There we go. There we go. Yes. Right, look at all the cars coming into the pits now. Look at it. It's coming in. Safety car obviously popping in. I'm going to head back to David Goddard just so we can give more an update of what's happened with the safety car and who has gone off. So I'll pass back to David Goddard in the commentary box.
Okay, thanks very much to Ian there. Quite a few of the leading runners came in during that period. Just as I handed over to Ian, the Scuderia Sundial car came in, and now we've got the safety car, which could ruin things for a few people who have to be held until it's gone by during this period. Currently in the pits we've got the 367 Prep Tech car, 434 Bacon Racing, Hybrid Tunes number 388, which has worked its way up into fourth. 4G Racing are in as well, that could ruin their strategy. Mackay Jones Racing, Scuderia Sundial we know we're in. And the safety car came out. We're not sure why the safety car is out at the moment. I'll try and pick up why that is. Of course, when it came out, we were away with Ian in the pits, looking at a few of the leading runners who had just come in. That's going to mess up a few people's strategies with 54 minutes of this race still to go. The leader is Paul Tompkins at the wheel of the number 419 Viking car. The car currently behind the safety car is the Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop number 520. It's just gone past my commentary window. I'm liking the neon lights on the 411 Kraken car. 480 has come in, that's the Apache car, one of the Exit 13 cars in as well. Trying to work out why we've got this safety car at the moment. As I say, we were away in the pits when it came out, so we didn't see what may have happened, unfortunately. 469 car is the one that got spun up at McLean's when a few cars went flying. It we think it was the Newt racing car that went into the gravel. We saw a white car go flying off and several others go off behind it. Mr. Fran Durdal tells us that John Greenwood is driving car 480. Jason Knight says go Weenus Motorsports. I believe he's the dad of Hudson Knight, who I mentioned earlier from the E-Series. Hello to Hudson if you're watching. Keep along with you're out in karts, I'm sure, and working towards your C1 debut. Safety car out at the moment. The race order, we said we'd go through it on the hour mark, but a little later than planned. First is 419 Viking. Actually, it's probably not a good idea to go through the race order at the moment because we just had a load of pit stops interrupted by the safety car, so the race order is going to be all over the place at the moment, to be quite honest. The lights are out atop the safety car, so it's coming in this time. Unfortunately, we didn't see the reason why because we were busy with pit reporting, so apologies there.
Yes, and that's again come from early stops, hasn't it? Get your stops out of the way. The safety car, what could you do you one or two favours in bunching up the field? And if you've got your
safety car heads into pit lane, we'll get back racing once again. One or two cars going to follow. Safety car into pit lane.
We're back to racing again.
And we're back racing once again. Oh, somebody's off on the exit of the chicane there in the background.
Now rejoining. Let's hope all behind have seen that the number 419 car is rather slow at rejoining. That's another.
Okay, that car has rejoined. Was that the Viking car? I've got a feeling that was the race leader that had a spin there.
Because it's a lap ahead of everybody else, isn't it? And it remained as such.
Unfortunately, we lost our pictures from our camera at Redgate at the crucial moment there. Race continues to frustrate me here in the commentary box, unfortunately. Track fairly dry, as you can see down the bottom of the course now. They fling it through there almost go-kart style. Green flags waving because we're on the first lap of the restarted race after the latest safety car period. We'll give you an update on the race order when we can. Nice little busy pack here heading into the Robert chicane.
Maybe a collection of misdemeanors which has brought the officials to an 80-minute, that's really wrong.
So it is Viking who have got the lead ahead of Progressive Motorsport number 521 in second place. They're separated by 1 minute 26 seconds at the moment. Kraken Motorsport are third, right behind Progressive Motorsport, so we'll try and pick them up when we can. So it's going to be a battle here for second place. It's still Paul Tompkins with the lead in the 419 car. Quattro Formaggio number 392 are in fourth place. And wait for the timing screen to settle down once everybody's been round after the safety car period. Team Davies are showing in fifth place. ...48 minutes to go then in our Distrigo Citroen C1 3-hour challenge. The majority of the cars are left running. Just looking at the charts, I think we've got 46 out of the 50 that scheduled to take the start left running. I think we had a couple of cars not take the start, so 46 cars running by this stage, pretty good on this crowded circuit. So Viking with the lead, the last lap of 1 minute 39.9. Looks as though they are now leading by a full lap. The Kraken car that was on the tail of Progressive Motorsport has just come into the pits. So Quattro Formaggio has just done their best lap of the race, 138.5, will go up into third place. And pick up the Viking car when we can. 70 laps now in the book. Preptech UK are in there, their 368 car in 6th place, the other one 367 is in 8th. The other Kraken Motorsport car, number 471, is in 7th. Hybrid Tune and Bacon Racing completing the top 10. Okay, the gap between first and second is 1 minute 25.47, which is near enough a full lap of Donington Park between Viking and Progressive Motorsport. Viking car has just gone through down the Wheatcroft Straight. It's somewhere in among this group going through Redgate now. Viking Vehicle Dismantlers sponsored car based in Birmingham. Viking team with 2 cars out there, one has hit problems. Quattro Formaggio up into third now, they're near enough 10 seconds behind Progressive Motorsports number 521, who are in second place. They've been putting in fast laps all race long. Team Davies are going well in fourth, number 428. Then it's the first of the Preptech cars, number 368. That's the car crewed by Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison, and the ex-Ford Fiesta Championship driver. He's raced Porsches as well, a race instructor by trade. Kraken Motorsports' second car is up to 6, then Preptech UK's 367, that's the Barnard and Horn car, briefly led earlier on, is in 7th. Hybrid Tunes number 388 is in 8th place, their second car effectively, the David Meenan, Ian Mockett and Ben Simons car. I think it's Ian Mockett on board that car at the moment. New fastest lap of the race for Mark James. That's the other Hybrid Tune car, the one that was delayed earlier on. That's now back up to 36th place and has just done the fastest lap of the race, driven by Mark James. Bacon Racing, the Proietti family, are 9th, and Amigo Motorsports number 381 is in 10th place. Matthew Dawson and Reece Lloyd, they qualified well, but have had a decidedly quiet race. Tompkins leads from Haynes. It's Parks in the Quattro Formaggio car. Chris Parks in third place. The lead is near enough a full lap now. It will be shortly, I think, because Viking lapping in the 138s, Progressive Motorsport in the 141s. Played into Vikings' hands. The top 11 cars have all made 3 pit stops. Progressive Motorsports, their second car in 12th, has made 4. That's the battered and bruised car of its accident in qualifying. On the edge, Motorsports number 525 in 13th. They've only stopped twice, as have the Harvey team, number 404. Now that team, unless there's been a change, has 3 drivers, so presumably they'll have to stop again if everybody a go. 4G Racing, they've now made 4 stops. stop-go penalty been given to car 414. 3-minute stop-go penalty. The screen doesn't say why. It's the Nuke Racing car. They've had a real stinker of a race, it has to be said. Off twice, and now a stop-go.
Needing to find 10 seconds on the progressive car. So Chris Parks and Alistair May is doing good. Having a go at the reading in game and I think they've walked his car not on the grass because it's starting to rain again. It's not very, very dark above us all of a sudden, but no, I think those cars.
Problems on the home straight here. That's the 417 car pulling up. That is the David Scotting Stephen Cunniff FDL Motorsport car. They'd run as high as third in this race. Another car stopped down there, the 377. That's the Dave Messenger Phil Giles car. That's the TDC racing car. That TDC needs some TLC on that evidence. So got a couple of cars stopped on the Wheatcroft Straight. Will that trigger another safety car, I wonder? I can see those cars actually out of my combox window. I can see some lights flickering away on that car as well, some of the neon lights, a remnant of the 24-hour race last season. I hope that hasn't drained the battery. As Viking goes through to complete another lap.
Changed it about 388 hybrid tune. The yellow car moved up into 6th place on that last lap. Incidentally, I wonder whether there's an issue with the 367 prep tech because they've been passed by Bacon Racing 4 hours a couple of laps ago. But Viking 419 has now got a lap ahead at least of the whole field.
Surprisingly, the safety car is coming out with that stranded car on the pit straight. The 377 car has now moved off the Dave Messenger and Giles car. So there is still a car down there. The 417 has pulled up, the David Scotting Stephen Cunniff car, and that will have to be recovered, so the safety car out again.
Stationary opposite us, and it was just so weird that two of them just suddenly stopped, wasn't it? Yeah, and the sky seemed to get
75 laps completed, just under 40 minutes left to go. Safety car out again. It's the Viking car in the lead. Will this change any more strategies here? As we said, it looked as though most drivers had completed their stops. The car that's made the most stops is that FDL Motorsport car that's stopped on the pit straight. So it's made 6 stops. So there's clearly a problem with that car, and it's finally given up the ghost, I think. The course car is down there with it.
the racing conditions, forming an orderly queue outside the clerk's office. There's obviously a bit of concern for the driver. Yeah, but it's a gingerly exit, isn't it, for the driver of 417, who is either David Scotting or Stephen Cunniff. Can't tell from this distance, but whether there was a little bit of contact maybe heading into Roberts, which is slightly winded. David,
Does that explain why two cars pulled off onto the grass? You assume, well, maybe they were together there, but very, very odd. But yeah, the driver stood at the back chatting to the guy, still with helmet on. But that's what we want to see, though, isn't it? To be fair, it was for a moment slightly worrying, but he has now got on and on. If there was nothing wrong, then he'll have a clear.
With the 417 car pulled up down there, we see the medics down there with the driver. So whether it is a problem for the driver and not the car, unfortunately, that would be a great shame.
There's less hands-on from marshals and things like that. And of course, that is the situation we're left with. Although, they are taking it away to have a check. It just doesn't look like there's any damage to that car. But I suppose we thought that of a couple of others that maybe were.
So that could be the 417 car out of the race.
Is the bonnet rippled back very slightly on the front right? No, that's just a back by the. Okay, that's part of the livery. Yeah, right, fair enough. It's difficult. Because I thought that initially, but no, it is the livery on it, which is quite like a livery actually. Yes. So the FDL car will now need to be recovered. Will the medical car?
36.5 minutes of this race left to go then. The order is Viking 419 leading, 521 Progressive Motorsport in second, Quattro Formaggio number 392 is third, 428 Team Davies fourth, 5th is 368 of PrepTech UK, 6388 Hybrid Tune, 7th 471 of Kraken Motorsports, 8th 434 Bacon Racing, 9th 367 which is PrepTech UK with Rex, and 381 Amigo Motorsport in 10th. The other Amigo car, 380, the Gala Performance car, is in 11th. The Andrew Scott, Mark Thompson and Christian England car.
From one side of the track to the back of the Goddard's grandstand. Now, the point is they're not going to be able to just get this going again with the car sat there. Although you could say it's not the worst of positions, but the door's wide open, so that's not going to be allowed, is it?
No, and I mean there's always a chance after a safety car, restart after a safety car, for somebody to get tangled up coming out of Roberts and very easily make contact with 417. So far better that it has been pushed to a safe location. Priority is of course the driver, so the medical crew don't care, they'll just leave the car and they see it. Driver involved. Back to care. Here we go, snatch vehicle, high power, running against the flow of traffic, but safe to do that with everybody behind the safety car, which is only a coppice, so this can now be pulled to a better location, but I'm not sure actually where the next gap is in the wall. Where is it going to get towed to? Maybe just a bit further down, straight up against the concrete wall where it really is in a safe location.
Yeah, because we've had it many a time when the car stops after a start and it's up against the wall there, and they're happy to keep going because it's halfway down the straight. They generally feel that is okay. Yeah.
Well, one thing's for sure, there's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car. The safety car's just arriving at Roberts now, and once
we said that it's likely that everyone has completed their pit stops by now, and nobody's come in during this safety car period. Scuderia Sundial, the car behind the pace car, their strategy rather got ruined by the previous safety car. They're down in 18th place now because they couldn't exit the pits after they'd just come in, because the safety car came out at the wrong time for them.
And I think it had to, because that's now only 3 stops that car's made. 404 is suggesting still needs to stop if it is that 3-stop minimum, which would make sense. So, and you'd almost think, well, now's the time to do it. We've got 33 minutes left to go in this race. Get it done, get it out of the way when it's going to cost you, as little as possible. Racing as it stands, 419 Viking in the lead by a lap we now know, because it's got ahead of the second place car, 521 Progressive Motorsport. Third place, 392 Ford Cheeses, Quattro Formaggio. In fourth place, 428 Team Davies. Fifth, 368 PrepTech UK. In sixth place, 388 Hybrid Tune. Seventh, 471 Cracker Motorsport. 434 Bacon Racing in eighth place. Ninth is the 367 PrepTech UK with Rex Car. And to round out your top 10 as it stands at the moment, 381 Amigo Motorsport. They've got their sister car just behind it, 380, so that could get interesting as well. 522 Progressive Motorsport is actually 12. That's the one that's not got the two wheels, so fair play to that one. Just trying to see now if we've got yes, that's a very crumpled side. Oh yeah, big time. So it's clattered the barrier, perhaps on the exit of Roberts. Barrier of the car. More of the car, because that other the car suddenly stopped as well, so we're not too sure exactly what happened there. But yes, the 522 Progressive Motorsport car with the this way up sidings and no windows. Did a great job.
Now this is going to really work, having looked at the lap charts, in Vikings' favour, I reckon, here. They've got the advantage of the best part of a lap over Progressive Motorsports number 521 car, with just over half an hour of this Citroen C1 3-hour challenge to go. They've got two impressively quick drivers. Nick Grindrod, graduated from the short tracks. He raced midget cars, he's raced Legends cars as well. Moved into the pickup trucks, where he was very successful at the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway. His pickup running mate Paul Tompkins sharing the car with him. He's raced bangers and hot rods in his formative years as well. Sundin has raced with him too.
Extinguished on the safety car, and with 31 minutes left on the clock, readying ourselves for another restart. Can we keep the final half an hour clean? Safety car's about to come into my side.
And I think we can hand down in a moment to Ian down in the pit lane during this safety car period.
To dictate the pace and put the pedal to the metal very quickly indeed. It's 3:19, not the race leader, and in fact the Scuderia Sundial car of Andrew Stacey, Grant Hatfield and Paul Robinson. So Sundial have led the race.
Right, here we go. Here is the car number 417. We just saw it, didn't we, at the side of the track. They're getting a closer look. Looks like it could well be a game over for that car. Down it goes. Safety car just peeling off down there. And we've had another car just head out of the pits, although it's got red lights, so they're going to have to just stop there for a second whilst they get back out. So what have we got? Half an hour or so left off this race. It's getting pretty exciting, isn't it? We've had plenty of safety car incidents. You do kind of expect that. I'm pleased to say so far the rain has managed to hold off. Now, I don't really expect a lot of pit lane activity for now. Hopefully for a lot of the guys, they should have finished their pit stops now actually. We shouldn't really have any more. So anybody comes into the pits now is more than likely unscheduled. So we'll have to see. Did I have enough fuel in the car? We're going to find out, aren't we? This is going to be pretty exciting. Stay with us for the next half hour of this race. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, David Goddard, as he takes you through the remainder of this race. But I'll be here if anything else happens.
6 seconds away from the second place car, so that's indexing nicely. And also, don't be scared, John and Matthew Davis in the Team Davis car, 1-8 to 1-4, and we need to do that one. All close actually, they're pretty close there, aren't they? Look at it down towards the top 8, at least, second down the way. Look like they could be within striking distance to some extent of the rest of the crew. Shame that these two that are coming across front aren't actually fighting towards the point here, because we were enjoying their fights in the early stages of this race. But we wait to see. Here comes the 419 Viking car. There it is, about to cross the line now. And the 522, you see, is 2 cars behind it there. That is the second place car, but there's a lap difference. We've suddenly got a very big difference in speed there. The 368 PrepTech car that is actually sat in 5th place, and they're going to be desperately trying to make up time. Their target is 428 Team Davies, that is only 1 and a bit seconds ahead further down the road. So that PrepTech car is absolutely flying. Its lap time is quicker than all of the top 2. So that could be an interesting trying challenge there. Bacon Racing 4 report, we're running to 7th place ahead of Cracker Motorsport 475.
back under green then here at Donington Park. The safety car has come in. Liverpool's okay with the 417 team down there. 419, the Vikings continue to set the pace. 79 laps completed now. You see a group headed by Scuderia Sundial head up through Coppice there. They're currently running in 18th place. 4G Racing just behind. That's a fight for position as well. Sundial 1.3 seconds ahead of 4G Racing. Mackay Jones Racing behind them by a couple of seconds, and they've got MLP Developments number 451 on their tail as well. Traffic jam of C1s down into the chicane here. The 451 car, that's the MLP Developments car, trying to move past the 441 Mackay Jones car. There goes the Viking car, the race leader in among that group. Tompkins with the lead. It's Dave Ward in the second placed car at the moment, the Progressive Motorsport number 521. That's risen slowly but surely through the ranks. And we're hearing reports of the pits of a problem for car 395. That's one of the exit 13 cars. So Ian maybe have some news for us down there.
So I've just seen car number 395 pull into the pits. It sounded like it was dragging something underneath the car as well. Let's see if we're having a little look underneath. Because this late in the race, this won't be scheduled, of course, either. We're having a little look around. Do we have something loose with the car? Have a little look at the engine. Looks like there's oil in it. If you pan onto the engine, Leon. In fact, I think there's little to no oil actually in the car. I think that might be one of the issues. There is no oil. Yeah, so car 395 looks like it is running absolutely no oil whatsoever. Hence the reason why it's pulled in. We heard that rattling sound, didn't we, as it came in? We thought it might have been something underneath. And it looks like car number 395's lost all of its oil somewhere out on the track. What a shame that is. Paul Lorry behind the wheel of that car had to come into the pits, of course. It looks like the oil has gone. So 395 looks like they are going to be out of this race. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, David Goddard. That is the Hungary tune.
Getting into the closing stages of this race now. Certainly been an eventful one, as the C1s always are, the Distrigo C1 Challenge. Viking looking good out in front here. Column of C1s heading down the exhibition straights. 4G Racing is in the middle of this little group. They're running outside the top 10 now in 19th place. Behind them there the Kraken car by a few seconds. There's the Kraken car over the curbs at the chicane. One car sliding across there, avoiding what looked like a slowing car on the outside. It's getting busy again in the pack. The safety cars, of course, keep bunching the field together, not necessarily in order, with everybody being on different laps. Progressive Motorsport 521 have just done their personal best lap, a 1:38.059. That was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Viking's last lap, so maybe Viking caught in traffic, the race leader. There is about a lap between the two of them. There is the race leader, number 419, heading down the Craner curbs. Nick Grindrod Paul Tompkins car. He could be on to win this race by a full lap, you know. Continue to file their way around Donington Park in the gathering gloom here. Hope the rain holds off for this last 22.5 minutes of this race. A bit sideways there off the curb. That might well have been the 470 car. The black and pink machine racing lines. They're currently running down in 30th place. 3 wide into the chicane. This could end in tears. 411 car on the outside. That's the Kraken car. Just about get through there. Okay, oh, somebody wide onto the grass. I think that's the 368, one of the Prep Tech cars. That's the 3rd place car. The 368 Prep Tech car going wide onto the grass there. But it looks as though Viking are now leading by a full lap in this race. We have lapped 2nd place Progressive Motorsport, number 521.
Pushing on, and there, he turned only half a second off the back bumper of Prep Tech. So, Davis does it, John and Matthew, racing 428 car. Look at that, up to the 368, just producing their fastest time of the race so far.
Kraken car still battling away here. He's throwing it through the hairpin rallycross style, almost 3 of them there. The 522, the other Progressive Motorsport car. Despite all its damage, that car's still running in 12th place, only 2 laps off the lead. The other one throws it through there. That was the Hybrid Tune car that qualified on pole and is now running a long way down the order. Now really driving on the ragged edge in the closing stage of this race. Just time to go for broke, make up positions now. There's that big group heading through with the Kraken car and Progressive at the front of it. Hybrid Tune's best car is now placed 6th. That's the 388 car though, the 397 car that qualified on pole much further back. I'm trying to find that on the screen at the moment, 35th to be precise. Fling it into the chicane once again. 368 in there, the Prep Tech car still in 3rd place, but they've got Team Davies right behind them now. 451 loses out there, that's the MLP Developments car, the car we saw off at the old hairpin earlier on, losing out to 308, the Emax car, the dark blue and white machine. Kieran Soki, Robert Kerr and John Proctor.
But it's because of that gamble, they're still sat there in 3rd, but Team Davis 428 very close to them.
More cars running wide at the top of the Craners, coming out of Redgate into Hollywood. There's Team Davies at the inside, that's for position. They're taking 3rd place from the Prep Tech car. 428 Team Davies, the red car with the silver bumper there, goes into 3rd place. That's the curb at the old hairpin. Impressive for a family team. Less than 20 minutes of this race to go now. It's looking good for the Vikings out in front. They say still no real change among the top 11 except for that one overtake we've seen there for 3rd place. They've all made 3 pit stops, the first 11 cars. Progressive Motorsports 522 in 12th has made 4. 3 wide down towards the chicane. Once again, that's Scruffy Motorsports in the middle. 521, that's the 2nd place car. Progressive Motorsports, other car on the outside. I think better of an attack there. Bit of damage to the left rear on that car, but they're still in 2nd place. The leader will be somewhere just behind them. Look for the Viking car, number 419. Coming through towards Redgate, or somebody off. That's the 308 Emax Motorsport car, I think. It's had an off there. Gets it going again though. 521, you can see there, missing its rear bumper. The 521 car in 2nd place, and there is the leading car, so it is almost a full lap. It's not quite a full lap as I thought. Vikings haven't caught Progressive Motorsport just yet to be leading this race by an entire lap over the field. More cars run wide on the grass, and sideways there. Who's that nearly losing it? I think that might be the 414 car that we saw go off earlier. 368 going off as well. They're all over the grass down there at the old hairpin. Is it starting to rain again, I wonder? Because everybody is just throwing it sideways through the old hairpin, hoping for the best and going onto the grass. This is not rallycross, you know. Great fun though. They really are driving these cars at the limit, as we said earlier. I can see 1 or 2 windscreen wipers on, so there might be some rain coming down again. There's a battle coming down the straight. This is 4G on the right. On the left it is the 522 car. That's the Progressive Motorsport car. And diving through the middle of them, Team Davies in 3rd place. Back into 3rd now, having got back ahead of the 368 Prep-Tep car, I think. See as they cross the line here. Yes, Team Davies back into 3rd. That's the main focus, the fight for the final podium place between 368, the Prep-Tec UK car of Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison, and Team Davies. Number 428 driving for them. We've got John and Matthew Davies. 397 car there, another car missing its rear bumper. That's the hybrid tune car that qualified on pole. There's the battle for 3rd place. 428, the Davies family. Sends it into the old hairpin. Frantic. What's the correct collective now for a group of Citroën C1s? We'll think of one. 16 minutes to go then, as the light begins to fade here at Donington Park. We'll be finished around 7:10 tonight, all being well. Three wide down towards the chicane again there. And here's the... is that the 368 car? No, that's further ahead. This is a battle a little further behind them. That's the 392 car, I think, attacking there, the blue machine. Cheers, Chris Parks. No, that's might be the Quattro Formaggio car, that's red. My car identification skills have failed me so many times in this race, I do apologise. Well, the Vikings still lead, waiting to see if they have lapped the Progressive Motorsport car as yet. No, they haven't. Almost at the end of the race now. Just about 7 or 8 more laps to go, I would think. And it's looking good for 419, the Viking Auto Dismantlers car. Just hearing from our pit reporter Ian, it is beginning to rain once again. He may have some more news, so I'll hand down in a moment to him in the pits.
Right, guys, we've only got 10 minutes left, but it is starting to chuck it down here as well. And I've just heard a little bit of knowledge from the Prep-Tec guys here. They're running very tight on fuel, and there's a chance they're going to be coming into the pits to make a quick splash and dash. You can see the chap here just putting his gear on, but it is blowing a gale down here. I don't know if you could just pan down that way, Leon. And somebody, yes, we've got Prep-Tec coming into the pits down here. You need to move, Leon. You need to move. So we've got one of the Prep-Tec cars coming in. Here it comes, 368 into the pits. It's going to be a splash and dash fuel stop here.
Here they go, just run out. Ryan Firth in the car. They pitted from 4th place. What a shame that is. They were, I've got a bit of inside knowledge about 20 minutes ago. They were running a little bit tight on fuel, and they obviously weren't confident that they could get to the end of the race, so they had to make this splash and dash. So we've only got, what, 10 minutes or so left, and the circuit is soaking wet now. This is making for some real drama. Could have come out at a better time, couldn't it? Just right at the end of the race, the rain finally comes. It's threatened for so long, and here it is after nearly 3 hours of racing. The rain has come, and it's going to end on a high. We're just getting ready. You're watching the on-track action, but here down in the pits, car number 368, the Prep car, pitted from 4th place to just get a bit of fuel and just to get it to the finish. They were very nervous. They couldn't quite make it. And Ryan is going to get back into the car. Ryan Firth here, and they're about to get back out. It's going to strap him in and take back to the track. What a shame that is. And they're going to head back out onto a soaking wet Donington Park circuit now. The rain has finally come, and it's kind of splashed us quite heavy. Redgate looks very treacherous up there, doesn't it? Wouldn't fancy that right now with these smallish tyres on the C1s, aren't they? They road-going tyres, of course, road-going cars. A lot of action happening around Redgate at the top there. But car 368, Ryan Firth now in the car, back in the car, quick fuel stop. And I can tell you actually, the windscreen wiper's just come off. The windscreen wiper's literally just come off the car. Can they get it back on? That's just wasted a few precious seconds. There you go. So car number 368, just cleaning the windscreen there. About to head back out onto the circuit for that stop that they didn't want to have to make, but in the end they had to. So either stop and put a bit of fuel in, or don't make it to the end of the race, and they decided to do the right thing and get it into the pits. Right, I'm going to head back over to David Goddard. Oh, we've got, sorry, I've just heard, I think, do we have another car coming into the pits? No, we don't. No, right, I'm going to head back over to David Goddard in the commentary box.
Well, another cloudburst here at Donington, just to throw another spanner into the works. Twists and turns of endurance racing, but it's not holding back the Viking team as they lead. Still ahead of Progressive Motorsport. Team Davies in third, and the car that was fighting for third, Prep Tech UK, we saw in the pits. Are they gambling on a late safety car, I wonder? I don't think it'll make much difference. 10.5 minutes of the race to go now, with the men from the West Midlands, Viking auto dismantlers. Thankfully it hasn't been too much dismantling going on in this race. A couple of body panels being shed, and one accident in qualifying, but the car was repaired for the race. There you can see it, the 522 car. Can you work out which one it is? Slip and slide their way through. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel. Who is that at the chicane? Couldn't quite see the number, unfortunately. Trying to rejoin. The 397 hybrid tune car is coming in. It's number 350 that's trying to rock the car out of the gravel there. That is the JTR car, Jason Tarling and David Pearce, and they've managed to rejoin.
Obviously they like the car moving around beneath them. It would appear that Dave Wardle has doing the driving less comfortable.
Do we see any late changes here? There's been a change for 6th place. The other Prep Tech car, 367, has got past Bacon Racing up into 6th position. See how dark it's got with the cloudburst that has come down.
That particular Prep Tech is very interesting, guys, in the early stages. I can't see it's going to get any higher up than that, because it's got 7.8 seconds to make up in just under 9 minutes. We're getting a doggo penalty as well of 4.6.
There's the 470 car in the middle of that little dice down the home straight. I don't think anybody's taking too many risks in the closing stages of this one. I don't think we'll see any major positional changes. The leaders have completed 90 laps. We won't quite get to the 100 with these. Without the safety cars, we may well have done. Just keeping keeping it nice and steady.
Very easily doing during such a busy motor race. Now, where is 428 compared to 521? 521 in the grey car, 428 third, and the gap this time 1.8 seconds.
5 exit 13 car there in the middle of that little trio, fighting it out.
But it had closed to just 1.2 from something like 13 seconds half an hour ago.
Yeah, that's intriguing, isn't it? I wonder whether they just suddenly got the wake up. Changed over. Fourth place now is 388 Hybrid Tune. So moving up a place ahead of Quattro Formaggio, the 4G2 car down to fifth. But can the Hybrid Tune going higher?
7.5 minutes to go then.
It is lapping.
Going to change the fourth place. Quattro Formaggio have lost fourth to Hybrid Tune, number 388. So that's there. That was we were calling it their second car, 388, but that's had to uphold on after the pole-sitting car hit trouble. 471 heads this group down the straights. It's the Stuart and Ron Lynn car. That's the second Kraken car. Stuart Lynn, if I remember rightly, raced Westfield sports cars several years ago. There's the 345 car. We saw that in problems with one of the exit 13 cars. A bit of contact between those two earlier. 345 being the Emax car, Jason Green and Adam Jones. Down the hill comes the Watts father and daughter pairing. Team Ladybird, number 506. Patrick and Amy, I'd wager Amy was only just born when Patrick was starring in touring cars. Paul Tompkins at the wheel of the 419 car continues to lead. Dave Ward in second. And the Davies family in third. Good effort by them. There's the Bacon Racing car, the 434. It is close now for second, in fact. The Davies family could catch Progressive Motorsport, the grey car with the orange stripe, for second place. We could have a late change for second. Let's look at the lap times. Yes, the Davies family lapping quicker. And Hybrid Tune and Quattro Formaggio are not far behind them either. We'll try and pick them up if we can. They won't catch the Viking teams, they're almost a lap ahead of them. There's the 441 car. That is the Mackay Jones car. They've got a decent run, keeping their noses clean. Unlike 414, which is the Nuke Racing car, the Smith family. The state of the front of that taped together. Just trying to pick up the second place fight at the moment. I think they might be heading down the exhibition straight at the moment, so we'll see if we can find Progressive Motorsports, who are fighting it out with Team Davies at the moment. Yes, there they are, just coming into the chicane. This is the fight for second, third and fourth. There's the Hybrid Tune car, the yellow and white machine, number 388. Progressive Motorsport holding second. This is for position. They are on the same lap, these three. So this fight is not over yet. I thought there wouldn't be any more major place changes, but suddenly this fight coming alive. And there you can see ahead of them is the race leader, 419. So they are now a full lap ahead. As a rainbow appears above Donington. It's a rainbow of C1s on track at the moment. So this is the fight for second, third and fourth behind 419, who is a full lap ahead of them and heading for victory unless something drastic happens. There's less than 4 minutes of the race to go, and through comes Hybrid Tune. They've got past both of them at the Craner curves, up into second place ahead of Progressive Motorsports and Team Davies. There's another car in between them. That's a white car. I can't quite see his number at the moment. No, it ain't over till that checkered flag falls. This is by far the best example I've seen in a while. It had gone into such a quiet race, and then suddenly we have this battle for second, third and fourth, and the Quattro Formaggio car I don't think is quite that far away either. And we have a red flag. The red flag has come out. There's the reason we've got an accident. That car has gone a long way off at the old hairpin. I think it's the 526 car. I think that's the 526 car, which is Harry and Richard Buckley for Progressive Motorsports. And with only 3 minutes left on the clock, surely that is going to be end of race. What a shame. Just as that battle for second was starting to develop, that is surely going to be end of race. They won't restart with only 3 minutes left on the clock.
Amazing that we had so many in the mix-up.
Now it's down at the old hairpin. It's the 526 car run by Progressive Motorsports, has crashed out there. It looked like the car had rolled over. That will be end of race. The win will go. That means to number 419, the Viking Auto Dismantlers team from Birmingham, driven by Nick Grindrod and Paul Tompkins, and hopefully we can head down and have a word with them in a few minutes' time. So that'll be just about all from me, Dave Goddard. I think I will join you again tomorrow, and we'll head down to Ian in the pits shortly for the interviews. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you tomorrow.
TSL have done all that they need to do, which is to take it back to 2 laps prior, when we had a very different order. But every credit to Hybrid 2. I mean, they kept it entertaining, didn't they? David Meaden and Ian Mockett. Kind of slow boilers, really, those guys.
Right, here we are in the pit lane. It's full of action, isn't it? We've just had a red flag. It's a sad way to finish the race, but finish the race, I think that's what's going to happen. Leon, if you come with me, because I want to come you down to 419. Let's head on. So let's head down to 419, because I believe they are going to be crowned the winners. So I wanted to find 419. I wanted to find the winners, but it looks like they've gone off to scrutineering. So it looks like Team Viking, the winners, they've had to go off to scrutineering, of course. So what a way to end the race under a red flag. What a shame. That was 3 hours. We nearly made the full 3 hours, didn't we? But what a shame. But Viking are the winners anyway. Congratulations to them. Hope you enjoyed the pit lane reporting. I'm going to hand back to David Goddard just to give you the classified results as soon as he gets them.
It is obviously a car come to where you can concern about its location, maybe concern for the driver as well. So then we go with I thought to go after David Meaden and Ian Mockett, because they were giving it absolutely everything, and not the door handles down at Redgate to go round the outside of the Team David's car. And then, did you say you saw it go into second place as well on the road?
I think it went into third as it went through there, and then I think it got second down the bottom. But by the time they came into view, they were side by side, and so I don't think it quite got it. He kind of still had to play there, didn't they? I mean, it was just such a shame that he was. But you know, it's the way he goes, isn't it? That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and we virtually got all the way through. There's only, I think, 3 minutes left on the clock. But those 3 minutes could have changed things yet further. We'll never know, and the result will be called a couple of laps back. So actually, it'll be a 92-lap race, and a very dominant victory for Nick Grindrod and Paul Tompkins, because they win it by a lap over Progressive Motorsport.
All down to what you called is where they deliberately came in early for those stops, didn't they?
Getting them out of the way, but also stay, well,
2 stops early, leaving the one to do a natural driver change at the right point.
Yeah. The tricky thing, of course, is that you're 5 minutes behind everybody else. You've done 2 times 2.5 minutes. That puts you right in the midfield, and then the credit has to go to whichever it was, Nick or Paul, who was put into the car for the stint where he had to get through the traffic. Because the next time I looked, they were up to about 8th place, having come from 40 odd.
Yeah.
So it's all about keeping it neat and tidy during that period of time. Because there's no option to put you out on a quiet bit of track after 2 pit stops. You're just at the back, and you have to do all the hard work and all the overtaking.
And not psych yourself out when you suddenly see yourself down
quite an unusual way, isn't it, to interview the winner. It's going to have to be done through bars, as you can see. There is car number 419. Let me just shout him over. He's just chatting to the scrutineering chap. Let me just see. Can I have a...
He wants the memory card.
Oh, he needs the memory card for the stick.
What do you want that for?
For the start.
What happened on the start?
The pit lane. They want to see. Somebody's put protesting.
What happened in pit lane then?
Is there going to be...
When I went, they say I went through the red.
So there might be a little bit of scrutineering, but you crossed the line in first place. So I mean, I know it was red flagged. Look, if everything's ironed out and you get the race win, how does that feel?
Well, we've had better days, you know, but, you know. It's going to come and go away with the first place.
It is,
first place.
Fingers crossed, I'm sure you will.
It's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
we're going home with a smile on our face, whether we win or not. So
the car's done you proud, eh?
Yeah, again.
Look, congratulations. I hope it sticks for you guys. Anyway, best of luck. Right, that's it. We really hope you've enjoyed the coverage. It's been a fantastic day's racing, hasn't it, here at Donington Park. But we'll be back live tomorrow for some more action. We'll see you then.